Hi everyone, this is Archana and I welcome you all to Edureka's YouTube channel. At Edureka, we provide you online training on trending technologies with world's best instructors and 24/7 support. So today I'm here to give you a brief overview on Node.js full course. Node.js, as you guys might know, is one of the most heavily used JavaScript framework for server-side web application development. It's developed on Chrome's version 8 JavaScript engine and it helps in compiling JavaScript directly into native machine code. In other words, Node.js allows you to build complex and powerful applications without having to write any complex code. Thus, we have curated this full course in such a way that everything you need to know about Node.js is divided into 10 distinct modules. First module will talk about what Node.js exactly is and why should you learn it. In second module, we'll discuss some basic concepts related to Node.js. In this session, you will learn how to install Node.js on your system, related modules and features along with some hands-on explanation. In the third module, we'll learn about one of the most important concepts related to Node.js, which is NPM. Next up, in the fourth module, we'll discuss how to create Node.js application using Express module, which is a framework for web application development. In Module 5, we'll see how to develop RESTful API using Node.js and perform various CRUD operations like create, read, update, and delete. Moving on, in the sixth module, we'll learn how to integrate your Node.js application with MySQL database. Similarly, in the seventh module, we'll learn how to integrate your Node.js application with MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database. In eighth module, we'll cover an advanced topic on how to Dockerize your Node.js application. Module 9 will teach you how to build a mean stack application where mean stack is an amalgamation of 4 technologies, which is MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, and Node.js. 10th module is mostly career related. In this module, we'll discuss most frequently asked interview questions that you will come across in Node.js interviews. Well, that's all about the offerings of this course. Thank you guys. While you are at it, please do not forget to subscribe Edureka YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated with current trending technologies.
Hello everyone, this is Shubham from Edureka. In today's session, we are going to learn what is Node.js. So without any further delay, let's move on and look at the agenda for today's session. In this session, we'll first understand the client-server architecture and multi-threaded model, followed in client-server architecture. Then we'll look at the limitations of multi-threaded architecture and we'll understand how Node.js solved those limitations using single-thread architecture. Further moving on, we'll understand what is Node.js with the help of Uber case study. We'll look at some of the Node.js success stories. Then we'll go through Node.js modules which are important while working with Node.js projects. And at last, we'll take a look at a demo which will help you to understand how to work with Node.js projects. So now let us move on to our first topic, which is why Node.js. We'll first understand the client-server architecture and know how client interacts with the server. In this architecture, we have users who interact with the client machine like laptops, desktops, mobile phones, etc. So while interacting with the client machine, user makes or generates requests which are then sent to the server. Server takes those requests and processes those requests and send back the result in form of response. Now let us understand this with the help of Uber's example. So there are customers who are interacting with Uber applications and generating requests to book a cab. So now those requests are sent to the Uber server. Uber server checks in the geospatial databases for the cabs that are active and available in that region and then allocates and dispatches a cab to a customer. Then server sends back the cab details or driver details back to the customer in form of response. We'll now understand what is multi-thread model and look at the limitations of multi-thread model. In multi-thread model, the server assigns incoming request to a new thread. Similar as a client-server architecture, the user generates a request while interacting with the application and then it is sent to the server. So every time a new request comes in, the server maps a new thread from the thread pool to the incoming request. Then the thread is responsible for processing those requests and sending back the response. So the number of requests is equal to the number of threads used from the thread pool. Now the threads present in the thread pool are in limited number based on the resources. So if you will look closely, you will find a limitation over here. Suppose we have millions of requests coming in per second, and as the thread present in this thread pool are in limited number, So there will be a situation when all the threads are exhausted from the thread pool. In that situation, a new incoming request has to wait until a thread processes the last request and return back the result. So this is a situation of scalability which could be resolved by adding more resources and creating more threads inside the thread pool. But this is a costly solution, guys. We have an easier way of doing that using single thread model. But before going to single thread model, we'll first understand the second limitation of multi-thread model. The second limitation of multi-thread model is whenever a thread is working on a shared resource, it acquires a lock on that resource so that no other thread can access that resource. Now rest of the threads trying to access that resource will be blocked. So you can see in this figure that thread A is working on a resource and it acquired a lock on that resource. Now the rest of the threads which are trying to access that resource are blocked till the time thread A will finish the processing. Similarly, when A will finish the processing, thread B will access that resource and will again acquire a lock against the rest of the threads. So this creates a bottleneck situation in processing requests over shared resources and will affect the response time of the server. Now let us move to our next topic and understand how single thread model works and how it eliminates the limitation of multi-thread model. So in a single thread model, whenever a user performs an activity, an event is generated. For an example, if you click a button in an application or if you fill up a form, a new event is generated. You can take each new request as an event. Now, once you generate an event emitter emit those events and then those events reside inside the event queue in the server. Then these events are executed using event loops, which is a single thread mechanism. In this mechanism, a single thread takes events from the event queue and allocates the event to a worker thread present inside the thread pool. The allocation is based on the operation performed by event, like it could be an IO operation, so it would be handled by a IO worker thread. It could be a network operation or it could be a CPU intensive operations. So based on that, it will be handled to a thread. Then those worker thread will process those requests asynchronously. We will discuss this asynchronous part in a while, guys. Now, you can notice here that we have only one thread in this event loop. So one thread in the event loop will be handling the events directly. So no function in Node.js can directly perform operations. Thus, the process will never get blocked. As these processes are based on events and events are handled by event loop, thus this model is also called event-driven model. So our Node.js follows this event-driven model, or you can say single thread model. Now let us conclude what we went through till now. So first, in multi-threaded model, the thread inside the thread pool are limited and can get exhausted at a point of time. While in asynchronous event-driven, there is only one thread handling all the events from the event queue. So there will be no blocked request as no function in Node.js can directly perform operations. Now going to point 2, multi-thread model follows an incoming request model in which whenever a new request comes in, the server allocates the new thread to a new request, while in asynchronous event-driven, there is an event queue where all the event resides. The event loop handles those events using a single thread mechanism. Now in third point, in case of multiple events, the multi-thread model will execute the event in a synchronous manner. For example, if we have event A and B, then event A will be executed first and till that time event B will wait. Once event A has finished its execution, then event B will be executed. While in case of asynchronous event-driven, event A and event B will be processed asynchronously. They both will be executed simultaneously, and once the event has completed the execution, it will send back the result. Then in our fourth point, in multi-thread model, there are lots of threads which are working, so there will be context switching between the threads. While in asynchronous event-driven model, there is only one thread handling the event queue, so there will be no context switching between threads. In our last point, as we just discussed now, due to asynchronous execution and blocked threads, there are situations when requests will get blocked. While in event-driven, we execute events asynchronously, and whenever a request is processed, it will call a callback function. We will be discussing callback function in a while, guys. Please stay with me. As we know the difference between multi-thread architecture and single-thread architecture, now let us move on to our next topic. So now in the Uber story, we'll look at the old architecture and know the limitations of the old architecture. Further moving on, we'll look at the new architecture of Uber and know how the limitations are solved by Node.js. Now let us understand the Uber old architecture. Customer book the cab using Uber application on their phones. Then the request to book a cab is sent to the Uber server. Then the server checks with the geospatial databases that which are the cabs available in that location. Now the server allocates a cab to the customer and sends back the response in form of cab details or driver details. Earlier they were using PHP as their server-side scripting. Now what happens with Uber is Uber's matching system creates an enormous amount of supply notification and demand requests. But a ride request does not just elect the eventual driver. Nearest driver are stored in a geospatial databases which is continuously updated by every active driver on the network as they move about the city. Matching rider with the driver partner is the mission critical system of Uber. If this breaks, Uber does not have a business. Since they were using PHP for server side and it is a multi-thread model, so each user request to book a cab is handled by a separate thread. So what happened was multiple threads were executing car dispatch operations. So there were cases when one car is dispatched for a user and in between the same car is dispatched to another user. So you might end up in a situation where same car is allocated to multiple users. So now let us understand how Node.js solves their issues. Now when a customer books a cab, it goes to the Node.js server. Here we have two databases as you can see in the figure. First is MySQL database for persistent storage, that is customer details and driver details, which is served using Python script, whereas MongoDB, which is another database, which is the geospatial database for maintaining the records of active drivers in a region. So now the car is dispatched from the MongoDB dispatcher and the driver details is responded to the user from MySQL database. So while using Node, they found that it can handle asynchronous requests with a non-blocking single-thread event loop, which is well suited for distributed systems that makes a lot of network requests. We'll discuss about the non-blocking in a while, guys. But now Uber can handle multiple requests asynchronously. The second point is Node.js is an excellent for quick iterations. Program can be inspected and errors can be addressed on the fly without requiring a restart. So developer can publish and deploy the new code constantly. Now, as we know, Node is open source, so the active open source community continuously optimizes the technology and it gets better and better every time. So now what happened? Uber is now doing over 2 million RPCs per second at peak across Node.js fleet. So now you can understand how Node.js helped Uber to eliminate all the limitations that they were facing while using their old architecture. So now let us understand what is Node.js. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on top of Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. It uses an event-driven, non-blocking I/O model that makes it lightweight and efficient. Node.js is a cross-platform environment, so it can run on OS X, Microsoft Windows, Linux, FreeBSD, and multiple operating systems. Node.js has a JavaScript library for running applications or for creating applications, that is networking or server-side applications. It is open source and free to use. So now let us take a look at the success stories of Node.js. First, we have Netflix, which is an online TV series and video streaming website, which use JavaScript and Node.js to transform their website into a single page application. Then we have PayPal, which is an online payment company. PayPal created two teams. One is Java team and another one is JavaScript team to develop their application simultaneously. What they found out is JavaScript team built the product both faster and more efficiently. We just discussed how Uber used Node.js to build their website. Now, the next is GoDaddy, which is an application hosting website which used Node.js for building quality applications, deploying new features, and writing unit as well as integration testing. Then we have LinkedIn, which is a social media website. When it went to rebuild their application, they used Node.js for their mobile application server. At last, we have eBay, which is an e-commerce website. They had two primary requirements. The first was to make application as real-time as possible, and second was to orchestrate a huge number of eBay specific services. So they achieved their primary requirements using Node.js. Now after knowing this Node.js success stories, let us move forward and look at the job trends. So now you can see the graph. This graph shows the percentage increase in job postings per year of Node.js. So as you can see this rising curve, so by this curve you can easily figure out that if you are expecting a career in server-side web development, Node.js is a technology you should target or you should start working with. So now let us move forward and look at the features of Node.js. So the first is asynchronous and event-driven. We already discussed the event-driven mechanism. So now let us understand asynchronous. So in asynchronous, you can see we have caller who are requesting and we have recipient who are sending back the response. We also have a callback function over here. So let us understand how this asynchronous works. So all APIs of Node.js library are asynchronous, that is non-blocking. So a Node.js based server never waits for an API to return data. The server moves to the next API after calling it, and a notification mechanism of events of the Node.js helps the server to get a response from the previous API call. This is one of the reasons why Node.js is fast. The notification mechanism is called callback function. We will discuss about it in a while and in detail, but before that, we'll look at the other features of Node.js. As Node.js is built on top of Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, so its library is very fast in code execution. Then we have single thread but highly scalable. So Node.js follows a single thread mechanism as we know with event looping. It is highly scalable because event mechanisms help the server to respond in a non-blocking way and makes the server highly scalable as opposed to traditional servers. Then we have no buffering. Node.js cuts down the overall processing time while uploading a video or audio file. Node.js application never buffers any data. The application simply outputs the data in chunks. And we also know that Node.js has an open source community which has produced many excellent modules to add additional capabilities to Node.js applications. So let us move forward and look at the Node.js installation. So Node.js installation is very easy. Let us go to Chrome browser. You can open the official site of Node.js, which is nodejs.org, and you can download the Windows version over here. You can easily install by double clicking it. So once you install your Node.js, you will find a Node.js command prompt over here, as you can see in my desktop. Okay guys, now let us move to our next topic, which is Node.js first example. So the steps for creating a first example or for the steps for creating a Node.js application is, so first create a directory in which your project reside, then create a file with a JavaScript extension and embed your code inside that. Now open your Node.js CMD and navigate to the node example folder in which you created your project, and then you can execute your Node.js file, or you can execute your file using node space that file name command. We'll just see how to create a first example in a while. So now this is the important concept, blocking and non-blocking. Now let us understand blocking and non-blocking IO with the help of a restaurant analogy. Now what happens here is, there is a waitress and a chef in a restaurant. While the customer comes in, the waitress takes the order and gives it to the chef. Then while the chef is preparing that order, waitress will take new orders from new customers and give it back to the chef. So this is the non-blocking IO situation where the waitress does not wait for the chef to prepare the food. She takes the order whenever a new customer comes in. After the order is prepared by the chef, the waitress delivers it back to the customer. But if it would be in a blocking way, then waitress would take the order and give it to the chef. Then waitress will wait till the food is prepared and deliver it back to the customer. Then only she can take a new order. So in this situation, no new order comes in while or until and unless the last order is delivered. So now from this analogy, you might be clear how blocking and non-blocking IO works. Now let us understand this practically. So in non-blocking IO, the execution of additional JavaScript in the Node.js process must wait until the non-JavaScript operation completes. Now let us create a Node.js project and execute this blocking IO and non-blocking IO so that you will get an example or you will get an idea to how to work with Node.js projects. We'll create a new file with the name of blocking.js. Now we have imported the file system module so that we can use it in our program. Now we'll create another variable, that is data. So now you can see here we are using function read file sync. So this function will read the file in the synchronous order. So while the file is read, the execution will wait for it and then only it will execute other commands. So the name of the file we are importing or we are reading is text.txt. Now we are printing the data from the file. and at last it will print end here. We'll save this file. We'll create a new file with the name of text.txt. Now I'll write welcome to Edureka. I'll save this file. Then we'll go to our Node.js command prompt. We'll execute this file using node, and the file name was blocking.js. So now you can see here that the first output was welcome to Edureka, which was there in text.txt, and then it printed end here, which was the last statement. You can see here. Now let us work with a non-blocking JS. So we'll again create a file. We'll name the file as non-blocking.js. Now we are again importing file system module from our Node.js dependencies. So as you can remember guys, last time we used read file sync function, which made the function synchronous. But to make the function or to keep the function asynchronous, you will only use read file. And then the name of the file is again text.txt. And now we'll create a function. So now while you are defining a asynchronous function, the last parameter should be callback function, which we just talked about. Now the first parameter of your callback function should be the error or exception you are going to handle, and the second parameter should be your data, or it might be your data which you are going to respond back. Now we'll check if there is any error. We'll print the error using console.log. And now we are using a set timeout function, guys. So what this function does is this execute a one-time callback after delay milliseconds what you specify. So over here we are creating the function set timeout. So inside this set timeout function, we'll print display after 2 seconds. Now guys, that we have defined our read file function and the properties, and this is an asynchronous function. Now outside this function, I'll also create, or I'll also display console.log, and inside this I'll print start here. I save the file. Now what will be happening here guys, until this read file function is being executed, before that your console.log will execute and it will print start here. Then while this read file function will be executed, and while after displaying the result or after processing this request, it will generate the result and then it will display the result after start here. So let us take a look and execute this program. So as you can see, we first get start here, and after 2 seconds we are getting display after 2 seconds. Let us move to our next topic, which is Node.js modules. These modules are pretty much important guys, because this will help you in working with Node.js projects. So we'll look at them one by one. We first start with NPM. So NPM stands for Node Package Manager. It provides online repository for Node.js. It is a command line utility to download Node.js packages or download online packages of Node.js. It downloads and installs the dependencies from package.json file, which is present inside your project. So we have 3 commands. The first command is npm install, which will install the modules that are specified in your package.json, and it will create a node modules folder and will download and install all the dependencies over there. Then second, we have npm install module name. You can download or install a module name specifically by giving the name. For an example, so second command is npm install module name. So in this command, you can specifically mention the module name. For an example, you can mention npm install express and it will install all the express modules inside your project. Then we have npm install module name -g command, which will install your module globally. We have a global scope so that you can install your command, or you can install your module globally and you can use it in any of the projects you are working on. So now let us move to our next topic, which is globals. So global objects are available in all modules. You have a global scope and you have a local scope. In global scope, you can use those objects inside any project of Node.js, while in the local scope, if you install locally or if you are using an object locally, then you can only use that object inside that project only. So we have a list of Node.js global objects. We'll first start with underscore dir name and underscore file name. So underscore dir name will give you the directory in which your current code resides, and the file name will give you or will specify the name of the file that currently contains the code. We have some of the timer functions also, and these timer functions in Node.js is an internal construct that calls a given function after a certain period of time. So we have three functions, which is set immediate, set interval, and set timeout. We just executed set timeout function, as you can remember guys, in our non-blocking code. So this set timeout function is used to execute a one-time callback after delay milliseconds. Then we have set interval function, which is used to define a time interval and will be executed after a certain interval of time is specified by you. And remember guys that the time you need to specify it in milliseconds. Then you have set immediate function, which is basically used to execute a command immediately or will execute that command immediately. We also have three more functions, that is clear immediate, clear interval, and clear timeout function. The clear immediate function stop immediate objects, which is created by set immediate. The clear interval function stops an interval object as created by set interval, and clear timeout function prevents a timeout object as created by set timeout. So let us move to our next module, which is file system module. This is also a very important module guys. We just executed a part of it. As you can remember, we use the syntax where fs is equal to require fs, which is used to import the file system module from your Node.js modules, and you can use it in your code. So file input output is provided by simple wrappers around standard POSIX function. For an example, you can first create a file, you can read a file, you can write in a file, or you can open a file. Every method in fs module has asynchronous and synchronous forms. As we just saw that we use a synchronous form while we are creating a blocking IO, and we use the asynchronous form while we are creating a non-blocking IO. So the main difference is you have to use this sync keyword, which is used for synchronization at the end of every function. That will make it a synchronous. And if you will not use this sync keyword, then it would be a asynchronous function, or the function would be an asynchronous form. So the asynchronous methods take the last parameter as completion function callback. A synchronous method is preferred over a synchronous method because it never blocks the program execution, where the asynchronous method blocks. Now you can easily compare, and I think you will be getting it because we just executed this in blocking and non-blocking IO. So in file system module, we have functions for opening a file. So functions are, the first one is fs.open, and you have to give the path of the file, then you have to give flags and modes, and at last you will give a callback. So seeing this callback part, you can remember that callback is always given in case of asynchronous functions, not in case of synchronous function. So this is the way to open a file asynchronously. Now the second one is fs.open sync. As I told you earlier that if you are using sync in end of any function, it will make the function in synchronous form. So now you have to specify the path of the file that you are opening, and again you have to specify the flags or modes. At last, this is a close function, that is fs.close, and you close the file using fs.close function. Then we also have functions for reading from a file. So the first function is read function. So in this read function guys, we are reading the content from a file and saving it inside a buffer. So this fd is a file descriptor. This is the name of the buffer, the offset, the length of the character to be read. Then we have position, the position till which it should be read. And at last we have a callback. As we all know that callback will return or will be executed after the completion of this function. Then second we have read file, and in this we are specifying the file name which we have to read, and then we have a callback function, as we know from this that this is the asynchronous read file function. Then we have read file sync, that is synchronously. So we are going to read this file synchronously, and we will only give the file name as the option or argument. Now moving on, we also have a write function for writing into a file. So using this write file function, you can open a file and you can insert the data or you can write the data inside that file. And again, you have a callback function at the last. So this is the asynchronous form of this function. Then second, we have write file sync. And as you can see, we have sync keyword over here. So this is a synchronous form of a function, or you can say a synchronous form of a write function. Then you give the file name and you give the data which needs to be written inside the file. So now let us move to our next topic or the next module of Node.js, that is callback. We have been talking about callback since a while. Now let us understand this callback in detail. You might have got a pretty much clear idea of what are callback or what are these callback functions. So basically, a callback is an asynchronous equivalent for a function and is called at the completion of each task. Now, I will make this simpler for you. A callback function is executed whenever an asynchronous function has processed the request and will send back the response. So after processing the request, this callback function will be executed. And what we do in this callback function, as you can see in this code, that in this callback function, the first parameter which we are returning is the error or exception that will occur inside the code or that may occur inside the code. And the second parameter or argument is the data that is expected to be responded. So as you can see here, that callback will be executed after the file read is complete. So as the read file function has to read a file, so after reading a file, it will call this function, that is callback function. The first parameter is error. If it contains any error, it will display that error. Otherwise, you will get the data which will be responded to the users or clients, you can say. Now let us move to our next part, that is events. So as we know, and we discussed it earlier also, that Node.js follows event-driven architecture. So every action you take or every activity you do is an event and it is created automatically. But you can use this events module and import this module and you can create your own event and emit your own event. So let us understand this by the code. So first we are importing events from the Node.js module which we will be accessing in our code or program, you can say. Then we are creating a my emitter and this is the instance of event emitter class. So a new event will be created inside this my emitter from the instance of event emitter class. Now you're taking this my emitter and you're emitting an event called read file. And then now when you are emitting an event, now in this part you are registering a listener and you are checking that event whether that event has been occurred or executed or not. So here you are typing my emitter, which is our emitter, and .on function will check that this read file event has emitted or not. So if it has been emitted, it will give read event occurred. Otherwise, it will escape this function. So now let us move to our next module, that is HTTP module. So as we all know, this HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and we are using HTTP to create client server architecture so that we can receive the request and we can process those requests and then we can send back the response to the customers or clients, you can say. Now, this HTTP interface in Node.js are designed in such a way that it could support many of the features of HTTP protocol. Now let us take a look at the code, how it works. First, you can see we are importing HTTP module so that we can use it in our code. Now as a second step, we are creating a server using http.createServer, and inside this we are creating a function which will take the first parameter as request which we are receiving from the user, and the second parameter is response which we will send back to the user after processing. So now here they are parsing a fetched URL to get the path name, they are reading a file, then they are creating a header with a content type text.html, and so that they can send the data within the header. If they are catching any error in read file function, they will respond or they will create the header with 404 error and the data will be missing. Else, if there is no error, they will create the header with 200 status, that is okay, and they will again, the content type would be text.html and they will print the data in your browser. At last, this is response.end, and this part, that is listen 3000, will open your 3000 port and your server will listen to the 3000 port. Okay guys, so now let us move to the interesting part of our session, that is hands-on. So in this demo, you will be clear how to use the modules that we just discussed now. So we are going to use a CouchDB, so we should first install CouchDB on our system. We'll go at CouchDB website. We'll download it for Windows, and then I'll install this file. So that now I have installed CouchDB on my system. We can take a look at CouchDB. So for taking a look at CouchDB, we have to go at localhost 5984. Then underscore utils. So now you can see we have lots of databases over here. We'll delete each database. So I just specified the name, address, and I deleted that database. Okay, guys. So now let us go back and create a new project. We'll make a directory name of example. We'll navigate to the directory. So now I'll create package.json file using npm init command. It will first ask for the name of the project, which I'll keep as Edureka. Then this is asking for a version. I'll press enter. For description, you can give a description, whatever you want, but I am pressing enter. This is the entry point of your project. The entry point would be app.js file. Test command, I'll press enter. Git repository, I'll press enter, and I am not going to give any of this arguments. It is asking that the details are okay or not. It is okay, yes. So now we'll go back and check whether this file has been created or not. We'll go in example folder. Now you can see we have a package.json file over here, guys. Now we'll clear the screen, and now we'll just install all the dependencies that we are going to use in our project. So we need Express. So I have to go with npm install Express, and using --save will save this module or this dependency in my package.json file, guys. So now I'll show you my package.json file. Now you can see inside this dependency, we haven't included this yet, but it has been automatically included. So when you're using --save, it will automatically include that dependency inside your package.json file. Now we are going to install Jade. Now we'll install Nano. These are all the packages, or you can say these are the dependencies which we are going to use in our project. Now we'll install body parser. Now we'll install error handlers for handling error. Now we are going to install server favicon and URL. So first we'll go with URL. Now we are going to install server favicon to include favicon in our website. Now we are going to install logger. Now then we will install JSON, and at last we are going to install Express session. Okay. So now coming back to package.json file, you can see all the dependencies that we have installed are here, and we have specified using --save that it will save the dependencies which we are installing inside our package.json file. Now I'll do a npm install command at last, and yes, I have just downloaded and installed all the dependencies that I need to install. Now let us get back to our code. So first I'll create my most important file, that is app.js file. Now first we have to import the downloaded dependencies which we are going to use in our project. So I'll first download all the dependencies. We are going to use Express framework, so I'm importing Express framework so that we can use it. So now we have imported Express framework which we are going to use in our project. Then we are going to just import routes which we will just create after this. So we are importing the routes. Dot slash over here, you can see we have a dot slash over here, so it will search inside the root directory for the routes folder. So now we are going to import HTTP module. After this, we'll import path module for working with absolute paths. Now we are going to import URL module and we'll give the name as URL encoded. Now next we are going to import body parser for reading our JSON file. And we'll give the name of the variable as body parser. Then we will import JSON to work with JSON file. As while working with CouchDB, we'll get the data in format of JSON, or we'll send data in format of JSON. So we need JSON package to work with JSON files. And then we have to import the logger. Then we'll import method override. And we'll name the variable as method override. Sorry guys, I just forgot to mention this method override in our dependencies, so I'll quickly go and mention it. So again, I'm going to use npm install method override space hyphen save. Okay, so now we have installed method override. Now this will work. So now we'll import nano. Require, and this is nano. So guys, using this nano, we'll just get connected to our CouchDB. So we'll enter the address of CouchDB, that is http://localhost : the port number is 5948. Now we'll specify the database that we are going to use, that is var db is equal to nano again for working with database, or you can say CouchDB. Then we'll use database with the name of address. Okay guys, now let us create an app using Express framework. Okay, now we are done specifying all the variables and importing the packages. Now we'll go to our next step. Now we'll use this app dot set and we'll set the port number at which this application will run, or this application will be hosted. So we'll specify port. We'll give process dot environment dot port, and it should be 3000 if it is not specified. Then we'll again go, we'll set using app.set. We'll specify the views folder. We'll create this views folder in a while guys. We'll first end up working with this app.js file. So the path of views, as we just discussed, so to give the path of views, we'll use path.join and we'll use the global object which we just discussed, that is directory name, dir name, and then the folder would be views. Okay guys, and at last we'll set the engine. So the view engine is Jade. we are going to use Jade. Now we are specifying that the app should use which all modules that we just imported now. So the first is bodyparser.json for parsing. So we have bodyparser.json, then we are going to use bodyparser.url encoded so that we can pass our data in URLs. Then we are going to use method override. Now in Express, we are going to use static and we are giving the path using path.join. Similarly, here also we'll give first the directory name using this global object dir name, and then we'll give it public. Now we specified what all to use. Now the next part is app.get. So at the root location or at the main website address, we should get crowds.index. Now in app.post, the first parameter is we'll use createDB for creating a database functionality inside this, and we'll give a function. The arguments of the function should be the request and the response. Now we'll define the function, and using nano we are going to create the database nano.db.create. Now the name of the DB should be, we'll get it from req.request.body.db name, which will be specified by the user. And then again we are using a callback function as we discussed, and the first parameter is the error. Now in this, if we are getting an error, then response.send error creating database. Plus the database name, that is req.body.db name, and then we'll give return. Now after this part, we can use request.send, and if there is no error, database plus the name of the database, we'll paste it here and then create it successfully. Now this was the first app.post in which we have given the code for createDB. Now we'll again create app.post, and this will be for the new contacts that we are inserting. So new underscore contact, and then again similarly we'll go with the callback function. The function should return request and response. So after this we'll create this function. So the name would be request.body.name, and the phone would be request.body.phone. Now we'll insert this thing, or we'll insert these values inside our database. For that we are using db.insert. Now name should be name, comma phone should be your phone. And we have a third parameter, make this crazy as true. Now outside this will also specify this phone, because this phone is going to be the key and all the contacts are being saved by this phone number. And at last we are again defining a function for our error or your body and your header with 3 arguments. Now I will create, and similarly I will again check if you have error, then request.send error creating contacts, error creating contact, yes, and then we'll go with return. Then if there is no error, we'll send it the confirmation message to the user, contact created successfully. Now we'll create another app post in which we have view contacts function. The address would be /view. So now we will create a new app post in which we have view contact, and the name of the URL or the extension of the URL should be view contact. We'll again create a callback function. Inside again we have a request and a response. Then we'll create this function. First we'll create a variable doc, variable all doc. Over here we will specify following are the contacts. Now we'll retrieve the values from database using db.get function, request.body.phone. So as I told you, we are saving the contacts and their IDs are phone numbers. Now you can search the contact using your phone number. Then we have revisions, info should be true, and at last again, as you know, I'm going to call a callback function where we have error and we have body. Now if there is no error, we are going to console.log and we'll print the body. Now if we have body, all docs will be plus equal to name, and it should print the body name, body.name, plus we'll give a break using br tag, and we'll print the phone number, and it is body.phone. If we have this, if we have the body, else all doc equal to, should be no records found. No records found. Response.send for sending the response, and we'll send all doc. Then we'll again go with app post, and the last part is deleting a contact. So we are specifying delete underscore contact. So we are again creating a function which has request and response. Now we'll again check using db.get. We'll check for the phone as phone is the key. Then the revision info is true. Then again we are going to mention a callback function with parameter error and the body. So if there is no error, db.destroy for deleting the contact, and it has to destroy request.body.phone. We are deleting all the revisions that are stored. Then we are again creating a callback function with error and body. Now again we are checking for the error. If we have error, response.send would be. Error deleting contact. Else if there is no error, it will respond with response.send. And we have contacts deleted successfully. So now that we have created our code, we'll use http.createServer to create a server. And we are hosting the app, and we are using .listen, and we'll get the port that from app.port. Sorry, we'll get the port using app.getPort. Then we are giving a function, leaving the function empty, and now we are going to print inside our Node.js CMD express server, listening on port, and we'll bind the port using app.getPort. Now guys, we have almost created our app.js file. So now we are going to create two folders inside our project. The first folder is routes as we specified, and the second folder is views. So we created two folders, routes and views. Now I'll go inside routes. So we'll first start working with views. We'll create a new file inside views, and the name is layout.jade. And we are going to create another file that is index.jade. So we'll first go inside layout.jade. We'll specify doc type HTML. Then we have HTML tag. Then we have head tag, inside which we have title tag. So title equal to title. Now you can specify a link to a style sheet using rel is equal to style sheet. And then you can give the path of the style sheet. Currently we don't have a path, so I am giving it /style sheet /style.css. Then we have body. Inside body we have block content. Now we are done with our layout.jade file, so we'll save this file and we'll go back to our index.jade file. So here we'll extend our layout.jade using extend layout command. So this command will automatically extend the template we are using in layout.jade. Now the block content we are mentioning here. First we have h1 tag and we have add new contacts. Then we have a form over here. Method is post. And your action should take you to new contact, which we just discussed in app.js file. So first we have name, then input, the type is text, and the name will keep it as name. Now the second parameter would be phone number. Type would be again text, and this would be phone. Then we have a button, that is submit button for submitting the form. Then we have second form for creating a database. So add new database. Form, the method is post. And the action is create DB. And then we'll give the database name. So the input type is again we have text. And the name is DB name. Then again we have a submit button. So I'm going to add a button here, that is submit, and add new. It should be a database. Then we have a form for enter phone number to delete contact. We'll copy the form. Then method is post. The action would be delete underscore contact as we specified in our add.js file. And then we need a phone number. Delete the contact. The name should be phone. And at last we have delete contact. At last we have view specific contact form. The method is again post. This one is view underscore contact. We need a phone number. The name is phone. We have a submit button and it would search the contact. So we'll mention here search. And now I'll save the file. So inside views we have mentioned layout.jade file and we have mentioned the index.jade file. Now we'll go inside the routes. Over here we'll create new file. The first file is index.js. And the second file I will create is create db.js. Now we'll first go to index.js, export.index equal to function. We have request, we have response. We'll open the function response.render index. The title is Express. I will save this file. Then we'll go to create database. So now we are again going to use exports dot create, and we are creating a function. It has a request and a response. nano.db dot create request dot body dot db name, and there is a function which we are going to create. So if error response dot send, which we do, error creating a database, error creating the database. Okay, and then we'll use return, and then we have response dot send, database created successfully. So now as we have created our code, I'll first take you to this app.js. Over here we have just installed, or we have just imported all the dependencies that we are going to use. Then you can see we have set the environment for this app, like port, views, and view engine that we are using, that is Jade. Then we are specifying all the modules that we are using. Then using app-get, we are specifying the root. Then in create.db, the functions like request response, and it should create a couch.db. Then we have slash new contacts, using which we are creating a new contact. Then we have slash view contacts, using which we can view the contact. Then we have delete contact, using which we can delete a contact. So now that we have created our app, we'll now go at the couch.db address so that we can see the couch.db. So the address is localhost 5984. Then we'll add utils so that we can view the tables, and these are the tables present inside our couch.db. So we'll now quickly go and execute our application. For that we will use node space app.js, which is the main file. And now you can see that Express server is listening on port 3000. So now we'll go at localhost 3000. So this is the form which we created. We have add new contacts, we can add new database, we can enter a phone number to delete a new contact, and we can view a specific contact using the phone number. So let us add the database which we are using, that is address, and add a new database address created successfully. We got the message. Then we'll go back to localhost 3000. So now we'll go and we'll create a contact. The contact is Thomas, and the number would be 96154165227. And we'll add a new contact. Contact created successfully. So let us go back to our couch.db and check whether it has been created or not. Yes, we have address table created, and yes, we have 96154, the number from which is the ID, and you can see the name is Thomas. So yes guys, this is saving the contact. Now let us go and view that specific contact using the phone number. So we'll search that contact, and this is the contact, that his name is Thomas and the phone number is 96154165227. Now we'll go back again and we'll delete this new contact, that is 96154165227, and we will be deleting this contact deleted successfully. We'll go back to our couch.db, we'll reload this page. So you can see that our database address is empty. There are no contacts inside this database. So now you might be clear how you can work with Node.js projects and how you can create an application using Node.js.
Let's check out the agenda for today. So if we see the agenda, we would see that what Node.js is. We'll see the Node.js architecture. We would see what Node.js package manager, that is NPM, is. Node.js modules, what is a package.json file. Then we'd go more into Node.js basics, which is any language basics that is there. We will also move into the file systems. There is an FS module in Node.js that would enable us to read file and write files on our server. And then there is an events module in Node.js. There is also something called HTTP module, and there is also something called Express that we would be going for, which is a Node.js framework. So at the end, we would be going through the entire code, and we'd be going through a small demo as well, which would be something of a mix of all the Node.js concepts that we go forward to. So let's go ahead and see what Node.js is actually. So if we speak about Node.js, it's a powerful JavaScript framework, or I might say it's a runtime where you can run JavaScript on the console. It is developed on Chrome's V8 engine. So if anyone doesn't know what a V8 engine is, let me just tell you what it is. So if I check out the v8.dev, the official website of Chrome's V8 engine, you would see that it is an open source high performance JavaScript and WebAssembly engine written in C++. And more or less, this is the engine that runs on the Chrome browser. So you would see that whatever your Chrome browser understands, it would be the same thing that Node.js also understands. So the creator of Node.js thought that, okay, this is an open source JavaScript engine. Why not implement that in a platform which enables you to run JavaScript on the server? So this is the reason why Node.js understands JavaScript. So that is one thing that we would like to also keep in mind. So it's something that runs on Chrome's V8 engine, and it compiles JavaScript natively into the machine code. That is all because of Chrome's V8 compiler that we have. And it is basically used for creating server-side web applications and also network applications actually. So mainly Node.js is used for. And basically, if it is a data-intensive application, Node.js is something that is specifically made for that. Let's see how that happens basically. If we talk about the features of Node.js, it is open source. It is simple and fast. It is asynchronous, highly scalable. You would face no problems in scaling your Node.js application. It basically works on something called a microservice architecture as well, and it facilitates that microservice architecture really well. It is a single-threaded model, which means it is not resource intensive, and yet it is fast, yet it allows things to be done in parallel. We'll see how that is done. And then there is no buffering. Basically, there is no waiting as far as Node.js is concerned. And that is because of a concept in JavaScript, which is called event loop. We'll see more about that as well. And it works on so many platforms. So that is some brief of the feature. Let's see Node.js architecture. And before going into the architecture of Node.js, we would also like to see the traditional architecture. So traditional architecture, if we speak about traditional server architecture, is basically where every client request is managed by separate threads. So there is a multi-threaded model going on. In normal server architectures like Java, for example, it's a multi-threaded application or a multi-threaded setup altogether. So where your web application runs on multiple threads and various client requests are processed parallelly. Now, there is nothing to take away from this model because it is really good and it has been working throughout years when Java is, at this point of time, Java is actually one of the best languages and secure languages to be programmed in. However, this is resource intensive because you can see that there are so many threads going on in parallel, which means your server or your machine should be something which is capable of running these many threads. However, if you talk about Node.js, it only runs on single thread and still it processes requests in parallel. So one thing that I would also like to clarify here is in the background, or maybe under the hood if you may say, Node.js doesn't process any request in parallel, but it goes through an event loop where once the request comes, it goes into the process and Node.js doesn't wait for the output of the request to come in while it takes in the next request. So as and when the first request, for example, gets the output, it would just respond for the output or with the output to the respective client basically. So, in the background or under the hood, it is basically running only one thread, which is not resource intensive, and it is at the same time processing requests from so many clients. And it provides a virtual feel that everything is running in parallel, but everything is not. So that is all because of event loop that is going on. So that is basically the architecture. And then we talk about something very important as far as Node.js is concerned, which is called Node Package Manager. Now, it is called NPM in short. and it was primarily known as Node Package Manager. But nowadays it is not known as Node Package Manager because it is doing so many things than package management. It's doing so many other things as well. We'll see what it is. So if we talk about the official definition, it's a package manager for Node.js packages or modules, which has been added as a default installation from Node.js version 6 or 0.6 onwards, and then it's stuck. It is already there in any installation that you do in Node.js. If you are a Java programmer, you can relate this with Maven. And if you're a PHP programmer, you can relate it with Composer. So it is the same mechanism where NPM has a repository of so many libraries, and then the repository serves whatever the package you need for your project. And if we talk about the features, it provides and hosts online repositories for Node.js, which can easily be downloaded in our project using a command line. So it provides a command line utility as well, and it also allows you to manage the repositories or the versions of libraries that your project may use. So we'll see what are the versions and what are the libraries that we are talking about. So the libraries that I'm talking about, when I say libraries, it is just Node.js modules. So Node.js modules, or if we talk about the module system, there are core modules, there are local modules, and then there are third-party modules. So core modules are the ones that are actually available in the default installation of Node.js. You don't have to program anything, you don't have to install anything else, just Node.js to get the core modules working. Few of them are listed in here like HTTP, URL, query string. We'll be using them, and there are some others as well which we'll be using today. And then local modules. It is something that a programmer builds. It could be a function, it could be an object, it could be anything. The programmer builds and the programmer exports so that other team members or other programmers can import that module and use them. So it's something that a programmer would build. It's like a custom module. And then third-party module. This would be installed through the NPM repository. So if we speak about NPM in this particular case, let me just also open up the NPM website. So it is basically npmjs.com. And you can see that it has so many repositories. There are so many companies that it is serving and all. There are so many repositories available as well. Let's just search a few repositories in this particular case. I'll search one of them. If we talk about React, you might have heard of React. React is one of the repositories that is available in NPM. You might have heard of Angular. That is also one of the libraries that is available in the NPM repository. You might have heard of jQuery. You might have heard of Bootstrap. These are like naming just a few of them. There are so many repositories that are available. Even Express that we are going to use is one of the libraries that is available in this particular repository of NPM. So you can see here that Express is one of the libraries that is to be used. So we'll be installing Express and see. By the way, this is the way you install any third-party library from the NPM repository. All right. So that is the third-party modules, and you would be using npm install or npm-i to be in short to install this particular repository. Now let us see the package.json file. Package.json file in Node.js is the heart of the entire application. It is basically the manifest file that contains the metadata of the project. Now at this point of time, let me just create a Node.js project and see what this package.json file looks like, and then we'll analyze what this file actually is. So let me just create a folder here, Edureka, and in this folder, I'm willing to initialize a Node.js project. So let's say I'll call it Node.js demo, or maybe I'll call it task manager, even better. We'll try to create some of the task manager functionalities in here, and it'll be an API that will be creating or a web service that will be creating. We'll see what it is. So in this task manager, I'm going to initialize a Node.js project. And in order to initialize a Node.js project, you need to have Node.js installed in your computer, which means you have to go to the nodejs.org website and you can download this LTS version. This is a current release, which is basically experimental. It'll have all the latest features, but it is prone to be erroneous at some time. So, generally for development, you don't use this one, but you use this one. But say if you want to check out the new features, you can also install the current release, but we'll always go with the LTS. And I already have this installed. Clicking on this will allow you to download the MSI file, that is the setup file, and then you can just double click on that setup and just install it on Windows. And in Mac as well, the setup is really simple. And in Linux as well, probably it'll give you a deb file, for example, if you're going for Ubuntu. So the setup of Node.js would be really straightforward. But after the setup is done, what you have to do is you have to just check whether Node.js is installed in your computer or not. And you'd be checking it this way. Node-v. That'll give you the version of Node.js. And you can see that I already have it installed and I have the version 10.15.3, that is the LTS. And then I'd also check npm. If you recall, we saw that npm is something that comes in inherently with Node.js altogether. So we'll be going for npm-v. That'll give you the npm version. So we're all set and we're all ready to go. So let's go for creating or initializing a Node.js project. It is something like this, npm init dot, which means current directory. So if we just hit enter, I think dot is something that is not to be done. Right. So this would ask you certain questions like what is the package name? Let's say I want the same package name as Task Manager. I want the version to be 1. Okay. The description, let's say this is a Task Manager project. All right. Entry point would not be significant at this point of time. So we'll just keep it as it is. No test command as of now. No Git repositories. I'm not going to even commit that to a Git repository, and no keywords as well. Author, I can say Edureka. And license, no meaning as of now for a license because we are not going to make it public or anything. So it tells us that is it okay, and also it tells you that it's about to write to this particular file, package.json, inside our Task Manager folder. So which means after I say yes, there is a possibility of this being written into a file called package.json inside my project. So let's go for hitting enter. Let's say yes. And if I now check out my folder, you'll see that the package.json file is in. Let's just open this up in our editor. You see that here is the package.json available with every information that we provided. Now, this is a very basic package.json. There'll be so many things inside a package.json file. And a normal or a real world package.json might look something like this, where there are so many things like the name of the project is there. Then there is something called version as well, description of the project, what is the starting point of the project, which is your main script to run first. There are certain scripts. We saw that we didn't provide any test command. And then there are certain engines. What all tools do you use to run this project? Who is the author? What is the license? There are certain third-party modules that we would like to have. You can see in this particular example that there is Express that is there as a third-party module which we'll be using. And then there is dev dependencies. Like when you go into a development environment, like for example, our computer, there'll be certain dependencies that'll be there and that will be listed inside the dev dependency. Then there is repository related information, which we didn't provide actually. If you want to see what are the bugs and all, there has to be a separate URL and the homepage. So that is your package.json file, which got created, by the way, when we initialized a Node.js project. And you can also manually create it, but it's better that we go for npm init as a process. So now let's go for Node.js basics. So if we talk about basics, it's like any language basics. And the main thing that we need to check out as a basic is the data types. So there are certain primitive data types, there are certain abstract data types like non-primitive data types. So primitive data types are string, number, boolean, null, and undefined. Abstract data types are object, array, and date, to name a few, by the way. There are so many others, but these are to name a few. So say for example, if I create an application, let's just create a string as a variable and let's see how that works. So let me just create an app.js file, and in this I'll create a variable and I'll be very specific. I'll say first name and I'll say first name to be Edureka. So this is a variable that we declared. And if I want to show this variable in my console, I'll just do console.log first name. So when I do this, the main perception is basically if I want to run this app.js, I might have to create an HTML file where I might have to include this app as a script file. And then I might have to execute the HTML file and open the console to see this particular output. But if you have installed Node.js on your computer, which we have, you'd actually be able to run this particular app.js really easily. Let's run this one. For that, I would have to go into my project. Let me just clear the screen and run this one. And really simple to run a Node.js application. It's simply node and the file name, that is app.js. and you can see that it displays the first name in my console. So whatever I do as console.log gets displayed in my terminal. That is something that I would like to keep in mind. And remember, this is a string that we have created, but there's no concept of a strict data type. So basically, the first name can also be something like this. So first name can be reassigned to, let's say, a number. And that will not be a problem for JavaScript. That is the core nature of JavaScript. It's not strictly typed. So that is something that I would also like you to keep in mind. So there are so many data types that are available, which we have created a string, and then there are so many others. This is how you create a variable that we already saw. And then there are operators. Now, as I said, like there is something that is already similar to all the other programming languages. Variables are one of them, operators as well. However, there is one operator that is pretty unique, and that is the triple equal to sign. So say, for example, if I go for something like this, var, let's say, age 1 is equal to 30, and var age 2 is equal to 30. And then let's say var result is equal to age 1 double equal to age 2. Now I'm using this double equal to similar to any other binary operator. Like I might go for plus, and similarly I'm going for double equal to. Now this is because this is a comparison operator. This would return either true or false, and this would get stored inside the result variable. So this time I know that you might have guessed it. It would be returning us true. And if I do the result, if I go for console log of result, and if I execute this app.js, you see that it returns as true. Now, if I go for a string, all right, and when I declared a variable in the previous example, we saw that there is no strict data type. So this would not actually check for the data type. This will just check the value. And though it may seem that it should give us false, this would give us true. And the fact is, like, JavaScript doesn't care about data types. So if, say, for example, you want to also compare the data types along with the value, instead of double equal to, use triple equal to. And that way, this would give us false. There is so much going on inside, or in this particular two examples that we have. But for now, you can remember that double equal to doesn't compare the data types, while triple equal to also checks the data types. But then again, there is so much going on under the hood, which it's not in the scope of this particular session. But just keep this in mind. There's a unique operator that is available for JavaScript specifically. And then there are certain other languages that might have these operator, but JavaScript is the one that came up with this. All right, so this is one thing. And by this time, you might have got an idea on how we run an application or how we run a file in Node.js. So this is one other thing that I would also like to mention, where functions are created. Say, for example, if I have a function to create, let's say function, say hello, and I pass in name inside it, and I return, let's say hello plus name. Now plus here is a concatenation operator, and that will return us a name or a hello message with the name, whatever we have passed in. So I can do this like console.log, say hello, and let's say hello to Ravi. All right. So if I run this particular file, it'll give me whatever output we expect, which is fine. Now, one thing I would also like to tell you is, in JavaScript, there is a provision where you can create a function without a name, an anonymous function, which is also something that JavaScript came up with, a function with no name. And if this is the case, then how would you call the function? So for that, you can do something like this, var say hello is equal to a function, something like this. And then the rest of the thing remains the same. Function gets called as normal. What we have done is we have created a variable, and inside this variable, we have assigned a function rather than a value. So, and then we are calling the variable as a function. So again, if I run this particular code, the output would be the same. Just keep in mind that function here can be anonymous in JavaScript. All right. And then objects. Now object, there are two ways you can create objects. One is through object literals like var, let's say student is equal to a constant object, which has, let's say, name Ravi and email ravi@gmail.com, for example, right? And then we can do something like this, console.log student.name, right? And then student.email and so on. And that would display whatever the name is, basically. So an object.property can be done. And then there is a constructor pattern as well available, but it's okay if we don't go for that. But then there is another pattern which uses object constructor to create an object. Now going into Node.js core modules. One of the modules is file system, that is the FS module. FS module, if you want to include, or any module, if you want to include, you go for this syntax. A variable is equal to require and the module name. And this would be something like this. For example, var fs is equal to require fs. Now for this FS module, you don't have to install anything else, but Node.js has to be there, and which is there. And FS module would be available. It's a core module in Node.js. So let's say, for example, if I have a file called hello.txt and it has some data, all right? And if I want to read this file, I'd be able to do this like fs.read file, and it asks me the path of the particular file. So let's just give the path basically. I can try with a relative path first. So it'll be basically hello.txt. Let's see what it gets. And the second argument that we need to pass is the callback function. So Node.js or any JavaScript platform would work more on the basis of callback function. That's how it creates the virtualization of so many things working at the same time. All right. So I would go for a callback function, and this function, anonymous function, would go for two arguments. One is error and one is data. Let's see, if there is no error, then we'd go for logging the data inside the console. Let's see what data we get. All right. So if I run this file now, hopefully I should get the contents of hello.txt file. Let's see. Here, I don't get the content, but I get something called a buffer. That buffer is basically some container that contains raw data. Out of this buffer, I can get the string basically. So let's say if we go for buffer.toString, which is a function which will convert the data to a string. So now it'll give me whatever the content hello world has. And similarly, if I, for example, have to write something inside a file, let's say if I want to write something inside a file, and then once the file is written, I would like to read out the file, we do something like this. fs.write file, and write file would again go for the path, and I would be going for the data as well. And the data is something like this. And once I go for the data could be any data type, by the way, could be Boolean, could be object, could be any data type. And then I go for a callback function. Now the callback function would have something, only one argument here, which is error. If there is no error, like if no error, then I would like to read the file, right? So then I can go for fs.read file. So I can just take this whole thing and I can put it in here. So what I have done is I have written something into the file, and if there is no error after writing whatever I have written, I would be trying to read that file. And in here, if there is no error, I would like to display the content. So hopefully this should give me how are you, or maybe let's see whether it overrides or whether it appends. Let's see what happens. If I check out this, you can see it gives me how are you. And if I go into hello.txt, you can see that it has overwritten the particular content that was there before. So this is an FS module demo. This is how you'd be reading and writing files. I might like to also try and read and write JSON in some JSON file. That might actually give me a feel of an API that has been created. Let's see how that goes. And then there is something called events. But before going for events, I would like to create a server first. So let's just create a server. And the events are basically something that we would be working with, where we would be emitting certain events and then we'll be listening to those events. Let's see how that whole mechanism works and how the event handlers would work and all. But before events, I would like to go into creating the server through the HTTP module, because server is also a network application, which is something that Node.js would enable us to create. So we'll create a server through the HTTP modules, and then I'll come back to the events. Let's see how that goes. All right. So let's just get rid of this FS related code, and I'll again go for the FS code in some time. I would also get rid of the hello.txt. I don't need this. Right? And then what I'll do is I'll create a server in here. So for the server, I'll go for var http is equal to require http. And then there is something which is really simple to create a server. In Node.js, as opposed to all the other languages, the server is something that a programmer would create. So say, for example, if you compare Node.js with JSP or Java, there is Tomcat Apache Web Server that is already available. If you compare Node.js with .NET, there is IIS server that is already available. If we talk about PHP, there is Apache server that is already there, compiled and available. In Node.js, there is no server. So the concept of Node.js being a server, it's something that is not true. In Node.js, it is just a runtime which enables us to run JavaScript on your machine so that you can create a server if you want to. And creating a server, it's not a big deal in Node.js. This is how you create a server. http.createServer. That's it. And I'd save it in a variable called server. And my server would listen to the port number 3000. The server.listen 3000. All right. So this is what your server would listen to. And if you want, you can also provide the host name here, which is by default localhost. But if you want explicitly, you can provide localhost as the host name. So your server would be listening to localhost and 3000. And after it, starts listening, I would also like to provide a message. And again, the callback function or an anonymous function would come into the picture. So function console log will go for server started on port 3000, right? Okay. So what have we done? We have simply created a server by http create server, and we are listening on port number 3000. So that is what it is. And then at the end, we are displaying some message on the console. So let's see. One thing that you would notice is in the other programs, the application actually ended. Like once you are done with the whole program, you see that you get the command prompt back. But in this case, when we are listening, the server is constantly listening to the port number 3000. So the application would not end in this particular case. You may have to end the application forcefully by hitting Control C. So let's see. Now, if I run it, you see that server started on port number 3000 and the application is not ending. All right. So if I go for, say, localhost port number 3000, there'll be something that might happen. You see here that the request is sent to the server. The server is not responding because we have not programmed our server to respond with something. So here the server is not responding while the server is running. All right. So if I stop my server, you would see it would tell you that the site can't be reached. So basically what that meant was previously the server was running. So if I, for example, run the server, this would again, let me just open up localhost 3000. This would again start to load, but the message that the site can't be reached won't come because the server is still there. The site is reached, but the server is not responding to us. So let's program our server so that it responds to us, in which you go for a callback function inside your create server method. And this callback function has two things, request and response, two arguments. And if I want to send a response in this particular case, you go for response.end, all right? And if I, let's say, server works, that's the message that I want to send, all right? So what this would do is, this would send a message to your browser saying server works. So let's just take that message. So for that, because I have changed something in my app.js, I might have to stop this and I might have to restart my server. So server listening on port 3000. And if I now refresh, you'd see that it gives me the message server works. So this is pretty cool. We have created a server in like almost 3 statements, right? So that is something on how you create a server. But generally what people do is people use this functionality of creating a server along with Express and then create a server through Express, the framework that we were talking about. So we will see how to create a server through Express. But before that, let's move back to the events and let's see how events would work in this particular case. Now, when you talk about events, there are 2 methods that you would be generally going for. One is called emit and one is called on. So remember these 2 methods, emit and on. Let's see how we can make it work and what are events basically, or how an evented system would work. So in that case, we again use a core module, which is called events. So var events is equal to require events. Again, a Node.js core module. You don't have to do anything to include this one. And in this particular case, we'd also create an event emitter. So var event emitter is equal to events dot event emitter, and it should be a new event emitter actually, right? Now, if we go for the presentation, you would see that they have also emphasized on two things, that is on and emit. So we will see what these things are. All right. So now in this particular case, let's go for something called event.on. Now event.on, or not event.on actually, event emitter.on. Now this function, it's basically an event listener. Now whenever an event occurs, this function would listen to that particular event. All right. So this would listen to the event, and event.on, we would have the name of the event, and let's see what we can do as a function. There's a callback function that is also something that is involved in here. So we will see event emitter where it'll go for event.on and something inside as arguments. But as of now, I'll just keep it this way, and I'll simply go for something on the emit side of things. I would like to emit an event, and let's see how that goes. All right. So in this particular case, what I would do is whenever there is some request on the server, I would like to emit an event, and then I would like to listen to the event and log something on the console. All right. So let's see. In this particular case, I'll go for event emitter.emit, and I can name the event anything. The event that I'm trying to, emit is basically someone has requested to the server. So what I would say is on request, maybe just someone. I can name it anything. That's why I'm naming it a very bizarre name. So someone requested, that is an event name. And if I want, I can pass in some data as well. But as of now, I'll just keep it this way. I'll just emit someone requested. And when I would like to do something when someone requested, so I would go for event emitter.on, someone requested, and function. That is a callback function. Let's just go for console.log. And I'll just say a request has been done on the server. Something like this on the console. All right. So this is an event emitter, and basically on is an event listener. All right. So we are triggering an event, or maybe I can call event trigger. That'll be a better name. So this is an event trigger, and this is an event listener. So event emitter.emit is an event trigger, and event emitter.on is an event listener. So whenever this would be triggered, this event would be executed, and this function would be executed. So let's see. So if I now rerun my server, because I have changed something in my Node.js app, I'd have to rerun this. It says server started on port 3000. I will just refresh, and it'll give me server works. That is fine. But if I check out on the console, you'll see that a request has been done. If I refresh again, you'll see that a request has been done. And then there are two requests. That is because one is checking whether the method get is available on the server or not, and the other request is basically executed with the method get actually. So there are two requests, but we don't need to go into detail in that particular case. However, one thing is for sure, that whenever the event emitter is triggered, we can execute the on method and we can listen to that particular event. All right. And if, say, for example, I want to pass in some data, let's say test, right? And this data can be taken into the function, the anonymous function, as an argument, and I can just display that, for example, data. That should display test to me. So whatever you pass in, could be a string, could be a boolean, an object, anything, could be taken into the function as an argument. You can name it anything, and you can display that particular argument as well inside the console. Let's rerun our program, and let's refresh. The server is requested, and you can see request has been done on the server, and test. This particular data is also being displayed. So that is the event emitter. You can emit events and you can listen to events. Whenever the event would be emitted, the listening would happen. All right. So this way, our Node.js server becomes an evented server. And this is really good if we want to create a chat application or any real-time application. Event handling would actually help us create a good real-time application. So that is where this would basically come into the picture. So, you can check out Socket.io. There is a library called Socket.io, which helps you to create a chat server. This would heavily use event emitter on and emit methods. All right. So this is the one. Now we have created the server using the HTTP module. And if we talk about the server, you can always see that the client would be either a web browser, a mobile browser, or an application that might request to your web server. The web server would contain your server file, that is the app.js that we created, plus some application logic as well if we want. And the logic might be taking data from the data layer or any external system, and it might be serving the request back to the client. So basically this data would be taken into the business layer and to the web server, and the web server would respond, like response.end sort of a thing would happen in this particular case. So this is how the request and response cycle would go on. And then we see here that it's creating a web server using Node.js. You can pause this particular portion and you can also try out this whole thing. I think you would know how a server is created. You already know that. And then there are certain other things that are listed in here which you can try. Now we'd go for a third-party module or a third-party package, you may say, or even we can call it a library. It is called Express.js. And Express.js, it is a Node.js framework, which is basically facilitating the management of data flow and routing as well. It is very lightweight. And nowadays, if you create a Node application for an API or a web server, Express.js is something that you would definitely have. So it's like basically the part of the language itself right now. It facilitates faster application development. It provides applications with template engines. Two of them are Jade, which is known as Pug, and EJS, two of the very popular ones, but then there are so many others. It helps, building single page applications, building multi-page applications as well. It helps you to connect with any database, MySQL, MongoDB, Redis, etc. The configuration is really simple. We'll see how you create a server in Express. It's really simple. And it also helps you to handle errors, or maybe it gives you a good facility to define error handling processes so that your maintainability of the application is something that would work. So let's just create a demo in Express and let's see how that goes. And as I said, I'd be using HTTP and Express together to create a server. That is an ideal way of doing it. So let's just get rid of everything and let's just start with the Express server. For that, I'd have to include Express. Var Express is equal to require Express. Now, when I do this and if I execute this, you might expect that this might work. But remember, Express is a third-party library. It's a third-party module. So in that case, you would have to install that particular module on your system. Obviously, if I run this, let's say if I try to run this, this will give me an error, cannot find the module Express. So let's install Express in here. In order to install Express, and remember the file structure that we have an app.js file, a package.json, there is nothing else in here. So let's just install Express. Let's say npm install Express. You can go for install the whole word or I as a short form, it's all fine. I'd install Express, and this would actually download Express from the npm repository and install it on your local machine. And you'd be able to also see where that Express exactly gets installed. So you can see that Express is installed, 48 packages installed, alright. And now you can see a change in the file structure. There was already package.json and app.js in my file system, while there is a folder called node modules created and package_lock.json also created. So node modules folder would actually have the library Express. And then there are so many other libraries that Express depends on, which are also imported and installed. So now if I execute this will not give me an error. However, we have not created a server, we have not listened to a port number, so we'd be doing that through Express. Let's do that. What we would do is Express and brackets, like we are calling Express as a function, and we'd be saving it in server, a variable called server. So this is how you create a server in Express, pretty simple. And what we would do is server.listen 3000, and then the same drill, like 3000. I'd not specify localhost because I know that it is localhost. And at the end, a function that tells that the server is listening to 3000. So console log server listening to port 3000. All right. So the Express is required, like included. A server is created and the server is listening now. Let's just rerun the application. And because the server is listening, the application would not stop. It'll keep on listening. And let's go into our browser and let's refresh. Now this time around when we refresh, you'd not get that whole loading thing, but instead you'd get an error. And it says that it cannot get /. This is actually not an error on the server side. The server is all okay. The thing is that we have not programmed our server in a way that it would address the GET request on the root path. This is our root path. So there is no GET request addressed on the root path. That's what it says. So what we'll do is we'll address the GET request. Like we'll do something like this. We'll go for server.get. Well, actually, rather than naming it a server, because I would like to use this server identifier somewhere else in some time, I'll go for app. And I'll go for app.listen this time around. All right. So app, and this also tells you that you don't have to name it server. You can name it anything that you want. So this is my Express app, and app.get slash and a function, request and response, the same request response function that we had, but it is now specifically for the root path. And in here, I can go for response dot, either I can go for end or I can go for send. And response.send, let's say Express works. I can also, let's say, have an h1 tag so that our browser displays it as a heading. That can be done. And now let's rerun the application, and hopefully the root path GET request is addressed. So let's go for it. I'll stop this, rerun the application. By the way, there is a utility called nodemon, which would help you to run your application automatically once there are some changes. But this time around, we'll just, rerun the application manually. So if I now refresh, you'll see that it gives you an H1 which says Express works. So which means this is all done. Your root path is addressed. Your root GET request is done. But what I would like to do is I would like to go for something called tasks. Okay. There is no route that is tasks that is defined yet. We're not programmed our application so that it addresses the GET request on the tasks. In this GET request, let me just go for the GET request first. So app.get slash tasks is what I want to have the server address, and function request and response. So now I can go for response.send. I can go for another H1 which says tasks work. If I now restart my server, and remember to stop my server, I'm just pressing in Control C. And if you're a Mac user, it's Command C. That is stopping the server. And now if I refresh, you'll see that tasks work. Now this works. Now what we have done here is we have created two routes. One is app.get for the root and one is app.get for the tasks. It could be app.post, it could be app.put, app.delete, app.patch. Anyone who is familiar with the REST API would be familiar with all these words. Your server can address any request: get, put, post, delete, patch, any request that you want to address. Here we are just going for GET request. All right. So now what I would like to do in here is I would like to return something from a file. Like for example, I'd create something called db.json. It's a JSON file. And in this JSON file, I'd like to go for, let's say, a key called tasks. And tasks would be basically an array of tasks, which would be learn Node.js. Now in JavaScript, you can create an array with square brackets. Similarly, in JSON syntax, that'll work. Let's say learn JavaScript, learn Express. So these are the three tasks that I have. And what I would like to do is from this JSON file, I would like to read these three tasks and I would like to return them as a response. So let's see what we do in this particular case. Let's see how that works. And that response has to be in this particular case, right? In this particular response.send, I'd like to read the file and then send the response. So we know that what we use for reading the files, which is the FS module. And also we know what we use to create a server as well. Here we have created a server by Express, but generally people always use a mix of Express and HTTP to create a server. Let's see how that happens. What I'll do is, first I'll go for HTTP. It's equal to require HTTP. And for this, we don't have to install anything. It's a core module. And I'd go for var server is equal to http.create server, right? And app is something that I'll be passing in as an argument. So my server is created, which has all the goodness of Express. So instead of app.listen, I'll go for server.listen. All right. Again, this will all stay the same. It'll listen to the port 3000 and then go for a message that the server is listening to port 3000 and so on and so forth. So what we have done is we have included Express, we have included HTTP, we have created an Express app, we have created a server with the create server method, and we have passed on the Express app as an argument. which means all these routes would be something that would be addressed. And then at the end, we are listening to port 3000. Now, this is the common way that people would use to create a server and an Express app together. All right. So now let's rerun our program. Let's see what happens. It gives me an error, and that is a typo. So let me just resolve that. Right. And now let me just rerun the program. Server, again, listening to port 3000. This would not probably give me anything. You can see that it is still loading because there's no response that I have programmed in here, which I would like to. But say, for example, if I go to my root path, it gives me Express works. So that is all working fine, which is cool actually to be using Express and Node.js server together. All right, so now I'd like to read from the db.json. So obviously I would need var fs is equal to require fs. And in here, I'd go for fs.read file. I'd go for the path that is db.json, the relative path, and the callback, which has two things as far as read file is concerned. One is error and one is data. Let's go for console.log, or not even console.log. Let's just do a response.send. Once you have the data, you go for data.toString would be something that we'd be going for. Let's see what we get in this particular case. I would have to restart my server, and this works. And if I go for tasks, this gives me an object that has an array of tasks. So I don't like to have the whole object, but I just want the array of tasks to be there. So one would think that, okay, I can do something like this. Like, let's say var tasks is equal to data.toString.tasks. That is the object that we want to get. But the thing is, like, this toString would convert the whole data to a string, which would not have that property called task. So if I want to convert this string to a JSON, I'd like to do something like json.parse. It's one of the core JavaScript methods. This would then have the property called task. So json.parse data.toString, which we are passing in as an argument, and that will convert this string to a JSON. And then I'm going for tasks as a property. At the end, I can simply send in tasks. So that'll give me the plain array that we require. All right. And specifically, if I want to send JSON, I'll just do response.json rather than going for response.send. So I'm being specific in here. So let's just stop this and start the app again and refresh. And now you see that you get the array. Now you might not get the same output that I'm getting as far as the color is concerned, because I have an extension which is running in my Chrome browser. That is a JSON reader or something like that. I had installed it years ago. So that is the thing. But the more important thing is you're getting the plain array from the file that we have. So in this case, we have used almost all the things that we have learned. We went for Express, we went for HTTP, combined. It was a server that was created, and then the FS module to read something from the file. This would probably be something that we would like to go for from a database. Like, we'd like to get a database connectivity done and get all the data in and then read data from this particular case. But as of now, read file would be enough, and this might give you a good introduction to Node.js. So this is what it is. And further down, you can try out more routing and more database connectivity in Node.js. See how that goes for you.
Today I will be talking about what is Node.js and how we can use NPM along with the Node.js. And after some of the theoretical concepts, we will see a small demo that how you can start with Node.js and NPM development. So let's get started. So the agenda for this webinar would be, I will be talking about what is NPM, what is the need for NPM, what are the different NPM packages, how you can install NPM, and how you can use the different NPM packages from the NPM site, and then how you can install Node.js NPM. At the same time, I will be talking about that how you can use package.json file, which is the initial or basic file in any node-based project. And then there will be a small hands-on. So this will cover the complete agenda for this particular webinar. So let's get started. What is NPM? But before we go ahead and learn about what is NPM, I just want to tell you that what is Node.js, so that you have a basic idea of Node.js also. So Node.js, if I talk about Node.js, is an open source server environment. It's absolutely free as it is an open source environment, and it uses JavaScript on the server. Now, if you have a question that what can Node.js do? So let me tell you that Node.js can generate dynamic page contents. It can create, open, read, write, delete files on the server. It can collect form data, or it can add, delete, modify data in your database. So that is all about Node.js, because before starting with NPM, you need to have Node.js in your system, in your laptops, in your environment. Then only you can go ahead with NPM. So NPM stands for Node Package Manager. It's a package manager for Node.js packages and modules, whatever you like. It is basically responsible for managing all your Node.js packages, because it's a Node package manager, and modules which are present in an application. So if I talk about on a high level, Node package manager provides you two main functionalities. So what are those two basic functionalities of NPM? So first one is that it's an online repository, you can say, for Node.js packages or modules, which are searchable on search.nodejs.org. And the second thing is that it provides you a command line utility to install Node.js packages. It allows you to do version management and also the dependency management of Node.js packages. If I talk about NPM, NPM comes bundled with Node.js. So when you install Node.js, NPM also gets installed. And this happened after version 0.6.3 of Node.js. So you can say NPM is the default package manager for Node.js, and it is completely written in JavaScript. So now we will see what are the basic advantages which NPM provides. So first and foremost, it is very simpler than SOAP. It's a default package manager for Node.js. It is completely open source and entirely written in JavaScript. It is developed by Isaac Schuttler, and it was initially released in 2010 in January. You can say that NPM has now become the world's largest software registry, because it manages all the packages and modules for Node.js, and it consists of also a command line client NPM. As I said that you don't have to install NPM in a different way or separately, because it gets automatically installed into the system with the installation of Node.js. And as I said, it's a free and open source package system. So all the required packages and modules in Node project, you have to install or get installed using NPM. Now I'm talking about package and module. So what is a package basically? So a package contains all the files which are needed for a module, and modules are the JavaScript libraries. So basically a package, if I talk about a package and a module, so a package contains all the files which is needed for a module, and modules are the JavaScript libraries that can be included in a Node.js project according to the requirement of the project. So what are the main functions of NPM? So we talked about what are the two main functionalities of NPM. So first one is that it provides online repository for different packages and modules for Node.js, and we already talked about what is a package and what is a module. So package is nothing but it contains all the files which are needed for a module, and modules are the JavaScript libraries that can be included in a Node project according to the requirement of the project. So second main functionality of NPM is that it also provides a CLI. Now what is a CLI? Command line interface. So it provides a command line utility, or you can say it provides a command line interface, which helps the developers in locally interacting with their system, which means that NPM and Node.js provides a command line utility so that the developers can install the Node.js packages. They can do version management, they can do dependency management of the Node.js packages. Now, if I talk about that, how it do the dependency management and the version management. So NPM basically can install all the dependency of a project through the package.json file, which we are going to talk about later, but it completely do it using the package.json file. It can update and uninstall the packages and so on. So now we will talk about what is the need for NPM, why NPM is required. So if I talk about the need of the NPM, it helps in incorporating the pre-built packages into our project. Second is that It assists in downloading various standalone tools which can be used right away. So if I talk about NPM, it allows you to adapt packages of code for your apps or incorporate packages as they are. It allows you to download standalone tools you can use. It allows you to run packages without downloading by using npx. Developers often use npm to share their code with other npm users. So you can share your code with other users, other developers using npm. In the other way, it also allows to restrict your code to only specific developers. At the same time, it allows you to share the code with the required users or required developers. But on the other hand, it also allows you and helps you in restricting the code to only specific developers and forming virtual teams using orgs. Now, what is this orgs here? Orgs means organizations. So you can create orgs, that is organizations, using Node.js and NPM to coordinate package maintenance, coding, and sharing with the developers. So you can form virtual teams using orgs also. It helps in managing and maintaining the various versions of the code and their dependencies, which means the code dependencies. So it allows you to maintain the different versions, and if any versions comes in, it gets updated, and it allows you to update that version also. npm updates the application with the update in the underlying codes. As I said, that if any version of any package has been updated or it has been changed or new version has came into the market, so it allows you to update your applications easily when the underlying code is updated. There are multiple ways to solve the same puzzle. We already know that. Forming the virtual teams by using orgs, or managing the multiple versions of the code and code dependencies, allowing your code to share with the other developers. All these are the basic advantages or need for NPM. So in one particular point, we talked about NPX. So with the use of NPX, it allows you to run packages without downloading them. Now, what is NPX all about? Those of you who have upgraded NPM to its latest version, NPM at the rate 5.2.0 or the latest one, they have might notice that it also have installed a new binary alongside the usual NPM, that is NPX. So you can say that NPX is basically a tool which is intended to help round out the experience of using the packages from the NPM registry. But only thing is that you can run your code or you can run the packages without downloading them. We talked about the virtual teams. So let me tell you what is an org. So as an org owner, you can be a org owner or organization owner or admin. You can create and remove teams. You can add and remove members from the teams. And you can also configure package access settings for the different teams. That is how you can go ahead with NPM. And if I talk about teams, what is a team? Group of org members with a defined access to a set of packages which is governed by the org. So all these things you can implement using NPM. Now we'll move towards the different NPM packages. So what are the different NPM packages available? But before moving ahead, I want to show you something, that how you can go ahead with Node.js. So this is the site from where you have to install the Node.js, which is nodejs.org. So there you will find two versions. One is the LTS version and one is the current version. LTS stands for long-term support version, and the current version. You can install any one of them. There is no problem at all. This also says that Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on Chrome version 8 JavaScript engine. So before using NPM, you have to download and install this Node.js in your environment. And NPM will be pre-built or pre-installed with that Node.js version. So we were talking about the Node.js packages. We'll start talking about Node.js packages now. So this is the NPM site, which is npmjs.com. You see here, you can build amazing things from NPM. You can search for packages. There are hundreds and thousands of packages available out there on this particular site, which you can see. I'm just scrolling down. JavaScript packages available. Many packages are available. Even if you search for, let's say, jQuery package or any other packages, it will allow you to search for those packages, install it in your environment. So the website is npmjs.com, and to install the Node.js, the website is nodejs.org. So let's go back to the PPT again, and we'll talk about some of the very famous NPM packages. So let's get started. What are the different NPM packages available? So first one is NPM Express. So if I go to this particular website, which is npmjs.com, and if I write here packages, I'm writing just packages, and if I talk about Express, if I press enter, so you will see that it allows me to explore all the packages which I can explore when it comes to NPM Express. We'll talk about what is express.js. What is this NPM Express? Express.js, you can say it's a Node.js web application server framework. So let me go to the site. So it says npmjs.com/package/ let's check this website, Express. So you see here, this is the Express package, which is npm Express, which is express.js. What it do is, you see here that how you can use it, what is the installation required. So you have to say npm install express, and express.js package will get installed along with a JavaScript file, express.js. So express.js is a Node.js web application server framework, basically, which is designed for building single page, multiple page, and you can say hybrid web application. Now it has become the standard server framework for Node.js. I will say this Express framework or the package has become the standard, you can say, server framework for Node.js. And Express is the backend part of something which is known as Mean Stack. MEAN, Mean Stack. Mean, you can say it's a free and open source JavaScript software stack for building dynamic websites and web applications. Now what is Mean stands for? M stands for MongoDB. It's a standard NoSQL database. E stands for Express.js, which is the default web application framework. A stands for AngularJS, and N stands for Node.js. So basically, if I talk about this Express framework or Express package, this Express package or Express.js frameworks, it makes it very easy to develop an application which can be used to handle multiple type of requests, for example, get, put, and post, delete request. So that is all about the NPM Express. It's a very good package to use. The other one is NPM Body Parser. Now let's see what is NPM Body Parser. So let's go back to this site. We wrote Express earlier. Now I will write Body Parser, and I'll press enter. Now you see here this body parser, Node.js body parsing middleware. So to handle HTTP post request in Express.js version 4 and above, you need to install a middleware module which is called a body parser. Again, it tells you that how you have to install it. The installation command is npm install body-parser, and how you have to use it by using an API. So you have to create a variable where body parser and require body parser package. So basically it is required to handle all the HTTP post requests. That's why you need a body parser. As I said, that body parser, it extracts the entire body portion of an incoming request stream. So whatever is the incoming request stream, it extracts that and exposes it on the request body. And it's a kind of a middleware for Express.js. You have to install it separately. Earlier, it was a part of the Express package only. If you want to use body parser, then you have to install it separately. Now this module or this package, body parser, it parses the JSON, buffer, string, and URL encoded data, which is submitted using HTTP post request. You can install body parser, as I said, using the command npm install body-parser. So let's talk about the third package, which is Nodemon, npm Nodemon. Nodemon is a utility that will monitor for any changes in your source. It will talk about any change which has happened in the source, and it will automatically restart your server. So let's search this particular package also. So I'll go to the same site, and instead of body parser now, I will write Nodemon. This Nodemon, it's a tool that helps develop Node.js based application automatically restarting the Node application when there are any changes in the code or any changes in the file which is in the directory, if those are detected. So what it will do, that it will automatically restart the Node application. So just use Nodemon, I will say, instead of Node to run your code, and now your process will automatically restart when your code changes. So for the installation, what you have to do, you have to run the command npm install -g Nodemon, -G is used for the global installation. So you can write npm install -G nodemon. So let's talk about the other packages now. So we talked about npm express, npm body parser, npm nodemon. Now we'll talk about Babel code. Now what is this Babel code? So let me tell you that the current browsers probably don't support all the new ECMAScript 6 features yet. You need to use a compiler or probably a transpiler to transform your ECMAScript 6 code to ECMAScript 5 compatible code. Maybe there are other options also, but Babel has become very famous now. It has become the benchmark or a guideline, you can say a de facto standard to compile the ECMAScript 6 application to a version of ECMAScript that can run in the current browsers. That's why we need this package npm Babel code. This Babel can also compile the other versions of ECMAScript as well as the React JSX. So we use React JSX and React JS applications to compile or transpile those ECMAScript code also. This Babel can be useful. Now the other package, npm Lodash. Lodash makes JavaScript easier by taking the hassle out of working with arrays, numbers, and object string. You can create composite functions, manipulate objects, and do some kind of manipulations on arrays. So that is npm Lodash. Very good package, I will say. So let's check this package. Let's go to the same site and I will say now Lodash. So this package has been deprecated now. This is again a very important news that this package is no longer supported and has been deprecated. So let's talk about the other packages now. Now npm React. This npm React package allow you to create React applications. There are very good React projects and applications available on GitHub. One of them is Create React App. So you can use npm React for those kind of application. The other package is npm Request. Request package is the designed to be the simplest way possible to make HTTP call. How you can make it very simple or very possible to make HTTP calls by using this npm Request package. It supports HTTPS and it also follows redirects by default. The last package which we are going to talk about is npm Async. Now what is this async? Async is a utility module, you can say, which provides straightforward, powerful functions for working with asynchronous JavaScript applications. I will say it is designed originally for use with Node.js and installable via npm install async. So the command to install this package is npm install async, but I will say it can also be used directly in the browser. So these are some of the very famous or generally usable npm packages which we talked about. So let's move forward. Now npm installation. So as I said, first of all, you have to download the Node.js from this website, that is nodejs.org. First, you have to download and install it. You can either install the LTS version or probably the current version. That's not a problem at all. But before using npm, it's very much required that you have to install Node.js, because npm indirectly comes with the installation of Node.js. It's not a separate installation. You have to install Node.js to use and go ahead with npm projects. Now the JSON file, the most important file, which is the package.json file. For any node-based project, for any node-based development, if you want to do, the starting file or the first file which comes into picture is the package.json file. So package.json file in Node.js is the heart of the entire application. It is basically the manifest file which contains the metadata of the project. So what all metadata it contains? You can say that package.json is present in the root directory of any node application or module, and is used to define the properties of a package. So inside the package.json, we will find almost metadata is specific to the project, no matter it's a web application, Node.js module, or even just a plain JavaScript library. Because this metadata, so as you can see on the screen that it is showing me the name. So what is the name of the application and project? So all these are the metadata: name, version, description, scripts, engine, dependencies, dev dependencies, home page, repository, bugs, license, author, engines. All these are the metadata. This metadata helps me to identify the project, and you can say it acts as the baseline for users and contributors to get information about the project. So you can see here that a package.json file is always structured in a JSON format, which allows it to be easily readable as metadata, and it is also parsed by machines very easily. So in this particular site, you see here, it is showing me the name that this is Edureka node.js. So it is showing me the name. So what will be the project name? So you can say that the npm init command is a step-by-step tool to scaffold out our project. So this is the project name. Then it will show me the initial version, the version of the application which must follow the semantic versioning rule. So it is showing me what will be my project's initial version. Then the project description. So what is the purpose of my application? What is the description of my application? All the technology used like React, MongoDB, and so on. So I can write that in description. Main. So what will be the starting point of the application? So project entry point. You can say the project main file, meaning the project main file of any node-based project. It shows you that what will be the starting point of the application. In this case, script.js will be the main file or the starting file. Then the scripts. So scripts which are required to be included in the application to execute it properly. So it will come under the script section. Engines. What are the versions of the node and npm used? What are the engines you have used to execute this particular project? That will come under engines. Author. Who is the primary author? That can be specified in this particular section. So we talked about name, which is the name of the package. We talked about version of the package, description, author. Then the license. License to which the application confirms are mentioned in this key value pair. So these are the dependencies, the key value pairs. So third-party packages or modules which are installed using npm can be specified in the dependencies. So you can say it has a list of dependencies. npm automatically installs all the dependencies which are mentioned here in the node_module folder of your package. So what are the dependencies are shown like express, body parser, jade, required flash, and so on. So all these are the dependencies which are required. Dev dependencies. Dev dependencies means the dependencies which will be used only in the development environment. Those are specified in the dev dependency section. Repository. So information about the type and URL of the repository where the code of the application lives is mentioned here. So that will be a repository. So repository type and URL type of the package can be specified in this section. Bugs. So URL and email where the bugs in the application should be reported can be mentioned in this section. Now hands-on. So we will talk about the package.json file now, that how you can create a package.json, and I will show you that how you can deal with a node-based project. So since Node.js is installed as of now in my system, so I will directly show you that you can start a node-based command prompt, Node.js command prompt. So this is the Node.js command prompt which is installed in my system. I will run this as administrator. So you see here that it is telling me that your environment has been set up for using Node.js and npm. Let me zoom it. So just I'm going to font so that it should be visible. So since Node.js is already installed, so let's check node -v. Okay, node-v. So node-v, it's showing me the version, that which version of Node.js is installed in my system. It's saying 8.12.0, which is installed in my system. So node version 8 is installed in my system, you can see. So to check the command, you have to write node-v. If I have to check npm-v, it's going to show me that 6.9.0 is currently installed in my system. Now how you can create a package.json file for a node-based project. So for that, there is a command called npm init -yes. You see here that it has right to file, which is a package.json file. So let me create first of all a folder directory. So I am saying mkdir, you can see here mkdir new project node. So a new folder will be created. So let's go to that folder, new proj node. So we are in new proj node now. This is the folder which we have created. So now I will say npm init -yes. Now what is this command? npm init -yes. So npm init is a command which is a step-by-step tool to scaffold your project, a node-based project. So for example, if I'll not say yes, I will only say npm init. So it will ask you some of the questions for which the default answer I am giving as yes. So that's why I'm writing npm init hyphen hyphen yes. Because if you will not write yes, then it will prompt you for input for a few aspects of the project. For example, what will be the project name, project initial version, project description, what will be a project entry point, and so on. So that is why I'm saying npm init hyphen hyphen yes. Now when I press enter, so it has wrote to a file which is called the package.json, where you can see that it has right name, version, description, and so on. How can I open this project? I can open this in Visual Studio Code. So for that I will say code dot and enter. So let's open this folder in Visual Studio Code, and here you will see that a file has been written which is package.json, which is having the metadata which is name, version, description, main, what will be the scripts which will be used, what are the keywords, author, and license. So all these details, all the metadata has been captured in a file called package.json. Now what all you can do with the package.json, let's see with installing a third-party JS file or third-party package or library called movement.js, which allows us to play around with the date formats. I'll go to this location and then we can go ahead. So I'll go to the D drive, to a folder. Okay, let's open this in Visual Studio Code. Let's close this. So package.json is there. Let's open this file, open this folder actually in Visual Studio Code, and then we will see what we can do with package.json. So you see here, this is the package.json file which we wrote. Now in this particular project, what I have done is that you see here a script. I have a start script node index.js, so I can write node index.js. I have an index.js file, which is a blank file which I created, and then write the code for movement.js. So movement.js is already installed in node underscore modules folder. So every node project will have a node underscore modules folder. In this particular example, I am playing around with movement.js, which will show me the current date and time. So I am writing console.log movement.format ddmmyy. In this format, it will show me the today's date and time. If I talk about package.json, you see the dependency here. Only dependency which is shown is of movement, and the version is with a caret sign. A version is shown which is 2.24.0. So I am using movement.js in this particular example, and that has been specified in package.json. And for writing the code, I am writing it in index.js. So what I am writing is where movement equal to require movement. So this movement is the package which has been referred in node underscore module. So if I show you node underscore module, there are so many packages available out there in node underscore module. You see a lot many packages are available. By default, it gets installed when you run the command npm install. So node underscore module also gets added as a folder in your solution. So if I show you the solution, you see here node underscore modules is there, and some other files, package.json is there with some other files which I have created. So I just created this index.js and bundled it. Now by bundling, I meant that you have to bundle your node-based project by using webpack. And once that is done, so a file is created, bundle.js, which I can run from anywhere. So let's go here and go to package.json also. I can show you the two ways how you can run the code. I go to this demo2 folder because I have a demo2 folder also here. So let's run this command first, node index.js, and see what happens. You see here that it is giving me the correct output, which is the today's date and time, the current time, which is happening 15 September 2019 and 5:39:49 p.m. So how I got this output? So you see here that we talked about scripts, right? And main is the main file, that is index.js. In index.js, I have written that I want to print the current date and time using the command movement.format ddmmyy. Very simple code. So in package.json, in the script section, you see the start here. This is a kind of a script which you can create. You can create your own custom scripts also. But at the same time, there are some predefined scripts which are available in package.json, If I show you, you see here install, post pack, post publish, and so on. All these are available as the by default script commands. You can use your own, just like I used bundle in this case. So in start, I said that what will be the start statement. So node index.js. So I went to the node.js command prompt. What I wrote, node index.js, and I pressed enter, and it is giving me the correct output. But when it comes to the bundling, you can also run it using bundling of the file, because after bundling using Webpack, the file is created bundle.js. So I can also write node bundle.js. So it is giving me the same output, right? So you can see that while creating the package.json, this will be the first file, or you can say the basic file, benchmark file, to start with any node-based project development that you have to create. How you can create that file, I already showed you that the command to create a package.json file is npm init -- yes. So it will create a package.json file for you. Okay, once that package file is created, then you can create many other files. You can install the node underscore module folders. You can create other files also, just like in my case, I created index.js. You can write the code over here, but everything which you have to specify, whatever dependencies or dev dependencies, in my case, you can see here that dev dependency I have used. Dependencies are there. Who is the author? Author is, let's say, Vipul Jain. So author has been specified. What are the scripts which I am using? What is the main file? This is very important. That the starting file or the main file of your node-based project you have to specify. And in our case is index.js. So whatever start command you have specified, that is node index.js. So that can be run node index.js, and it will give you the correct output, the desired output which is required.
Today we're going to learn Express.js with Node. So we're going to see what is Express and how it integrates with Node.js and help us create our websites or APIs with it. The agenda for today's session is introduction to Express.js, features of Express.js, getting started with Express.js, routing methods, and hands-on. So Express.js is a web framework which is built on top of Node.js. It helps us in creating web applications or APIs which can respond back from the server side to the client side. They can integrate with different type of database like MongoDB, Oracle, or MySQL, and helps us in creating server-side applications. It's a very lightweight framework, so you don't overload or burden your system with unnecessary dependencies in the code. So it's very easy to integrate, and it helps us in creating websites or web applications which work with APIs or a backend for our mobile applications. So some features about Express. So Express is very useful because it helps us in our development lifecycle, because by using Express, we can reduce the number of hours we spend on your application development time. The thing is, Express is built on top of Node. So it provides APIs or methods which can help you in doing things which have to be done custom in your Node.js application or have to be done repeatedly again and again. So it provides you a complete boilerplate for all the code setup and helps you in development. Next point is it provides you built-in templates. We look for templating engines or framework for doing templating. But in this case, Express provides us Jade or EJS as a templating engine for our HTML needs. It helps in building us single page, multi-page, or hybrid applications. So what's the meaning of this? So when you need to create a multi-page application, so that's an application which navigate from one page to another page, and server has to create those pages for us. That's called a multi-page application. In the same case, we have single page applications which process the first load of the page on the server and then process everything on the client side. If you want to create a multi-page or a single page application, you can use Express as a backend. And even if you like to choose kind of a hybrid, you have a React front end and some part of it is done on the client side or some part is done on the server side, you can use Express also in that case. So it's very extensible. You can extend it to different things and requirements. Next thing is it makes integration with database easy. Another thing in Express is it makes our life very easy when we are going to use databases, because it's built on top of Node.js. So we can use all the Node.js packages for connecting with different types of databases and integrate in our application. And they will work perfectly fine and they will not have any integration problems with it. So it helps us in connecting our applications with different type of databases, or you can choose a combination of different databases and develop applications on it. The next point is it's very easy to configure Express application because it's been developed with a mindset of making your developer experience very easy. So you don't have to do a lot of code for configuring an Express application. Just few configurations in different files and your application will start working. The base application which you get from the Express generator is very much configured up. So you don't have to make too much tweaks into it and create your application. It's very convenient to use Express. Next part is it helps us in defining middlewares for different tasks. If you work with Express, there will be a lot of places where you're going to configure different middlewares. Middlewares are like operations which are done between particular operations. So they can intercept the operation and do data manipulation or send different responses or even do logging for us. So by using different middlewares, Express helps us in doing error handling or manipulation of data or logging the information. This approach helps us in making our lifecycle very easy. We don't have to struggle in finding out problems or issues in our code by going through all the lines. We can just configure middlewares at different points of data flow and they will help us in logging out information or finding errors. So let's see how we can start with Express. First, we have to create our Node.js application. Then we will install Express into it. So for creating a Node application, first I have to create a folder. For that, I will open my terminal. In my terminal, I will say navigate to desktop and mkdir or make directory, which is named as Node.js Express tutorial. Once the folder is created, I will just navigate to this folder. It's cd Node.js Express tutorial. In this folder, I will run npm init. npm init will ask me some questions about what's the package name and all this information about the package, which you can see. I will just press enter and go through them. At the end, it will give me a package.json file, which is a preview of it. So I will just say yes, it's fine. And it creates the package.json file for me in the project. Now I have to open this folder from my Visual Studio Code. You can choose any editor of your choice. I'm using Visual Studio Code. Any editor will work for this application. Now in this folder, you can see I have a package.json file, which is the same which we configured through the terminal window. Now what we have to do is we have to install Express. So I will go back to terminal and run npm install express and -- save. I'll go back to my project folder and you will see that it created a node modules folder which has all the dependencies for this package or the application. So now I will create a server.js file. In this server.js file, we will write our express.js code. We'll write const express. So that's for importing express into this project. If we don't write this statement, we won't be able to use express. So we'll just write express. And then we have to create an express application. So I'll just write const app is equal to express. I will start writing the first route of my application. So we haven't covered the routing part of it, but I will show you the root URL and then we'll see how the routing mechanism works in Express. So first we'll have to write app.get. That means it's the get route for our application, the /URL, and define the callback for it. So the callback receives two parameters, so request and response. So you can write the logic of data which you want to send from this request. The request will receive all the information which is sent from the client, and response will have all the information which you want to send to the client side back. Because we don't need to receive anything from the client yet, so I will just say res.send and define hello world over here as string. So we have created our first route and now we have to start this application. So for starting this application, we can just write app.listen and it will listen to port number 8080. So once the route is configured, I will just go back to my terminal and run node.js command for server.js file. So I'll just first clear this screen. So I'll run node server.js. So this has to be done in your project folder. So once done, I didn't got any message back because I haven't done any console.log or returned anything from that file. So that's fine. But now I'll go to my Chrome browser or any browser of your choice. It's not that you have to go to Chrome. I'll just say localhost 8080. It prints out hello world. So that's the message which you get from your server onto your client, because we are making a request on the root URL, that's the /URL, and it's a get call. All the browser requests which you do from your address bar are actually get calls. So it's picking a get call to the Node.js server and prints out information over here. So if I change it to something else, so I've changed the message and I will restart my server. So for restarting server, you have to go to the terminal window again and press Ctrl C. It stops the server. Then you have to run the same command again and that will restart the server. Go back to your browser and refresh. It prints hello Edureka now. So this is how we create a simple application with Express.js. And you can use Express generator, which can be used for creating a complete boilerplate for your application. So you can try out Express generator later on. So this creates our basic application based on Express, and we can use Express generator to create a complex boilerplate for us, which will have different files and different configurations which we can configure later on. So now we're going to start working with routes. So when we work with Express.js, the first key thing which Express.js provides us is the routing mechanism. The routing mechanism in Node.js is not present. So we have to write our own logic to define that if a request is coming for a particular URL, how to navigate to that URL and what's the callback for that. So instead of writing our own code, we use Express for that. And Express works on different methods which are available on the HTTP protocol. So these methods can also be considered as CRUD methods like get, post, put, delete, and they will be configured in our application to do RESTful URLs also or application URLs. So when we are working with our application, we have to decide like which URL will do what. So when you are creating application, anything which sends data to the client side, that's a get call. So any kind of URL which is sending data is configured with a get method. Anything which receives data from the client side and stores it on the database or processes that information will be a post call. Anything which updates the data, like if you're sending any data from your client side to your server and that information is already on the server and you want to update that, you have to make a put call for that so that the system knows that this call is specifically for updating the content. The next one is delete. Now, when you already have some content in the system and you want to delete that records, you can use the delete call. I'm going to show you like how this is actually integrated in Express. So we're going to create two requests. One is get, which we already made. The next one is post. So let's see how a post request is configured. In the example, I created a URL which is app.get. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create app.post over here and define slash and response.send. I'll just prefix it with post over here so that we know that it's a post call response. Now I will go back to my terminal and restart this server. So one thing I will do is I will write a callback over here. So this lets us know that the server is started. Otherwise, we are not getting any message on the screen that is started or not. And one more thing, you can choose any port over here. So I'm by default using 8080, but you can choose any port of your choice, or if any port is blocked, you can change this to of your choice. So I'll go back to my terminal and say node server. Now it says server started. So my application is started again. I will go back to my browser and run the page again. So it prints the same output, which is hello Edreka. Now the next thing is I have to use Postman to send a post request because I cannot send a post request from my browser until I do a form submit or a aejugs call. So I'm not going to do an aejugs call or a form submit right now. I'm just going to use Postman to test our APIs or the URLs. I'll just go to post this URL and I already have some URLs. I will just remove that and write localhost 8080 and run this request. I got the response, but it gave me an error. It gave me a JavaScript error that reference error res is not defined. So something wrong with the code. Let's fix it. So I have used res over here, but I haven't configured the arguments for that. So I'll just copy these arguments and put over here. That's the same for post. And I have to restart the server. So whenever you make some changes into the file, you have to restart your server to get the latest updates. So I'll go back to my terminal, run clear and node server. Now I will run this same URL again. Now it prints post hello Edreka. So now our post URL has been configured. So in this way, you can send data back from your server to your client side based on different types of requests which you have. If you have different URLs, so I'm just configuring the root URL over here. But if you have different routes like people or products or those, so you can just write app.get products or post or delete or put as per your needs and write slash products, and I'll just update this products and people. So made some changes and I will go back to my terminal, restart the server again and show you the content. Now I will just write localhost products like this and the command. So it says cannot find this URL which is post slash products. Yeah, that's correct because we don't have that URL configured. It's only get. So I have to switch back to get and make the request again. Now you can see it sends us information about products. So this way you can use different templating engines like Handlebars or Jade or EJS to send different pages over here. So this is how we configure our routes for our system. So as per need, you can choose whichever method you want to choose and configure the route based on it. Every route can have multiple methods on it, but you should not use the same method again and again. Otherwise, it will just override the previous ones. So you cannot have two get routes for the root URL or the product URL, because the last one will override the other one. So you can only have one route name with the route method. So the next thing is I will show you what is Express Generator. So Express Generator is an NPM package which we can download on our system. So it has to be installed globally on our system. So you have to write -G or to make it a global package. I will go back to my terminal window and stop the server and run the command express install express G. So it gave me an error that it's not able to install Express Generator -G on my system. The reason is because when you're installing global packages on a Mac machine, it based on your Node.js installation, it might require your super user access on a Mac machine or on a Linux machine. So you might face this error. So I'm facing this error. So what I have to do is I have to do a cleanup. Instead of running npm install express generator -G, I have to write sudo npm install express generator -G. So this will ask for the user password, which is currently logged in. Once you add the password, it says Express Generator has been installed successfully on the system. Now we can use Express Generator. Now for using Express Generator, first we have to create a new project folder. So I will just move outside of this project folder and create a new folder over here. So I'll just write mkdir or make directory and create a new folder. So I'll just write node express gen. So I will go to this folder, node express gen, and run express over here. So once you install Express Generator globally on the system, you can run the express command. Once you run this command, it gives you this output. This says that you have used Express Generator and it created all the files for us. So this is the boilerplate files which are created by the Express Generator, and you can use them to run or create a Node.js and Express application. So I will just run npm install to install all the dependencies first. So all the dependencies are done. Now I have to run npm start over here, which starts here Express application. So let's wait for it to start. I think it started on our system, and we'll go to our browser and run localhost 3000. So you can see it installed all the packages and everything which are required by Express and created a boilerplate in which we can tweak all the files. So I will just go to my Visual Studio and open this project folder to show you what's in this project. So the project is desktop node express gen. So over here, you will have an app.js file, which is for configuring your application, a similar way which we created our server.js. And then we have route files. So for every route or every method which you're going to use in your routing, we have these files for that. By default, it provides you index and user. So index is the root URL and users is /users. And you can use these to configure your routes. And if you need more routes, you can create multiple of these and start importing them in your app.js file like this. And they will start integrating into your application. So you don't need to decide that you need 50 routes and what will the methods of them and anything. You can configure your routes based on your needs and how your development grows. So it's very flexible and you don't need to define everything on the first load. You can develop and make the system grow later on. Building REST CRUD API with Node.js. So what's REST API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. So that means REST is a architectural design which allows you to define an approach for communicating between different parties. Like if you want to communicate between a server to server or a client to a server or a client to server to a client, REST allows you to create a standardized approach where you can define how the communication between the different parties will happen. REST is also regarded as the language of internet. So most of the newer frameworks like React, Angular, Vue.js rely on REST APIs to get the data transferred, even for Android and iOS applications. So anywhere where you're developing an application which connects to a server or a client connects to a server, that will be probably using a REST API. So we can say it's a language of internet where most of the things on internet actually rely on REST APIs provided by third party or the APIs which they are themselves creating. So one good thing about REST is a stateless model. where the client only stores the information who is actually accessing the information, and the server does not have any information about it. So that means servers do not create any sessions for a particular user. They just send information back to the client side whenever anyone requests for it. So that means it's much more easy to load balance. It's much more easy to maintain REST APIs other than the traditional way of handling the features of REST. REST is simpler than SOAP because it relies on a much more simpler way of defining how the data transfer will work, how the URL schemas will work. REST supports XML and JSON. So if you already have some APIs which are designed on XML or providing data based on XML, they can be migrated to a RESTful architecture. Or if you're designing new APIs and you want something to be created in JSON or a mix of JSON plus XML, that can also be done. So REST is completely independent of how you want to design your data transfer. You can choose XML or JSON for it. RESTful APIs are very easy to document. Solutions like Postman, Swagger helps you in creating documentation for a very simple application or even for an enterprise level application. They help you in creating different types of documentations for your needs. So it's much more easy to work with RESTful APIs so that you can easily document them. You can share the documentation across your different teams and they can easily collaborate with you. Handling errors in RESTful APIs is also very easy because RESTful APIs works on HTTP methods. And if you have any kind of an error or if you have any kind of a problem with your server going on, you can just send error code from your server based on the HTTP methods or HTTP code which you have. Like if you have an internal server error, you can just send a HTTP code of 500 and client side will know that there is an internal server error which actually happened on the system. It's very easy to handle out REST errors with REST APIs. Principles of REST API. REST APIs are stateless. They are used for communicating between client side and server side. They have a uniform interface. They can be cached at either on the client side or the server side. They follow a layered system and you can code them on demand. Okay, so we'll cover the first part, which is stateless. So like I said, REST APIs are stateless. So when you are creating a RESTful API, the practice is we should not store any session information onto the server. Anytime when you are communicating between a client side and server side, you only send tokens for authentication, like a JWT token for authenticating that this is a particular user, is he valid or not. When you're making a request from the client to the server only validates that token. It doesn't care about who's the user, because if the token is valid and if some information is requested by the user, the server will respond back to it. There are different ways of implementing JWT tokens in it, and which allows you to do full complete authentication in your RESTful services. The benefit of this is if you have a load balanced system, you don't need to care about which server has to respond back to what client. Because if the session is not binded to a particular server on a load balanced machine or environment, then any server which is running your application can respond back to the client side. So it's much more easier to load balance RESTful APIs. Next point is client and server communication. So REST APIs help you in communicating from your client side to your server side or server side to your client side. Most of the new applications which are getting created, like Android based applications, iOS, or web applications based on React, Angular, Vue.js, they all use REST APIs. Most of the data which you are going to use is coming through REST APIs. And there are third-party solutions like third-party APIs which are provided by companies, like for weather APIs or for doing currency conversion or doing market price analysis or these kind of things. So those all provide you REST APIs. So REST APIs are kind of the future for communication between client side and server side. Third point, uniform interface. So when we're making a RESTful API, we generally follow a standard way of defining how the URLs are going to work, how the schema is going to be defined for a particular use case. So most of the REST APIs will look similar. So if you have resources, URLs will be based on resources for you. So REST APIs are designed to handle different resources. Resources are like data in your application. Like example, if you're making some data of a group of people, you can just say /people is my resource. So that kind of a URL schema will be used in different applications, and most of the applications which actually depend on this kind of a data set or resource will follow the same kind of a URL schema. It's very easy for developers to know what this resource is actually working on because they might have worked on the same kind of a URL schema in different applications. So it's very convenient for developers to work with REST APIs. Next point is cacheable. So REST APIs are also cacheable. So like that's a very good benefit of them. because REST APIs don't work on session information and they don't rely on any cookies to be doing any authentication. So you can actually cache data which are coming from REST APIs. And REST APIs actually have very simple data structures like JSON and XML. XML can be a little heavy, but JSON is very lightweight. So if you are doing any kind of a computation and getting some results based on some database queries or some machine learning logic, you can actually cache that logic on your server or even on your client side, so that you don't need to make that same request for the same resource again and again. You can just get the information once and reuse the information again and again in your application. The fifth point is layered system. So when we are working with REST APIs are designed on a layered approach. Like if you have multiple databases or multiple places from where your data is going to be received, what you can do is you can design an architecture where one resource is coming from one different location and one resource is coming from a different database. Or even if you already have a legacy system like a SOAP API, and now you want to migrate your SOAP API into a RESTful API, that can also be done. So you can create a wrapper of a REST API on your legacy code, which can actually help you in migrating from a SOAP-based architecture to a REST-based architecture. So RESTful APIs can be used as a layer architecture on any kind of a legacy system, or they can be used on any kind of a new system also. The last point is code on demand. That means when you are making a RESTful API, it doesn't require to create everything on the first day of development. You can create as your requirements increase. So if you are working with a particular part on the UI or on the client side, and that requires only a particular set of resources, you can first code those resources, start your application, deliver your application to the customers. Then once newer things are coming in, you can just create those resources on the go, do a kind of agile development for your APIs. So it's very easy. It helps us as a developer a lot to create APIs based on demands. Otherwise, as a developer, you cannot create everything in one go and deploy it to the customer. So that's going to take a lot of time and energy. So instead of that, you can just create few APIs, deliver to the customer. You see if the APIs are working fine, how the interactions are with the customer, and then scale your APIs based on it. So one of the most important thing in REST APIs is methods of REST API. So when we're working with REST APIs, we actually rely on HTTP methods which are get, post, put, and delete. So these are HTTP methods which are been from the days when HTTP protocol was defined. So when you are requesting any data from, or when you're actually posting data, or you want to delete some records from your database, you actually rely on these methods. So what happens is in a RESTful architecture, we define that a particular resource is available on a particular URL. So in a simple example, we have a group of people and we will say /people will represent that group of people in our database. So now if I want to get the data of those people, I will just say /people and make a get request to the server. So when you're making a HTTP request to the server, we'll define that this HTTP request is based on the get method. And I want to get the information on a particular URL, which is /people. And everything from that URL will be returned back. So internally, the server will have a logic to go to the database and get the information. The end user customer can see the information. So in this case, it can be React or Angular or Android or iOS application, which gets the data, prints the list of all the people. Now you want to add new people. So for that, we are not going to create a different URL. What we're going to use is we are going to use the same resource, but instead of using the get method from HTTP, we're going to use the post method. So when we send a request again on the same URL, which is the same resource, which is /people with the method post, we can send a payload that defines what we want to store in the database. And based on our logic on our server, the system will receive the information and process the information and store it based on how we configured the code for it. So instead of creating different URLs for different type of data which we want to request or push back to the server, we just use the HTTP methods for it. So similar to that, we use put for updating the data. So if you already have some resources and you want to update them, you can just write that make a HTTP request to the /people URL and define the method as put. So the system will identify that it's a put request. It requires to update some data. We have to write some data into the database back. So we'll define how that procedure will work, and the system will receive that call and handle that for you. Okay. Same for delete. So in this case, delete will just delete the record. So if you say /people, it will delete everything. if we say slash people slash some particular name like Praveen, so it will delete the data for the Praveen in the system. So when you're working with REST APIs, this methods part is going to be used a lot. So it creates some kind of a confusion like how the data is getting transferred from which one resource to how. So always remember, get is for getting the data, post is for pushing back the data to the server side so that the server can store the information. Put is if you already have some information and you want to update it. So you use the put method on that resource and write all the update query in your server side. And delete is for deleting the data for that particular resource. So now we want to see how this API is going to be created using Node.js. So we will develop a RESTful API in Node.js. So for that, first we need to open our editor. So now I'm going to create a Express application in this code. Okay. So Express is a web framework which can be used along with Node.js. So it's based on Node.js actually. Express has a dependency on Node.js. It will not work without it. But this web framework allows you to create RESTful APIs. It gives you a structure of how to create RESTful APIs and also gives you helper methods, middlewares, and plugins to how configure your Node.js application and create APIs through it. So the first thing is I'm going to create a new file. Okay, so I have this project. This is the project which we created in our last session and add our Express code on top of it. So for that, first thing what we have to do is we have to install Express. For that, in my command prompt or in my terminal, I will write npm install -- save for saving that in our package.json Express. So this installs our node module, which is Express. We have a dependency on it so that it allows us to configure our application. So once done, we'll create a new file called application.js. You can name it as application server index.js. It's up to you what you prefer. In this file, I'm going to import Express. So we're going to write const express equal to require Express. So once Express is imported into a code, we need to create an Express application. So that's very simple. So we'll write const app equal to Express and we'll execute this function. So this creates our Express application on the app variable. Now this app variable, I'm going to define our API URLs. So like I said, in RESTful APIs, everything is based on resources. So every resource has a URL. So a very simple example, if you have people in your database, a people table will point to a resource URL which will be /people. A person in that people database, like a row, will look like something like, if you just say people /row. So if you want to point to a person in the people database, the URL will look like people/person. The person will be the name of the person which you want to look for. Okay. And something else like if you want to find out what's the person's job or age, that kind of information will point like in our database that will be inside our person, inside our row for a particular person, inside the age. So we'll define the resource URL like people/person. The person will be the name of the person, and what we want the age of the person. So we'll have the URL like this. So we'll just create a RESTful API to match this URL schema. So the first thing is we're going to write app.get. So get is the method which is used for getting the data. Like I said, when you need to get data for a particular resource, we use the HTTP get method. So in this case, app.get means we want a handler to handle all the API requests for a particular URL on the get method. So we defined the method as get. Now we want to define the URL for it. So we'll write /people. Okay. So if any request comes for /people, which has HTTP method as get, this handler will be called. Okay. So now we have to define the handler. So we'll write function. So this will be the callback for this URL. And over here, we have to write request and response. So there are two arguments which we receive. First is request, second is response. Request has information about what the information has been sent from the client side to the server side, and response or res means what information you want to send as a response from your server to the client side. So over here I will just write res dot send, and now I can just write any information which I want to send. So in this case I will just write a string hello world, okay, and save this file and run this code. So now the URL is configured, but we haven't started the server. So when we are writing a Node.js application, we don't need to rely on Apache or IIS or Nginx for running a server, because Node.js provides its own development server or a server which we can use along with it, because it can actually listen to all the network requests on a system. So Node.js will help you create your own server. Okay, so we'll just create a server over here. Okay, so now we'll start our server. So for starting our server, we just write app.listen and you define which port number we want to listen to. So by default, it starts on the local host, which is your local machine, and you have to define a particular port number. So in my case, I'll just write 3000, which is used for most of the Node.js applications. So I'll just write 3000 over here, and that's it. Now I want to run this application. So this Node.js application has to be executed by using Node.js. So I will go back to my terminal and write node application.js. Once done, you will see that it's not going to print anything after that command, because it just started the application and it doesn't give any consoles or return messages that the application is started. But right now it's started, so what we can do is we can just go to our browser and see this application. Go to localhost 3000 and you can see it prints cannot get slash, because that's the default URL which goes on that URL. But right now we actually want to point to people over here. So once I run localhost colon 3000 slash people, it prints hello world. That's the message which I sent from my Node.js application over here. So now we created an API over here, a simple API which returns hello world when we point to the people URL. So now we can write any kind of a database logic, like if you want to have a MongoDB connection or a SQL connection over here, you can write everything over here. So you can use any kind of a database or any other SOAP API to get the data, or even other RESTful APIs to get the data and send it through this API. So I would say you can use MongoDB over here to connect your database. So in this example, I'm not going to connect with MongoDB, but I'm going to show you how a simple JSON data will be sent. So you can just write res.json and define any JSON data over here. So this will be a JavaScript object. In this JavaScript object, whatever you want to send, you can define. So I will just write people is equal to array, and in that array, every person's name will be added over here. Like you will have different objects for every person. So I'll just write Praveen, and at the end, I'll just write response.end like this. Okay. So now what I have to do is I have to restart the Node.js application, because when you started the application, it will not listen to the file changes. So it will not restart the application once you save any new file. What you have to do is you have to stop your application and run the application again. Go back to the same URL, refresh, and you will see it prints out a JSON data. This means that now we have a JSON API based on REST architecture and returns information about people. So this is very simple. Like we implemented a get API. Now we want to make it a little more complex. Now we want to see how a post API or a delete API will work. So that's very simple to write. The business logic will be a little different, but for defining how the API is created, so that's very simple. So we just write, I'll just copy the same code again, and instead of get, I will write post, and the URL will remain the same because that's our resource URL. So we will not change that URL. Okay. So now instead of keeping this JSON data over here in the callback, I will keep it over here in the out of the callback function in the file. So I'll write people is equal to JSON people, and I will send people along with the API request in the response. Okay. So because now people is equal to object, you can pass people into rest.json so that it converts the object into a valid JSON and sends it back along the API. Now we're going to try how the post request works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this people object and add some people to it. So the people will have person and the person has to have a name. Okay. In this part, I'm just going to send some information from our client side to the server and add the data. So one tricky thing is we cannot make post calls from our client side or our browser directly. The reason is because when you type in any URL in the address bar, that automatically configures it's for a GET request. And for making a post call from the client side, you actually need to submit a form or make a XML HTTP request or a aejugs request from the client side. So instead of doing that, I'm going to use Postman to test my API and develop it. So I'll just open Postman. So Postman is a Chrome plugin which can be used for sending requests to your server. So in this case, I'm just going to clean up everything. Okay, I'm in Postman now. I want to make a request to the server. So the Postman will be a client and server is at localhost 3000/people. That's the first resource which is handling. So I want to make a GET request. So I will pick GET from the dropdown and click on send. Okay. So it sends the request and prints this information back. So that's a valid JSON, and now we can see that the request returned people, and the people is an array which has persons in it. It can be n number of people over here. Now I want to make a post request to this URL. In the drop down, I will just pick post and send it from here. So now I got an error which says cannot post people because the API is not configured for that right now. The reason is I have added the code for it, but I haven't restarted the Node.js server. So I have to restart the Node.js server by running node application. So I will just go to the terminal and say node application.js and restart the server again. So now it will listen for the post request also. So we'll do the same request again. You can see it returns people again. So there's no change in any data right now, like it's the same data set which is coming back. So let's make some changes to it. I want to send some data in my API request, which is going to be information about the person which I want to add into the database. So I'll write name. So this is something which you do in Postman, and there are different ways of doing it in Postman also. This is one of the simplest way. So I'll just write Amit over here. Okay. So I'm just configuring that I want to send a body. In that body, there will be a record which is of type JSON, which has a key name and a value which is Amit. So I want to send this to the server. So this request go to the server, and in the server now I have to handle this request. So for getting that information, I will go to the request part of my API. So over here I will just write console.log request and see what request actually prints. So I'll restart the server and send the request again. Once done, we'll see there is a lot of data in your terminal over here, like a lot of information coming for the API. Okay. We have to look for a key which is body in this data. Okay, a little hard to find. Okay, let's do one thing. Instead of request, I will write request dot body and start the server again just to simplify things and make the API request again. Alright, so it shows as undefined, so it's not able to send the body. Alright, so no problem, we'll just send it as a form. So we'll write name and Amit over here, send the request. Okay, so I think the reason is we haven't configured the middlewares for it. So we'll just write body parser as a middleware. So body parser is a middleware which allows us to parse the body which is sent from the request and attaches with the request object. So let's configure it in our code. So it's very simple. So now I've installed the body parser middleware. It's provided by Express only. So I'll just import body parser, require and in our app we have to say app has to use body parser. We'll define over here. That's it. So let's see how this changes our code. Run the application again. Go to the same URL and Okay, I think they have changed the documentation. Okay, so I think we haven't configured the body parser correctly. There might be some changes. So I think what we have to do is have some different codes compared. So what we have to do is from the body parser, now they have added different type of packages. We have like body parser, URL encoded, or which we have to use individually. I'll write those over here. Okay, so these are the packages which we want to use from the body parser or method. We'll just write app.use body parcel URL encoded and app.use body parcel JSON. So this allows you to handle JSON or form sent from the client side. Once done, I will restart the application again. Right, there's a typo in the body parcel name. So just rename it again, run the server again a typo. Okay, the server started again. Now we'll send a request through Postman and see what that returns. So send a request from Postman, and in our system, we received a blank object. That means we are able to parse the body, but it doesn't have any information over here right now. The reason is, let's see. So you have to send it as xww form URL encoded. So we'll write name and a value. So we'll just write Amit, send. And you can see I've received a value which is name Amit over here. So that's our data which has been sent from our client side to our server. Okay. So now I can just receive this information. So I can just write request.body.name and get this information. So if I run the server again, or like restart the server again, send the same request again. In the console.log, you can see only the Amit value is getting printed. So now, simply what I will do is, I will write a simple if condition which says if we have request.body, and if that request.body has a value of name, a key of name, then in our people data, the variable which we have another array which is called people. We want to push a new record to it which will have name equal to request dot body dot name. Okay, very simple. So we just added a validation check, like if the request has a body and body has a name, then only go to the people variable. In that people variable there is an object which is array which is named as people again. On that array we'll just push a new value. Okay, so what we are pushing is we are pushing a new object which has a key called name, and the name is equal to request.body.name. Okay, that's the value. Now once done, it will move to the next line and respond back with the data of people. So let's run the server again, and I'm sending name as Amit. So let's send this request, and you can see now the data has changed. Instead of sending Parveen in the data set, it sends Amit also. So I can just write John, and it adds John over here. So whatever the data you want to send from this key just adds into the variable over here on the server side. So this data is coming from the server side. If you make this API call multiple times, it will return you the latest data set after adding the result which you sent. If you don't send anything, like I'm sending a blank request, I'm not sending the form, I just unchecked this name over here, I send the request. So it returns the same data set which is actually running on the system. So it's not storing anything into a database. It just has the information inside the memory. So it's just a JavaScript variable on the Node.js server, which is in memory only. And once the server gets stopped and restarts again, this in-memory data will also get removed. Once I start the server again, you can see, and make the same call, we will receive Parveen only, because Parveen was the data which is actually hard-coded into the code. Otherwise, if you store any new data, that will be only in memory and will be removed once the server is restarted. So this just shows you how you can get information from the client side and store inside a database. Like instead of writing something in the memory, you can write a logic to get a MongoDB connection or a MySQL connection or SQL connection, any kind of a database which you want to use. So there are lots of databases like Firebase. AWS has their own standard ones like MongoDB and MySQL. Any of them can be used to store the data. So it's up to you how you want to design the application's data. Right now, I'm just using in-memory data over here only. Now, the next thing is making a put call or a delete call. So those are very simple also. Again, like I'm just going to copy the code. I'll just copy the code of post, and instead of writing post, I'll write put. The resource URL will be again people, and you define whatever you want to do if this request comes in. So if you want to remove or update the data, you can write a check to find out if the particular name is actually in the database and update that, or just give an error that this person is not available and we cannot change the data. So it's up to you how you want to define the logic for that. Same way you can define the delete call. So just write app.delete and define the delete call in which you can delete the information for the particular user. Okay. The next part is pointing to a specific resource in your dataset. So right now this dataset is for people and I want to get data for a person, like I want to get the data for Praveen. So how can I do that? In that case, what you can do is you can define that a new URL like app.get in which the resource URL will be people/person. So the person is, right now I'm hard coding person over here, but that means you want to send information for a particular person from here. Okay, so you can just send name is equal to person from here. Save this code, run the server again. So I will just go to Postman and run this code. So I'll just say people/person, run this code, and you'll get, okay, I got an error because I'm sending a post call, but post call is not configured, so I have to change from the drop down that I want to use get call over here. So now you can see it's sending information about name and the person. Right now it's hard coded, like it's not doing any computation on the backend. But what you can do is this person over here, the name, this is something which is going to be different for every request. Like you might request for Amit, you might request for Praveen, you might request for XYZ. So this part is going to be a parameter for our API. Okay. So to define a parameter, we would write colon and name. This defines that this part of the URL is actually a parameter which can be used in our JavaScript code to do a different query or do a different kind of business logic. So in this case, I'm just write request dot params dot name. Okay, so I'm just returning a JavaScript object, a name request dot params dot name. Now I will restart the server and go back to the Postman and run the same code again. So it prints person again, same data which we already sent. But then now the new thing is you can just write Amit, send the request again, and it prints Amit now, because it picks up the parameter which I'm sending in the URL. So this way you can write your URLs based on different parameters. You don't have to create millions of different URLs for different millions of users you have. You can just define that this part of the URL is a parameter and that will be received in your code, and you can do your business logic based on it. So you can just write Praveen over here, prints Praveen. So these parameters are not limited to one. You can send n number of parameters in the URL, and it's up to you how you want to define those parameters. They can be named as anything. Like in this case, I'm just naming them as name. You can name this as person, you can name this as user, whatever you like. So depending on your business needs or how your team is comfortable with the names, you can pick up any parameter name and use in your code. So it's up to you. And if you have multiple parameters, you can just write /age /something. The only thing is when you're defining multiple parameters, you have to follow the same kind of URL to match it. If you only write name/age and you only call for name, this URL will not be called. So I will just show you a demo. The URL right now says people/name/age, and I'm just making a call to people/Praveen. So you can see it's not giving any data because it says this URL is not handled over here right now, Postman. The reason is it requires a parameter called age. So if I write 11 over here, it prints out that data because now the actual URL is getting matched. So you always have to keep in mind that what you are creating in the URL, and will you be providing all the information or you are just going to provide some set of the information in your code. In this case, if you want to handle two different scenarios, like if I want to send a request to people/name and people/age, you can just write people/name as the first one, like define it first. And if this doesn't matches, then moves to the next line and finds out the second option which is available for matching. All this URL schema is matched from top to bottom. So anything on the top which matches the URL will get the handler, If the schema is not matching, it passes the control to the next definition which you have right now. And then if that doesn't match, it moves to the next line. And if nothing matches, then it just gives you a 404 that it's not able to handle this request. So this way you can define parameters also in your API requests. Today we're going to learn Node.js and MySQL. So we're going to see how we can integrate a MySQL database with Node.js. So the agenda for this today's session is what is MySQL, features of MySQL, MySQL installation, and building a CRUD API with Node.js and MySQL. So what's MySQL? So MySQL is a relational database management system which allows us to manage a database and create records based on tables and rows. So it's an open source system which works with different platforms. So you can use it with Mac, Windows, or Linux, and different other server platforms on which it can be installed. And it provides a lot of different storage engines which have different usages. And it's been backed up by Oracle. So it's open source, but it's been backed up by Oracle. So you can use it without any commercial license. And if you want a premium services or support from Oracle, you can still buy the premium support license for that. And in which Oracle will provide you support for any kind of issue or a security patch or anything. So what are the advantages of MySQL with Node.js? So first is scalability and flexibility. So when we're working with Node.js is very scalable. So it can be installed on a very low end machine like on a Raspberry Pi, or it can be installed on a large scale server. Same way, you can use MySQL to create embedded server on a small device like a Raspberry Pi, or on a U server like on an AWS server, or even a edge server which you can deploy on your data warehouse. So it's very scalable. You can choose different variations of hardware for MySQL and it will run on any of them. Next thing is low cost of ownership. As MySQL is open source, so there is no startup cost for licensing or starting with MySQL. You can just download the MySQL package and start developing an application on it. And if you want support, you can go with the paid licenses from Oracle. Next one is secure data protection. So MySQL has been getting developed more than 10 years. So it has a good security implementation and it has powerful mechanisms to handle out different user accesses and ownerships on the database. So it's very secure and it's been following the industry standards for security. Next point is ease of management. It is very easy to download and start your first development with MySQL. So it's very easy to maintain also. So it provides you different tools like MySQL Workbench, which can be used for maintaining your database or going through the database records and everything. And you can have events or schedules automatically configured in your database to do cleanups or do different operations in your MySQL server. So it's very easy to maintain a MySQL server when you're developing it. Next point is high performance. So when you're working with MySQL, it provides you different ways of caching your data in your memory and doing indexing. So you can have multiple indexes in your system or single index in your system, and also do caching of your records in your memory only. Instead of like going through the records again, you can cache them inside your memory only. So in that way, it provides a very good performance when you're working with MySQL. It can be used for applications which have a high demand on performance. So MySQL can be also used as a server which is highly available, or can be also used as a clustered database. So in which you can create master and slave servers and deploy on your cloud or in your data warehouse. So in that way, you can create different replications of the same database and keep a copy of them, so that if the demand is high or if there is any downtime of any server or any machine, you can easily switch to another slave, or you can use a cluster for managing those things. So it's very scalable in those parameters of high availability. So we'll move with the next topic, MySQL installation. So we'll see how we can install MySQL on our system. So I'm using a Mac machine right now for the session, but you can install MySQL on Linux, Windows, or Mac as per your needs, and most of the steps are similar. For installing MySQL on a machine, I have to go to the MySQL official website, which is dev.mysql.com. So I just go to that site, /downloads/installer. So over here, what we have to do is we have to first download the MySQL server. So I'll just go to MySQL server and I will scroll down and I will find MySQL server over here. So it gives you different options for different operating systems. These are the operating system it supports. So you can choose any of them and download the package for this. So right now I'm using a Mac machine, so I will go with the Mac OS, and it shows you the different options which are available. So I'll just download the first one. It will take you to the next page where it asks you for login or sign up. So it's optional. You don't need to log in or sign up, download the package. You can just say no thanks and start my download. Once clicking on this, it will start a download. So I already have this download on my system. I'll go to my downloads folder. So you can see in my downloads folder, I have this package, which is MySQL 8.0.16 Mac OS X. So I'll just start this package. So this is a DMG which will start the installation process. So this is the package for installation. I'll start the installation now. So once the package starts installing, it will provide you a wizard where you can configure the MySQL server. So it's giving a prompt that it will determine what softwares are required for the installation. So just continue the license, agree. So if you want to change the installation location, you can over here. Otherwise, just install. So I'll just say it starts the installation. So the installation is done. Just move this to trash. So now I have the MySQL server installed on my system. If you want to check how it is installed, I just go to my system preferences. Over here, I will find a tab for MySQL. I just click on it and it gives you information like which instance is active and what instances are on my system. So this is a Mac specific screen. For Windows, you will have the same kind of a screen where you get information about the MySQL setup on your system. From here, you can start the MySQL server or stop the MySQL server, and you can also configure different directories for MySQL, like the error directory or the data directory for MySQL server. So the next thing is which we want to download is the MySQL Workbench. So Workbench is a tool in which you can connect to your database and get information from the database and do operations on it. So in this case, I will just go scroll down. It gives me option for Mac OS X. So I will just download this package. So again, it will ask me for login or sign up. I'll just scroll down and just say, no thanks, just start my download. So MySQL Workbench is downloaded on my system. So I'll just double click it and start the installation process. Again, for Windows and Mac, the steps are a little different, but the utilities are same. I'll just install this on my system. So I already have MySQL Workbench installed on my system. So if I install this package, it will give an error right now. So I will just stop the MySQL Workbench and replace it again. So once MySQL Workbench is installed, you can connect to our database and see records on it. So I will open MySQL Workbench over here. So guys, this is MySQL Workbench and you can configure your connections over here. So by default, it gives option for the local host or the local package. So I'll just connect to that and it will ask my root password. So I'll just add the password over here and press enter. So now it's connected to my database, so the MySQL server, and I can go through the different database which I have over here, or different schemas, queries, and run queries over here and all those information. So we'll be using this for tweaking data into our database and checking out how the records have been added into the MySQL record database. Now we need to start with the Node.js application part, where we're going to create a connection between the Node.js application and MySQL. So for that, first we have to create a Node.js application. So I will open my terminal. So now in my terminal, I'm going to start with a Node.js application. So I'll create mkdir directory, node MySQL example. Now we'll navigate to this folder. Now I will set up the Node.js application which I want. So first, when you're creating a Node.js application, you have to do npm init. So I'll just run npm init. This will help me initialize a Node.js application. It says that you want to name this application as MySQL example. I'll just say yes. So if you're fine with it, you can just press enter. Otherwise, you can rename it by typing the new name over here. So if you want something, you can name it. I'm just going to go with the default name right now. The default name is based on the folder name which you have. So I'm just going to continue with the folder name, the default name, the version of it, description if you like to add any, the entry point or the starting file, test command, git repo, keywords, and author. It gives you a preview about the package.json file, so it's okay for us. So I'll just say yes. Now it's going to be created. So I'll just clear the screen and do ls. So you can see the package.json file is added into my folder. The next step is open this Node application in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to use Visual Studio Code for development, but you're free to use any editor which you like. So the folder is loaded and it has the same package.json file which we just created. Now we have to install all the packages which we need. I'll just go back to my terminal and install all the packages. So we need to install npm install packages which are dependencies for this project. So we'll install Express handlebars, MySQL. So these packages, the three of them are dependencies for this project. We also need body parser to parse the body information. So we'll just install that too. We also need nodemon, which we are going to install as a dev dependency. I have a typo over here. I'll just fix this. It's handlebars only. So the required packages are installed. Now I have to install the dev dependencies. So I will install npm install. Instead of saying --save, we are going to say --save-dev. So that means it's a dev dependency. Now we install nodemon. So nodemon is installed on the system. Now we can start developing our application. So we have the package.json file. So now we'll create our server file in our project folder to define our starting files for Node.js. So for that, I will just create a server.js file. And this we have dependency on MySQL, require MySQL like this, and Express. Const body parser, require body parser. So now we'll create a Express application by saying app is equal to Express, and then we define app.use for body parser. So this configures the Node.js application. Now I'll just at the end, I will start this application by saying app.listen, the port number. So we'll just listen to port 3000. Now you have to configure how the database works. This is a Node Express application. Now you have to define the configuration for the MySQL database. So I'll just write MySQL connection is equal to MySQL dot create connection and define the connection object over here. So first we need the host, that's localhost. Because I'm just pointing to the local machine, so it's going to be localhost. Otherwise, you can provide the IP for the database, the user for the database server. It's going to be root and the password. So the password is password in this case, database, and it's configuration about multiple statements. So you want to set true. So now the connection object has been created. Now we'll just start the connection. And it takes a callback which provides us feedback that the connection has been established or not. So it provides us an error if the connection object is not connected. So we can just write error handling like this. So if the connection is successful, it will just print connected. Otherwise, it's going to print connection failed. So now I'll go back to my terminal and clear the screen. You can see the files over here. So now I'll just run nodemon server.js. So it says connection failed. That means it's not able to successfully connect to the database. It's not a problem. I will see if the configuration is correct or not. So I think it's looking for the database which we have, but we haven't created it. So first I'll do is I will create this database right now. So for creating a database in MySQL, I'm using MySQL Workbench. So over here we have option for create schema. So schema or database are same over here. So I'll just write the name of it, which is Edureka, and apply. So you can configure the character set and the collation for the database, and it just confirms you the query. So now we have a database created over here. I'll just go back to my code and save it again. So now you can see. So what I did is I just went back to my server.js and saved it again. So which triggered the nodemon to reload the Node.js server. So now because I have the database ready, it's able to connect to the MySQL. Otherwise, it was giving an error that the connection was failing. So the database creation has to be done before you start with the coding part. The next step is defining all the routes for our application. So the first thing is we are going to create different routes for this application, which are going to be in different files. So first I will create a routes folder. In this folder, I will create people.js. This will have the routes for all people. And in this file, I will import express require express and define the router. So I'll just define So this is a router object for the Express application on which we are going to create all the routes. So I'll just define get and the handler for that. I'll just define request and response. Now we have to use this router, so I'll just export this module dot exports is equal to router, and in my server file I have to import this in my application. So I'll just import const people routes equal to require so I have people routes over here, and then in my app.js for the application I will define app.use path, so it's going to be /people, and the handler for that will be people routes. So all the routes which are coming for /people will go to the people routes file, and in that we can handle the request which we need to respond back. So now in my people file I will just go back to the route which I have, which is get. So over here we can make a database connection and do the query part. So for creating the connection, first I will do one cleanup. So I will create a new file which will be named as connection.js, and I will move the connection details from this app.js to a particular file over there. So just take this and import it over here, and now I can export MySQL connection from here. Module.exports equal to MySQL connection. So I'm exporting MySQL connection from here. So once the MySQL connection has been exported, I will go back to my server.js and import it over here. Const MySQL connection is equal to require connection. Now I can run the connection methods over here. So I will just copy this line and move to my people.js. So actually we need to make a connection over here. So I'll just write connection and write MySQL.connection query. That's the database query which I want to execute. So I will define select star from people and the callback for it. So the first parameter is going to be error, rows, fields, and if we don't get any error, I can just write row, otherwise it will just log that what's the error. We'll respond.send rows over here, otherwise else console.log the error. So let's configure now. We need to go back to our terminal and run this code. So it says MySQL, it's not defined, so that's the issue because I haven't copied the MySQL import over here. So I have to cut this import from here and add it to my connection file. Now you can see it made a connection. Now the next step is go to Chrome and hit that URL. The URL was localhost 3000/people. So I'll just hit this and go back to terminal and see if it gives any errors or something. So we got an error that there is no such table available on the database. Now what I have to do is I have to create this table. So I'll go back to my MySQL workbench. So I'm in MySQL workbench and I will create this table on this particular database. So I'll name it as people and define the columns for it. Name, you can define different parameters for people like age, define name varchar 200. It prints you the query like, do you want to execute this query? Yes, I want to, and execute that query. So now the table will be created as people. I will go back to localhost and run localhost 3000/people. You can see it prints out a blank array over here because the table is created, although it doesn't have any records in it. So now add records to this table. So I'm using the editor inside Workbench for adding records. So I'll just click on particular record and say Praveen and age is equal to 22. So I added the value for first record and for the second record. Apply the changes. So once you apply the changes, it will give you the queries that will be executed. So it says insert queries for adding records. Just apply the queries and confirm that the queries have been triggered successfully. Now go back to your browser and do refresh. So you'll see that the records started coming up. So these were the two records which I added into the database. So now we have a successful database connection and it's able to retrieve records from the database. So we can use different tools like Postman to verify our APIs. So I can just open Postman and send the request to this URL, which is localhost 3000/people. So send request, get request to it. And you can see it prints out a JSON response over here. why do I get a JSON response? So this MySQL package actually converts whatever the records you're getting from the database, it converts into a JSON response. So you don't have to manipulate all the array or the table structure. It provides you a structure which can be directly used in your application, which is very good. So you can use different types of structures. You can use any kind of queries with MySQL npm package and run them on your MySQL server. So this was an example of running a MySQL server with Node.js. Today we're going to learn how to use MongoDB and Node.js along each other. We're going to set up a MongoDB environment and create a CRUD API based on Node.js and MongoDB. So before we start with the coding part, we'll just go with some slides and see what's MongoDB and what are the other options in the market to use along with MongoDB or Node.js. So the agenda for today's session is we'll see what's NoSQL, what are the NoSQL databases, introduction to MongoDB, installation of MongoDB, and building a CRUD application with Node.js and MongoDB. So the first topic is what is NoSQL? So NoSQL means not only SQL. So over here, we're not going to work with a traditional database. It's not going to be a relational database where we use a SQL or a structured query language to get data. In this case, we are going to work with the databases which do not follow defined structures for keeping the data. Over here, we don't use a query language. Instead, we use methods or properties which are available on the databases, and we're going to get data from them. The key advantage of using a NoSQL database is the NoSQL databases actually have unstructured data, which can contain a mixture of different types of data, like different models, or including a key value or different types of graph format of data. And these schema, like, or the way we are going to push data into a database is going to be very dynamic. So in a traditional database like MySQL, SQL, or Oracle, what we do is table structure will be defined, like how many columns can be added into this table and what are the values of the data which you are adding to the columns and the cells. But in this case, NoSQL, most of the databases don't require a specific schema. So even if you have one table or a collection in this NoSQL, it can have different schema for every row which you have, or every record can have its own different schema from the other one. So it's very flexible. It gives the developers a lot of power to adapt their schemas based on their requirements and what type of records they are going to push in. It reduces a number of unnecessary records in the database. And it also allows the developers to manage database very easily because they don't have to convert one data form into another form. Like when you're sending some information from the server or the database to the client side, like a web application or a native application, they don't need to reformat the structure again into JSON or XML. Most of the databases, like the NoSQL databases, actually store in JSON, and whatever the information is stored on the database without doing any formatting can be directly pushed to a client or a web client or a native application. So it's very easy for the developers to maintain NoSQL databases also. Some benefits over here, like what are the benefits? Again, they don't follow any specific schema. So no specific schema for NoSQL databases. The next point is no query language. So they don't use any query language to get data. They just depend on internal methods and properties to get data from the database. And the third and the most important point over here is NoSQL databases do not follow relationships, or some of them have compatibility to create relations between different tables. But as a design practice, when we architect the complete database, we don't create relations between the MongoDB or the NoSQL databases, the tables which we have, or the databases which you have. Generally, everything is stored in one record. So the next topic is what are the different NoSQL databases available in the market. These are some of the databases which are available: MongoDB, Apache Ibase, Cassandra, Redis, and Neo4j. This is a very small list of NoSQL databases which we have in the market right now. There are a lot of other databases in the market which are following NoSQL approach, and some of them are proprietary to the company which has been provided them. Like AWS has its own NoSQL implementation, Microsoft has its own, and other companies have their own way of implementing a NoSQL database. So based on your requirements or based on the platform which you are going to use, you can choose which NoSQL database you are going to pick. So in this example, we're going to use MongoDB. So we'll see how MongoDB can be connected with Node.js, and we can make a CRUD API with it. So introduction to MongoDB. So what's MongoDB? MongoDB is an open source non-relationship database that stores data in a form of collections and documents. In MongoDB, it's like open source. It does not create any relationships. So what we do is we store everything in a form of collections and documents. So a collection can be considered as a table, and a document can be considered as a row for a normal database. When we create a table, we define how the structure of the table will be and all those things. But in this case, when we create a collection, we don't define any schema over here. We just tell that, okay, this is a collection and this will hold what type of records which we want. I will create a collection named people, and I will just create the people connection and add all the persons which I have in that collection. Okay. On the other hand, documents are equivalent to a row, but in the same case, documents do not have any schema. So rows have a schema of inputting data into the database. But in this case, a document does not have any schema. So one document can be completely different to another document. If you create two persons, the schema of the person can be completely different from the other person. But a document will always be inside a collection. Documents cannot be free flowing here and there. They always have to reside under a collection. So in this case, if you have two documents, like person one and person two, those will be inside the people collection. So next point is it preserves most of the functionalities while offering horizontal scalability. So we can scale our MongoDB database horizontally, and we get most of the features working, and it does not limit us in all the features when we are scaling the system. Next thing is it stores JSON documents in the form of collections and having dynamic schemas. So like I said earlier, all of the documents which we are going to create, like person one, person two, person three, they can have a different schema. They don't require to follow the same schema. So a schema means like if I have a record, if I'm creating a person and I have added a key will be a value in the system. So the key name can be first name for the person one, and for the person two, it can be first dash name, or in the person three, it can be name also. So you're not fixed with a specific schema for storing records. It can be anything. It's very powerful. It can help the developers a lot because they don't need to store null values or unnecessary records into the database just to standardize everything. They can keep a dynamic schema. But it also creates problems for the developers because, like I said, in one record or in a one document, a particular key can be named as something like first name, and in the different document, it can be written as name only. So it creates a lot of problem when the same database is being used by different developers because they still have to follow a specific schema when they are inputting the data. Otherwise, they might have the same value for a record on different keys in the system. So we'll explain you this in an example later on, but we'll cover this in the code example. So the other thing is we don't create relations in MongoDB. So the benefit of this is we don't need to look for the same record in another table and get the data and combine them using join queries and all. In a MongoDB environment, when we develop, we record or we store everything for a particular entity in one document. So example for that will be like I have a one person record and that person has a salary. So instead of creating a relation between a salary table and the person's personal information table, we will record the salary of the person in the same document. You don't have two different tables for storing the personal information or the salary. You just have one document which stores the salary and the personal information, which is very helpful because now you're not creating any queries or you are not creating any joint queries between both of the tables and complicating stuff. And this also reduces the effort which the database has to process when writing queries. The queries are much more faster because everything is at one place. There is no relation between different locations. There are different workarounds or solutions to do relations between the MongoDB collections, but generally they are not practiced a lot. Features of MongoDB. First feature is indexing, replication, ad hoc queries, schemaless, and sharding. These are some of the features which we're going to discuss later on in the sessions and see how these can be used in our applications. So we'll start with MongoDB installation. We'll see how we can install MongoDB on a system and run a MongoDB server and create CRUD API based on that server. So the first step is we have to go to the MongoDB site. So it's called mongodb.com. And over here, you will go to the download center. So the URL will be mongodb.com/download center/community. Because we're going to download the community server over here, that's why we are using /community in the URL. So you will find details about the community server, the version of it, the operating system, and which type of package you are going to download. So the operating system is based on your choice, like which operating system you are using. So you can pick it from Windows, Linux, Mac, and different releases of Linux, different variants of that, and choose the right one. So because I'm using a Mac machine, so it says Mac OS X 64x64. So that's the correct version, and I will download the tgz file from here. So it's taking some time to download. Let's wait. So this package is already downloaded on my system, so I'm not going to download it complete. I'll just cancel it, and I will show you where it's going to be downloaded. The download package is in my downloads folder, which is this one. Okay, so we just downloaded this package from the MongoDB site. This is a zip file, so you can just uncompress this file and get the content extracted from this. It's a different version of type of a zip file, so you can just extract it and get the content. So once you open the folder which you get from that zip file, you'll find a bin folder. Okay, so based on the operating system you are using, you will get executable files over here. So the name of the executable files will be same for all the operating systems, but the type of the file will change. So these are all Unix executables. When you're using a Windows machine, you will get exe files or Windows executable files, and you can use them to start your MongoDB server and connect to it. So the first thing which we need to do is we need to start the MongoDB server. So from these files, we can start the MongoDB server. So the first file which you want to use is the MongoD, this one. Okay. So this is executable file. This executable can be used for starting the MongoDB server. So this is the MongoDB server executable. So how to start this file or execute this file? On a Windows machine, you can just go to command prompt and run this file. Same for a Mac machine. So using my terminal, I will navigate to this folder over here. You will see that I have these files over here. Mongo, MongoDump, MongoD over here. So now to run this executable, I will just run mongo d dash dash db path equal to the Mongo database. The db path is location where your db will be stored. So by default, it stores at the root URL, which is /data/db. But I don't want to store it on the root URL. I want to store it inside my user folder. So I will just have tilde, which means the user folder, /data, which is the data folder, and the db folder. So these are not created on my system by default. I have to create them. So I've created them earlier, so I can just use them again. So I'll just run this command and it will start the database server for me. So run this command. Okay, I got an error. The reason is the command is not correct. So you have to write like this. I accidentally added a question mark over here. So just run like this and this will start your MongoDB server. So once the server is started, you will get this line at the end, which is waiting for connections on port 27017. That's the default port for MongoDB server, and it's looking for connections to this URL. And you can find all the other details like where are the files are available. So the files are available under users Praveen /data/db and all those things. So we're going to start our connections to this MongoDB database now. So one approach is using the Mongo executable in our code. I will open a new tab in my terminal, or if you are on a Windows machine, you have to create another command prompt window. So the first tab is running the MongoDB server. You don't need to close this. The second one, it's a new terminal window. Over here, I will run all the commands which I need to connect to MongoDB. So the MongoDB server is running. So now I have to execute a different file, which is Mongo in the bin folder. So MongoD starts the database. Mongo is used to connect to the database. So I'll just run Mongo. So once you run this starts the executable, which is a REPL for MongoDB. And over here, I can run MongoDB queries and functions over here to get data from it. So I can just say show DBS, which prints out all the DBS or the databases in the system. I can say use admin and say show collections, which prints the number of collections which I have in the system. Same way, I can just go to show DBS and create a new collection like use Edureka. If the collection is not available, it automatically creates the collection. Otherwise, it switches to that collection. So now the next thing is using this collection. So I'm already in the database and I will just run command show collections. So I don't have any collections in this database right now. Edureka is a new database which is created by using the use command. Now we're going to use this database and add records to it and create collections to it, which will be used in our CRUD API. So before moving to the development part of our API, I was just going to show you another tool which MongoDB provides us, which is called the Compass. MongoDB Compass provides us as a UI to connect with our database and see what records we have or what databases we have. So you can download it as a community edition from the MongoDB site and install it on your system. By default, if you're using the community, it provides you the read-only access. So you can do any read operations from the system, but you cannot use it to store any data into the database. It starts with the by default URL, which is localhost and the port. And these are the default URLs configuration for our MongoDB system running on our machine. So we'll just connect to this. So now you can see it provides us information about what databases we have. So these are the default databases, which is admin, and can go back to our dataset and the local database which we have. And this is a collection in that database. So I can just go to this collection and see what records I have in the system. So these are the records which I have. These are about the starting of the system. When did the MongoDB server started on my system? It started at 11:56. So these are the information which is MongoDB is storing by itself for debugging and all. But we can create our own databases over here and store data into the system. So I'll just go to the home and create a new database. Name it as Edureka. So it's not showing up the Edureka database over here because I haven't added any collections to it. So it just created a database in memory but didn't physically create it. Once I create collections into it, it starts storing information. The database I created again is Edureka and collection name is people. Create database. Now you can see I've created the database and it has a collection called people. So now from here I can insert records and see how those will be stored in the database. So I can just create one record which is ID. This is a unique ID for that particular record. So this is auto generated. You don't need to create it again. And these are the values which I want to store. Now I have this record stored into my system with a particular schema which has ID and name. And I will store another record which will be like first name, which will be Amit, and salary NA. So you can see it didn't give any errors that the schema is not correct or you have some problems with it. It allows to store the data as whatever the values you want to store. So it's completely schemaless and you can record these values. And you can also run queries over here. So you can write a filter query to find out a particular record from the system. So you can see it as a list, you can see it as a table. So table is for people who are very familiar with the relational databases, so they can at least see how the structure has been created in a table. But most of the time we don't use this table kind of a layout, just a layout to see how the data is structured. So this is MongoDB Compass. So we're going to now use this database to get data into a CRUD API. So to create a Node.js CRUD API, we need to create a Node.js project. So I will just close Compass over here and go to my terminal, exit this and go to my user folder. So I'm in my user folder right now and I'll create a new project or a folder. So I'll just write mkdir node mongo API. Go to this project folder and you have to create it as a node project. So when you need to create anything as a node project, what we do is we run npm init. That's the first step. So that creates our package.json file. Okay. So we run npm init. So it asks us like what's the project name. So we'll say Mongo API, the version of it, description, all the files and everything. So it gives us a preview that package.json file will look like this. So if it is good, just press yes, and our package.json file will be created for us. Now I will open this project folder in my Visual Studio Code. I will click on open node mongo API. So it has a package.json file and now we have to create other files which we require. The first file is going to be the index.js file, which starts our project. And then we have to install all the packages which we require. So this project is going to be dependent on different node packages. So we'll have a dependency on Express. I will just write those over here. Express handlebars, mongoose, body parser, and nodemon. So these are the dependencies for this project. So we're going to install all these dependencies in our project. So for that, what we have to do is I will write an npm command which is npm install -- save express handlebars, mongoose, body parser, and nodemon. So I'm installing nodemon as a dependency to this project. It can be added as a global dependency also for your system. But in this case, I'm just using it as a local dependency for my project so that it doesn't install it as a global package. Once all these packages are installed, you will get these as dependencies in your project over here. You can see what packages are installed, which version of them are installed over here. Now we need to connect our Node.js project with our MongoDB. So I'll just go to the index.js file, remove all these package names. Those are not required. So first we're going to use a package called mongoose. So mongoose is used for connecting the Node.js environment with the MongoDB server. So it's an adapter which connects to it. It requires very basic information to connect to it. It can be extended to very complex implementations. But for starters, we'll just have to define what URL we need to connect and it automatically connects to it. For us, we'll just write require mongoose. Because we installed mongoose in our system, so we can just require it in our code. So once we require this, will get the package and we'll assign that package to our constant, which is named as mongoose. The next line, we'll just write mongoose.connect. For creating a very simple connection without any configurations, we just need to provide the MongoDB URL. So in this case, because I'm setting it up on my local system, I have to write MongoDB : localhost, because it's on locally installed on my system, 27017. That's the port, / the database. So I created the database as Edureka. So I'll just write Edureka over here. So this is the database name which you need to connect. Okay. So I don't need to pass any user information or anything because there is no authentication set up on the database. So I can easily connect to it. But once you add any authentication to the database or the MongoDB server, you may need to provide those information over here. So the next thing, we have to define the callback. So is the database connection working or not? This will help us know the connection status. So in this callback, we get error. If there is any error between the connection, it will just give us the database connection is not successful or why there was a problem. If it is successful, we won't get any error and we can start accessing the MongoDB database. So in this case, I will just write if not error console.log success and else console.log error connecting to database. Okay. So make sure your database is running. So in your terminal window, go back to the same terminal window and make sure your database is up and running. Once you're sure that it is running, you can just start this Node.js project. So in the earlier examples, what we did is we ran the command which is node index.js. So it gave me an error that the current URL parser is deprecated. So I have to pass another option to it. So it's a configuration which I need to pass in the Mongo client. So that has to be passed over here as a second parameter. I will just pass it over here. This configuration is required to remove this warning. So I just added this configuration and I will restart the server. So before restarting the server, I'll just show you that it printed out success. That means the connection has been successfully established between the Node.js and the MongoDB server. So I will just close the Node.js server again and run the server again. So it prints out success and there is no warning over here. So now I'll stop this again, and instead of using node index.js, we'll write a different command which will be set up in our scripts part over here. So we'll write start. That's the start command for us. The start command will run nodemon index.js. So instead of running node space index.js, we'll run npm start now. So this npm start will point to this scripts over here and looks for the start command and runs this command over here. It prints the same kind of output, but what's the difference over here is if I go to the index.js file, I will change the code over here. So I'll change it to success connected and save this file. So what happens is the nodemon actually watches our files. So it will see if the file has been saved again. It will start the Node.js code again for us. So based on your file changes, it starts the code again and again, which is very helpful. You don't need to restart the Node.js code again and again by yourself. It automatically handles by the system. We are connected to a MongoDB database. Now we need to get the data from the MongoDB. So for that, what we do is we create models. Models are for creating a schema and for accessing the data from a particular collection. So in this case, I'm going to create a new folder, name it as model, and in this I will create a new file which will be courses.model.js. So this is a model for a particular course, and over here I have to import mongoose again. So when you are working with Node.js and you have dependency on a particular package as npm package, you have to import that in every file which you need it. So dependencies in Node.js are not declared as global, they have to be per file. If index.js requires mongoose, so I have to include it in mongoose. And if course.model.js requires it, I have to import it over here also. So I'll just write this line, const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. I have to create a schema. So I'll write var course schema is equal to new mongoose schema. The way mongoose works is mongoose helps us in creating a schema for MongoDB. So like MongoDB does not care about the schema, how you're storing records. And that can be a problematic thing. Like I said, the same collection can have different documents with different keys for the same type of record. So example for that will be like if I'm storing something, I name it as name and somebody else stores it as first name. Now, although things are same, the values are for the same or property, but they have the different key. And if you have lots of keys which are completely different from one record to another record, then it gets very hard for developers to standardize the code. They have to write conditions that find this record or this record in the document. So just to remove that kind of a confusion or an unnecessary burden on the code, what Mongoose provides us is it provides us a way to create a schema and define how the data will be added for that record. So in this case, we are going to define a schema for a course. The schema will be like course name. Course name is equal to object, and this object will define the type of it. So the type is equal to string, and is it required or not? So we'll just define it as required. So this is the message which we get if the field is stored as not required, like our blank field. Next thing is the course ID. So this can be ID which is for the internal use. It's not the same ID which we get from MongoDB. So it can be an internal ID which Edureka uses for naming their courses. So we'll write string again for the type. Course duration will be type string and course fee type string. So this creates a schema. Now we'll define the schema as a model for Mongoose. So we'll write mongoose.model, and the first parameter is the name of the collection. So we'll define as course and the schema for it. When we're going to store any record to MongoDB, this particular collection which is named as course will require this schema to be stored, and it will only derive the data based on the schema. So now we have this model ready. Now we have to create an Express application to connect with our browser and send responses back to us or get data. So the first thing which we have to do is now we'll go back to the index.js file. So instead of keeping the connection details over here, we'll cut them from here and create a new file inside the MongoDB folder and name it as connection.js. Instead of connection.js, let's rename it to index.js, because when you are creating a folder in the Node.js application, it should have because that allows us to export different content or different information from that particular folder. So I will just create an index.js file, and in this, we just have the connection details. Now, in this file, I'm going to import the course model which we created. So I'll just say const course is equal to require course model. So it automatically acquires the code and it starts up the model for us. Now in the index.js file, I will import connection equal to require model. So this creates our connections. You can see once I imported the file, it says success connected. That means the MongoDB database has been connected to this application. Once we're done with the cleanup, we have to start creating our Express application. So for creating Express application, first we need to import Express. So I will import Express from Express. So I'll write const Express equal to require Express. Now we'll create an Express application. So we'll write application equal to Express like this. Okay. We will import other packages which we need. So we need path from the path package. So path is an internal package to Node.js, so we don't need to install it. It's available once we install the Node.js code. Then we need Express handlebars. So I'll just write Express handlebars, require Express handlebars like this. Const body parser. So that's used for parsing body information from our code. So we'll just import that. So these are all the packages which we require in our code. Okay. So the next thing is some configuration on the Express application. So first we have to say application.use, and we want to use body parser dot URL encoded and extended equal to true. And now we will set up our application to send or handle out the root URL. So for that, I will write application.get, and this is for setting up the get request for our system. So we'll write slash and a callback for that. So in the callback, we'll receive request and response. And in this callback, we'll just send response.send some HTML. So we'll just write h1, just write hello world and start this application. So once done, I will go to the end of this code and define application.listen to a port which is 3000 and define a callback for it. So if it is successful, it will just print server started. This is the server for Express, and this is for the connection which is done by using Node.js code. So both of them are working now. I'll go back to my browser and see what's the output. So I'll just run localhost 3000 and you can see it prints hello world. So this is coming up from a simple HTML string which we have. And we're going to use handlebars in this code to create our proper views by using handlebars. First, I have to go on top of my file and write application.set the views folder. So this is a folder which we're going to create, and this will be storing the views. So we'll write path.join directory name and the views folder. So what I'm doing is I'm setting up the views folder for this application. The name of that is views, and we have a path. So the second parameter is path over here. So the underscore DINA over here. This is a global variable which is provided by Node.js. So this provides us the information about the directory in which this code has been executed from. So which I can just get it from here, and from that particular directory, I want to access the views folder. Okay. So that will be equal to the views folder which I have over here. And I just create a views folder. I have to configure handlebars in this project. So I'll write application.engine. So this is for the application engine, which is handlebars or Jade. In this case, we are going to use HPS or handlebars, and we'll define express handlebars and define all the options for it. So it requires configuration about which kind of extension we need to follow. That will be HPS and the default layout for it. So that will be in the views folder. So we'll just write main layout over here, and then we'll define the layout directory. Like where is this layout? Just dir name plus preview slash layouts over here. Now I have to tell Node.js or Express that it has to use the view engine, which is handlebars. So for that, we'll just define application.set view engine HPS. Now our handlebar server is set, and now we can configure it to work with the MongoDB connection. First, I will create a new file which is index.hbs, because this is going to be the root URL. So it's index.hbs, and I will write hello world -hps over here and save this file. Now I'm going to change the code over here, which is instead of sending the response like rest.send, I'm going to use res.render or response.render. So it's going to be response.render. The name of the template which I want to render over here, which is going to be index, and any data which I want to send to the template. So I don't want to send any data, so I can just leave it as blank object, and I will go back to my browser and see what's the output. So refresh, and it says that there's an error. It's not able to find the layout. The layout is something which we declared in our code over here. Actually, I need to add the views part. I have to add the layouts. So layouts are kind of base templates for our template. So they can be used for setting up default configuration, default scripts, default CSS elements for all the pages which we want to create. Okay. So they're kind of master pages for us. And for creating a layout, first the layout are to be inside the views layouts folder. So I will create a layouts folder over here. In that, the default layout is main layout. So I will just write main layout.hps and create this layout file. I have to define a base structure for the layout. So I will just write div id is equal to main layout and write triple equal to body. So this body is an internal variable which is provided by handlebars. This variable actually holds the template which I actually requested for. If I'm requesting index.hbs or index template in my render, that means this body will hold that template. So internally, when this code runs, it automatically picks all those templates and put them inside the layout. So now I'm going to run this code in my browser. So I'm just going to refresh this page, and you can just see that the layout is div id main layout, and it has a text which is handlebars hps, which is coming from the index.hps file. So I can just change it to handlebars, save it, and refresh again. So now our templates are configured, and now we need to connect to MongoDB and get the data from MongoDB and show it on the page. So first thing which I need to do is I need to create a controller. So as a developer, we should not create all the routes in our index file. It gets very complicated to add all the routes over here. So think of it like if your application has 50 routes, you cannot keep 50 routes over here. It's going to be very complicated for you later on to manage. So the best practice is create a folder called controllers over here. And in this controllers folder, define all the routes which you want. So in this case, I just want to have courses. So I will write courses.js, and this will be the file which sets up the routes, like all the information about the route, and also connects with the MongoDB to get the data and return the template. So the first thing which we need to do is we need to import Express, and we'll write require Express and Mongoose. So once we imported Express, we need to configure all the routes. What routes are to be handled by this controller? So for that, what we need to do is we need to set up a router. So I will define const equal to express router. So this enables us to give the access to the router, the express router. Now I can define router.get, router. Whatever the URLs I want to configure. So in this case, I just want to use router.get and define a route which is the /URL. We'll define the handler for that, which will be a fat arrow function and request and response. From here, I can say response.send courses controller. I set up the route for the course controller, but I haven't used this controller anywhere in my application. So what I have to do is I have to go back to my index.js, and where I'm writing application.get this, I have to write application.use/course and the course controller. So the controller I have to import in my file. So I'll write course controller require controllers/courses. I have to import it over here. So this tells Node.js or the Express that which controller will be used over here. Once done, this configures the course URL. And now in my code, I will define how the MongoDB connection will be created. So one thing I missed over here is in the courses file, the controller file, I have to export the router. Otherwise it will not work. So I have to export it from here, and you can see it's successfully starting the application. So everything is working fine. Otherwise it was giving me error that the router.use were not working. So now it is configured correctly. You have to export the router from the controller file. Now I will go back to my browser and search for courses or course over here. So you can see it's printing the result from the course controller. Now we already imported the Mongoose package in our code. So now I have to create a model from that. For that, I will just write const course model like this and mongoose dot model course. So that's the model which we already created in our file, which was the models file, this one. So the name has to be same, course, and the course folder course. So we get the access for the course model. Now on this course model, I can write methods to get data from MongoDB. First, let's create the URL for list, like to create a list of all the courses which are available through Edureka's database. So for that, I will write course model dot find and define a callback to it. In this, I will get error and docs. So error is any error which I received when the connection is made or when the query is running. And docs is the document which are received from this collection. So this course model actually points to a collection in our database. So anything which is inside this collection over here will be as documents and will be received in this documents argument over here. Now I'll just write a basic simple check over here. If there is no error, then response.send this course controller again just to see if everything is working. So now I have to look for course/list. So how it works is when we define the controller in index.js file, we define a base URL for that. So it's course, okay? And once we start writing code or the get request in our controller, we define which URL it should be pointed to. So if the base is course/list over here, that means it's going to be like this, course list. So I'll just go back to my browser and instead of course over here, I will write course list. Refresh the page, it prints the same content again. So it's able to make a connection to the database and it's working. Otherwise, if there was any error, this wouldn't have printed out and we could have just entered the error like response.send error occurred. So if it is working fine, that means everything is correct and it's able to connect to the database and work. Now I will just see how many records do I get. So I'll just write console.log docs, refresh the page. Once I refresh, I will go back to my console over here, the terminal window. You see there is a blank array coming in. That means there are no records in my database, like there is nothing. So I have to set up that data. So for that initial data setup, I will just go to MongoDB Compass and set up some base data over here. On this connection screen, I will just connect to the local MongoDB instance. In the Edureka database, I have to need to create a collection. So the collection name will be course and create this collection. Now in this collection, I have to make some records. I'll go to my schema and see what is the schema of my records. So first I have to have course name. So I'll write course name Node.js with Mongo. Course ID is going to be 1. Course duration is going to be 1. Course fee is going to be 1. Insert. So these are the records which are added back to my database. Now I will go back to my code again and refresh the same page. So once I refresh, it should get the data for the latest courses. So go back to my system and refresh this. It's still pointing out to a null, like a blank array. Let's see why. So I'm connected to Edureka and requires course model. Course model defines like this. I think there's a problem with the model. Let's try to do one thing. From our code only, we will try to add a new record to it. I'll write a simple code snippet for setting some records, where course is equal to new course, course model, course dot, just copy the names from here. Course name is equal to Node.js, course ID is equal to 2. Okay, and I write course dot save to save the record back to the MongoDB. So I'll run this URL and we'll go back to the database and see what we have. So the reason is I think the collection name got written as courses. That's why it was not working. Just comment this code and go back to my course model. So it's able to store the record. You can see like it's able to add a new courses record over here. So we'll debug this out later. Now we know like where the data has been getting stored. I will just get the data back from there. So I'm just going to refresh this page again. This is a single record which was added by the save query which we ran. So now we have a record which is in the database. So now what we have to do is we need to create the list of all the courses. So for that, I'll just write response.render and I'll write list, and the data, I will just pass data is equal to docs. In my views folder, I have to create a new template, which is list.hbs. Over here, I will just get the data, which is going to be used in my template. So I'll just write HTML content courses. I'm just writing a very basic HTML. You can extend it to write, use Bootstrap or other CSS frameworks in it. So courses, and I'll create a table over here. And each row is going to be having the record. So I'll just write TD. First is going to be the TH, which is table heading. So we'll define TH over here and ID and name. So the next record is going to be the record which I want to get from the MongoDB. All right. So this is going to be iterated. So over here, handlebars provides us methods which can do iterations for us. So we just write curly brackets, double curly brackets each. This will iterate the content. So in the courses, when I was rendering this, I was sending data. So I'll just write data over here, and where I need to end the iteration for the HTML, I'll just define it over here. So this defines that whenever this page loads, look for data, and if it is an array, iterate this content multiple times. So over here now I can write this dot course ID and course name, and instead of th we're going to use tds. Now refresh the page. Now you can see it's printing results which are ID, name, and 2 is the ID and Node.js. So now we're getting data from MongoDB and putting it inside our HTML content. So we have completed an example of getting data from MongoDB. Now we need to push data from our page to the, so for that, what I will do is I will just create a new template. I will just write a new template and define it as add course. In this add course, I'm going to create a form which will send data to our MongoDB or our Node.js API. So we'll just write some basic information like what's the action. Action will be course, and define the method for that we post. Let's write add over here. Now to create a form for sending the course information, so I'll just write p input value is equal to blank, name is equal to course name. I'm going to copy these records, create a labels for them. Label course name. Okay, copy this label. This will be duration and fees. This one is not required, so I'll just remove this last one. Duration and fees. Let's see how this prints on the page. So first I have to configure the route for that. So I'll just write router.get. That's for creating the post page, which is going to be add. I'm going to write response.render add course. Now let's go to the add page. Res is not defined. That's an error. The reason is I haven't passed it over here. Refresh, and it prints this form. So the CSS or the layout for this form is not correct, which we can fix later. But I will just write PR over here to at least make it little sense. Now we got this form and missed out a submit button at the end of this form. So I'll just write add course over here and define it as type submit. So now this form is created. Now I have to refresh this form and press submit. When I submit the form, it says cannot post course add over here. The reason is we haven't configured the URL for that. So we only configured the get page, but we haven't configured the post URL. So for that, I'll go back to my router and also configure the post URL. So get or post will render the form again. So if I add something like this over here, it shows the same form again, but doesn't do anything on the actual form. Like it will not add anything. So if I go to the list, you can see it's only one list over here. I have to write the code for saving the records in the database and retrieving or navigating back to the list page or something. So for saving the course, already I wrote this small code over here. I will just reuse this code. So I'll write new instance of course, save, and this save method, you can pass a callback over here, which will let us know that is the record saved in the database or not. So now I can check if the record has been saved or there is a problem with that. So we'll just write error or doc. So doc is the document which is saved. So I'll just write a condition to check if not error, then do this, else if it is an error state, then do this. So if it's successfully able to store the records, I will just write response dot redirect, okay, like this, and send it to course/list. Otherwise, just write response dot send error occurred. So it's going to store the records, but we haven't used the correct values which we need to store. So over here, I have to write request dot body dot the values. So let's see what do we get from the request. I'll just block this code, not to run this code completely. And I will just write a console.log to see what values do we get. It's going to be shown over here. I will just send some chunk characters from here. Response.send. So these are the values which are getting sent from the client side to the server side. So we can just write response.body.codes name, all of this code, and response.write duration, request.body.duration, and course fees. There was another field which is course ID, which we haven't received from the client side. So we're going to put it from the client side over here only. So I'm going to write math.random, create a random number, multiply that with a big number, and get a completely random number, math.seal, like this. So I'm just going to create a random number for every ID which we're going to store and add it to the course ID over here and save this record. So let's run this code now. So first I will write node.js mongodb, duration is something, fees is something, save the record, course list. It's not able to navigate to this URL. Let's see why. It says cannot set headers after they have sent to the call. Alright, the reason is because at the end of code I forgotten to remove this line. So actually don't need this line. I will just remove this. That was for showing the form again when I post the page. When I'm sending a request from the client side and it's getting stored into my database, that's a asynchronous call. And in that case, the MongoDB will respond later on, which we are going to receive in the callback. Because I had this line at the bottom, this forces the response to be sent to the client side the moment it receives it. And again, after MongoDB stores the record, it sends the response again. So technically it was sending two responses from the server to the client side. That was actually failing. So I have to remove the last line over here. You can only send one response from this code. So I've run this code again, refresh the list page. Now you can see it has a new record added, which is node.js mongodb. Now I will go back to my code and say add. So I'll just add some records like chunk characters over here and add course. So it added that course also, but still you can see the ID is not printing over here. The reason is because we have defined that the ID should be in string. And what happens is right now, this is not coming as string. This is coming as a number because I'm using math.seal and math.random to create a random number for the ID. That's why it's not getting stored. So what I have to do is I have to convert this into a string. So I'll just add a blank string to it so it converts everything into a string and hope it works. So I'll go back to the add course. It's still not adding the value. Let's see, do we have something wrong in the schema? The schema says course ID with the D small. And when I'm sending this request, I'm actually using course ID with a D capital. So that's also another thing. So when we are using Mongo or MongoDB and Mongoose, Mongoose follows the schema approach. So it forces you to define a schema for that. If your schema is not correct, it will not store the data and it will not retry the data from the database also. It only looks for the values which are correct matching with the schema. So okay, let's try again. Add course. Now you can see it added a random value to it. So just to check if it allows different types also, I will just remove this conversion to string and run this code. So I will go back to the add. I'll just write check string. That's the course name, duration, fees, course. Okay. So it allows you to save the data and get the value. I think it's internally converting the value to string and formatting it as string to store in the database. Now I will go to the compass, just do a refresh over here, and you can see all of the records are added over here and all the values are stored as strings over here. So you can see like some of the values are different. Some records have some keys, some records have other keys, but all of them are in the same collection. So it's completely schema based. Only Mongoose is enforcing a schema over here in this example. And in your applications, you will use Mongoose to create the schema. Otherwise, you don't need a schema for MongoDB. As a best practice, you should create a schema for your Mongoose data connections. Otherwise, there will be some issues like people are using different keys for different name. Like in the same example, I was using course ID with a D capital, and actually the implementation was course ID with a D small, and it was not working correctly. If that schema check was not there, the records would have been added and I would have received blank values or undefined values for that. And that's a problem. So that's why Mongoose is good to create schemas and all in our code. All right, so this covers our basic example of setting up a CRUD operation with MongoDB and Node.js. So the part which we added over here, which is add with the post method, that is actually example for creating an API also. So even you can treat this as a API or a RESTful API. You can just, instead of simply redirecting the record from here to a different URL, you can just respond with a message or something that the record has been successfully stored. So that will be equivalent to creating a RESTful API from this code. So instead of saying redirect, I will just write res JSON and define message successful and status is equal to OK. So this way, this can be also converted into a RESTful service, and you can use this in your React or Angular or native applications which you are going to create. So this was an example of connecting MongoDB with Node.js and creating a CRUD operation with it. So we have implemented get and post or add or a save operation or find operation by using MongoDB.
Welcome to the Node.js Docker session. For this particular session today, our agenda is to learn about Docker, what is Docker, the basics of Docker, see how we can use Docker with Node.js and why we should use it. Also, in the end, we'll be having a small hands-on session where we'll be using Node.js along with Docker. We'll deploy a small Node.js app on Docker. So let's begin. So what is Docker? Well, a definition of Docker would be Docker is a containerization platform which is used for packaging an application and its dependencies together within a Docker container. This ensures the effortless and smooth functioning of our application, irrespective of the changes in the environment. To put it in little simple words, Docker is a tool designed to make it easier to create, deploy, and run applications by using containers. Now, no matter where you learn about Docker, whether studying it online, even on the official website of Docker, the Docker documentation, you'll always come across the word container. So it's obvious that the question might arise in your mind, what is a container? But before moving to that, let's start with this meme, a very popular meme regarding Docker. As you can read, it says, it works on my machine, well, then we'll ship your machine. And that is how Docker was born. And exactly this is the reason why Docker was made. No matter what technology or platform you're studying, if you read about its history, why it was made, if you go for the question why it was made, you'll get to know it better. You'll get to understand it better. So yeah, the problem that many of the developers were facing or are still facing who are not using something like Docker is that if you have ever done, let's say, web development using PHP or .NET or Node.js or any other web technology, you must have heard or used the phrase, while development, where someone is saying, but it works on my machine. Each programming language or any server platform has their own configuration files or settings. Let's say if you're developing a web application using PHP, there is a php.ini file for configuration. If you're working on .NET projects have a web.config file. The servers that you use, let's say Apache or Nginx, they have their own configuration files. So it's highly probable that these configurations are different on your local development machine and the actual server where you're deploying them. And it can be a time consuming process, a massive headache for you to get things working on the server. To solve these problems, what Docker gives you is a very easy tool wherein you're deploying application on the server, and Docker takes care of everything regarding the application, where its configurations and settings and everything remains same on your local environment and the server as well, and many other things. So this diagram is a very good illustration of how Docker works. This is the host operating system, which in my case is Windows. It can be Windows or Linux or Mac. Docker runs on any operating system. So upon that, over the host OS, we have the Docker, the application, and Docker can have multiple containers where each container is running an application. So this container can run a PHP website, the other container can run a .NET website, and they both are independent of each other, the libraries and everything. So it's like an isolated environment, separate from one another. Over here, you might have a question regarding like how is Docker different from, let's say, a virtualization. You might have heard of platforms like VMware or let's say VirtualBox. Those platforms or that technology is the diagram that you see on the left, where it's a machine level virtualization. So over your actual hardware, you install multiple operating systems. That's very heavy on resources. Obviously, if the virtualized OS that you are installing, if it needs 4 gigabytes of RAM, your OS and your platform should have more than that. To give away 4 gigabytes of RAM to just a virtual OS, and running multiple ones means you need a lot of resources: RAM, CPU, storage, etc., etc. That is also a kind of virtualization, but that is machine virtualization. In our case, what we are doing is just a operating system level virtualization, where the OS, our OS, let's say in my case Windows, gives a kind of a virtual space to just an application. That's it. But the application still uses the same shared resources of the underlying OS. So the case on the right is like a diagram of a container system, which is similar to Docker. So the app 1, app 2, app 3, these running in their own containers, and this container engine you can imagine as Docker. So again, these share the things of the operating system. So they share the same RAM, they share the same storage, but they have their own kind of a isolated container in which they run. If you want to read more about this in depth, you can go and read about OS level virtualization. But again, coming back to today's agenda, we'll continue with seeing how Docker works, and then we'll have a look at the demo. So moving on to Docker basics. So to put it simply, there are mainly three things you need to know about in Docker: the Docker file, Docker images, and the Docker container. Docker file, to put it simply, is just a text document. That text file has a list of commands for Docker, where Docker will know exactly what to do. That's it. We'll see in our demo how to create that and what kind of commands it needs. Docker image. Docker image is a read-only file that Docker creates for itself, which then it will use to run your application in any container. Docker file is a text document, so it's not read-only. It's human readable and editable. Image is that's kind of a compiled file that Docker creates for itself, and it's a read-only file. And finally, Docker container is where all the action happens. It's actually the running instance of a Docker image. This is where the real thing happens and your application runs. Now, moving on, we'll have a look at the hands-on demo of running a Node.js app in Docker. But before that, let me tell you something about the prerequisites. First of all, if you are using Windows, go to Task Manager, go to Performance tab over here, and you should have virtualization enabled over here to running Docker on your system. If you don't have that, you can just search for like Windows 8 enable virtualization or Windows 10 enable virtualization. There is a high chance these days it will already be enabled, but just in case if it's not, you can search for this. You'll usually get a link like this of Microsoft website. If you open it, and it'll have a step-by-step instruction of how to enable this. This is obviously for Windows 8. If you're using Windows 10, you gotta see and what steps need to be done for that. That's one thing. If you're using Windows 10, you'll obviously, if you go for Docker download, you'll see they have this product called Docker Desktop. Now the prerequisite for this is for Windows, runs only on Windows 10, not any version below that. If you are using any operating system below that, let's say like me, which is Windows 8, you can use a Docker Toolbox. So yeah, even over here, it tells about checking the virtualization is enabled or not. And over here is the link from where you can download the Docker Toolbox. It's a GitHub link. So you can download the exe from here, the latest one from here, install it. And once you have it installed, you'll see these three icons. We're interested in the first one. If we open that, it might take a few seconds. So yeah, you should be able to see the standard, the Docker whale icon. So if you see this, it means your Docker is successfully installed and you're ready to go. Okay, so let's start with our Docker and Node.js tutorial. So why use Node.js with Docker? So as it speeds up the application deployment process, deployment becomes easier where there are a lot of things which you don't need to look at while deploying. If it runs locally on your Docker container, surely it will run on any other machine or any other server on any Docker container. Application portability increases. You're developing on Windows, deploying on a Linux. You don't need to care about all that. If it works in one container, it will work in another container. Simplifies the version control process, promotes component reuse, very light footprint, and puts less overhead on the app. Now let's start with a simple Node app. I'll do npm init, create an empty project. So we have a empty package.json file. We'll go ahead and install Express. So we'll try to create a very simple hello world application using Express. So it will be a web application. Express is a very popular web framework created on Node. So if we open the package.json, we can see the name of the application, and mainly in the dependencies we have Express listed over here. Okay, we'll create our app.js file. That will be our app. Let's write our application over here. First we'll import the Express module. We'll use that object of the Express module to create our app object. We'll use the app object to listen. So this is where we're actually starting our HTTP server, and it has to listen on a particular port. We can use any port number over here. 3000. The port numbers that are commonly used are 3000, 8080, or 888 four times. Basically any number, any port that is open on your system. And finally we'll just create one route where the app would be giving a response if that route is hit in the browser. We'll just send hello from Docker. Okay, I think that's all we need. Just a simple demo. We'll try and run this. Okay, app listening on 3000, no errors. We'll open this. Okay, hello from Docker, we have it. Great. So I'll close this now. Now let's Dockerize this application. So as you remember, the three basics of Docker: Docker file, Docker image, Docker container. We need a Docker file over here. Just write Docker file, no need to give any extension. Okay, it's still a text file. We'll open this. Now this is where we will tell Docker what to do. Before moving on with the commands, this is the Docker Hub website, hub.docker.com. I suggest you please create an account on this website. Or I guess when you go to download the Docker, I think it'll tell you to create an account or Docker ID. So once you have an account on hub.docker.com, you go to explore, and this is where you see all the popular images of Docker. So anytime you're working with any language platform, for example, let's say Node.js in our case, or PHP or .NET, or using in databases, let's say like over here, Postgre or Couchbase, all these standard technologies, they have their own official Docker images already on the Docker Hub. You don't need to create images for these from scratch because these are already available to use. So in our case right now we need to use the node on the Docker. So you just search for node, okay, and as you can see we have node. It's an official image. Official image means this particular Docker image is created by the people who create node, okay, like Mongo Express. So this Docker image is created by the people who actually create the Mongo Express library, okay. And then obviously there are verified publishers like for example Microsoft, and anybody can upload a Docker image over here in the hub, okay. And you can also filter them by the categories, the kind of image that you want, the supported OS, supported architectures, etc, etc. So for us all we need is this node Docker image. So this is the image upon which our image will be built and the container would be working, okay. So coming down, how to use this image. Okay, so you need to go to this guide. It'll open the GitHub page of Node. Okay, so over here, create a Docker file in your Node.js app project. Specify the node base image with your desired version. This will be the first line of our Docker file. So this is the official Docker image that we want to use, and this is the version of that Docker image, not the version of Node. You can have a look at all the supported Docker image versions of Node. I think 10 is good for us. I think it is the latest one. We don't actually need to go and dig into which version supports what, but this is good for us for now. Okay, moving forward. Now, what do we want to tell Docker to do? First, we'll create a working directory for the Docker. So this is where we are telling Docker to like create a app directory for itself, where whatever work or things the Docker needs to do for our application, Docker can put it inside the app folder. We'll tell Docker to copy our package.json. And if you remember, Docker file is inside our app folder. Okay, so this is inside our app folder. So we don't need to give any paths for any files that we are referencing. So I can directly say copy package.json inside the app. Okay, run npm install. So this is like very easily understandable commands. Copy package.json inside the app folder and then run the npm install. So this command will be run inside this folder of the Docker container. And what npm install would do is whatever packages are listed inside package.json, if you remember, we have Express. So those packages will be installed. Okay. Then we tell Docker to, now dot over here means the current directory the file is in. So this is our current directory. And we're telling Docker to copy everything from the current directory to the app folder and then run the command node. So this is the command which even we use to run the node app. Okay, so this is what Docker would run inside its container. And lastly, if you remember, we had a port number which we were using. For us, it's 3000. So we need to expose a port number as well. Okay. Yeah, so I think this is it. We are done. Now we'll try and run this inside Docker. Okay, so first we need to build the Docker image. We only have a Docker file right now. So next step is to build a Docker image from the Docker file. We need to give a name to the Docker image. I'll name it Hello Docker. Okay, because the mistake that I did is to put a dot in the end, suggesting the current directory we are in. Okay. So as you can see, these are the commands that is running one by one. It's going through all the steps from node 10, work dir, copy package.json, run npm install. And this over here, it might take a while because it needs some time to download the packages listed in package.json. Okay, and then it went through everything, fine. Okay, now we have the image created. Now we need to run the Docker app. So the command for that is docker run. Also, again, we do have the Docker documentation online, which you can refer anytime. Okay, so any language, any platform, technology you learn, always try and refer to the official documentation. If you can like refer from it, study from it, that is the best always. Another thing, even in the terminal, in the console, you can always look at help. It'll list out all the options that you can give to the command. So these are the options for the run command, not the docker command, the run command. Okay, all the options for the docker command would be, okay, docker help. Okay, so these are all the subcommands and options that you can use with docker. So moving on, we're going to run the image docker run. Now it means we want the docker to run in an interactive shell. So if you look at the options, that's not required, but it's good. Okay, so -i -i interactive keeps standard input open even if not attached, and T allocate a sudo tty means a terminal. So docker run, and we want to tell docker which port we are exposing and which port we are using inside the application. So again, if you look at help, there is this P option, publish list, publish a container's port to the host. So we'll be creating a Docker container which is running on the host. Host is our Windows operating system. We need to tell which port the Docker is exposing and which port is being used by the app inside. This port 3000 over here and this 3000 over here can be different. Okay, it's not compulsory that they should be the same all the time. We can have 8000 over here and 3000 over here, and all we need to do is map it in the command. But over here it's the same. So docker run. So it what basically would do is, I'll show you when the command runs. So this first 3000 is the port number we listed in the Docker file, the port exposed by Docker, and the second one is what our app is using. Okay, now our image name was hello Docker. Let's run this. Okay, we have some error. It says it's already allocated. Okay, we'll try another port. This may be due to because I was already doing some tests and running this. Now, once I've changed the Docker file, I need to rebuild my image. So we'll run the build command again. Okay. Now I'll run the image. Docker run interactive 888 and 3000 inside the application. Hello Docker. And we have running. Now let's try and run again. Okay, the site can't be reached. Now, if you remember, we have this Docker toolbox thing open, and it has its own machine IP 192.168.99.100. 192.168.99.100, port number 3000. Okay, so I'm sorry, but I had another instance running already on that port. That is why it did not allow me to run that Docker image on that particular port. I changed my Docker file port to 8888, and that is the one that is being exposed. So for us over here, the port number should be 8888, and that is where I see the message hello from Docker, which is what we have used. Hello from Docker. The reason why 3000 is working is because there's already another Docker instance running in the background, which I didn't close, and it says hello world. So there's actually another Docker container already running on that port, and that is why it did not allow me to run the Docker container on this port. So as you can see, I already had one running, which I forgot about. Sorry about that. So our app is running right now on the port 8888, and that is the port exposed by Docker to my operating system, which is Windows. But the port on which the app is running inside the Docker container is 3000. So the app is still running on 3000, but Docker is exposing our app to port 8888, and that is what we have mapped over here. And --it means it's interactive. Right now, this message, what you're seeing, is actually from a console inside the Docker container. This is not from our own CMD or command line. Okay, so now I can press Ctrl C to end this. Okay, yeah. So as you can see, it has ended. Okay, so I was able to give it the command to end it, and that command went to the console of Docker container. So I Hope you enjoyed it, the small demo. Okay. And yeah, this is what we actually did basically. Create the Node.js app, create the Docker file, build the image, and then execute it.
How to build a mean stack application from scratch. So before moving ahead, let us discuss the agenda for today's session. So we'll start with what is a mean application. Then we'll talk about MongoDB, Express, Angular 2 and Node.js. Basically, mean is an acronym for MongoDB, Express, Angular 2 and Node.js. So we'll be talking about all these four technologies. Then we'll talk about CRUD operation, and at last we'll start building our application, which is contact list mean app. So let us start with very first topic of today's session, which is what is a mean application. Mean stack refers to a collection of JavaScript based technologies used to develop web application. So from client to server to database, everything will be based on JavaScript. If you see the diagram, which shows a simple client server architecture that will be following in our main application. If you see there, you will find Angular 2 that we'll be using for our client side development. Then we will be using Express, which is based on Node.js for our server side development. And at last we'll be using MongoDB as our database. So this is the architecture that we'll be following. So let us talk about these four technologies, starting with MongoDB. So MongoDB is an open source schema-less NoSQL database system. So if you are working on MongoDB, you will be working on collections and documents. A collection is a group of documents, whereas document is a set of key value pairs. You can refer to a collection as that of a table in RDBMS system. So basically all the data that we'll be working on inside MongoDB will be in the form of key and values. MongoDB saves data in binary JSON format, which makes it easier to pass data between client and server. So next in our list is Express. So Express is a lightweight framework used to build web application based on Node.js. It provides you a set of robust features which you can use to build single page application as well as multi-page application. The idea of Express came from Sinatra, which is a very popular framework based on Ruby. So basically Express provides you boilerplate by encapsulating the functionalities of Node.js so that the whole app building process becomes easier and fast. Now let us talk about Angular 2. Using Angular 2, you can make applications for your mobile as well as your desktop. Angular 2 is by far the most popular JavaScript framework available today. And with the introduction of TypeScript, Angular 2 is bringing a true object-oriented web development into mainstream. So we'll be using our interface through which our client will be interacting using Angular 2. So at last, let us talk about Node.js. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript execution environment built on Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. It follows an event-driven architecture where there is a single thread mechanism to process your events. An event can be clicking a button or filling a form in a website. So all these events are then sent back to your server for processing, and then the server, after the processing is done, generates the response. The processing of these events are done asynchronously. That is, if we have multiple events in our event queue, our node server doesn't wait for a particular event to complete. So it can process or serve multiple requests at the same time. So this very whole event-driven architecture makes our Node.js server highly optimized and scalable. So now let us talk about CRUD operation. CRUD is an acronym that stands for create, read, update, and delete. So basically, these four operations will be performed on our database. So we will be using post method for inserting new data into our database. We'll be using get for retrieving data from our database. We'll be using put for modifying or updating any data that is there in our database. And at last, we'll be using delete method for deleting resources or deleting any data that is there in our database. So we will be implementing all of these four functionalities or operations using RESTful APIs. That we'll be learning while building our whole application. So guys, let us start with building our application. Before that, we need to install MongoDB and Node.js locally into our system. So let us go ahead and do that. So for installing Node.js, you need to visit this website called nodejs.org. Go to the download section. Then according to your operating system, choose the correct installer and download it. So I'm going to go ahead with Windows. So basically installing Node.js or MongoDB in your system
is pretty easy. You just have to go through setup, click a bunch of next buttons, and specify your location where you want to install it, or go with the default, and that's it. So my download is complete. I'm gonna run installer. I have already downloaded and installed Node.js in my system, so I'm not gonna install it, but I'm gonna show you the procedure or way to do it. It's pretty easy. And then we're gonna install MongoDB. I think I have also installed MongoDB in my system, but I'll tell you how to do that. So specify your location here, then click on next, next, and then finally install. So once your installation is completed, click the finish button and open the node.js command prompt. So basically we'll be using this command prompt, node.js command prompt, to build our entire project. So let's check out the node version. Then you can go ahead and check out the npm version. npm stands for Node Package Manager, which is there for managing your dependencies and their versions. So whatever dependencies you need to run your application or for your project, you're going to use npm to manage that. Now let us install MongoDB into our system. So you go to mongodb.com, you click on download. Then again, as per your operating system, choose the correct installer. I'm going to go ahead with this very version, and I'm going to download the MSI. It's a big file, 148 MB, so I have already downloaded it. So I'm not going to go ahead with the download. You have to run this setup. Click on next. I have MongoDB already installed in my system, so I'm going to remove it first. Then I can show you the installation. I could have done that with Node.js as well, but it's pretty same. Like, you just have to click bunch of next. You have to specify your path, and that's it. I have uninstalled it, then go next, agree, next. I want complete, install. You can go ahead with the custom options as well, where you can specify the location and other configurations. But I'm gonna go ahead with the default mode or the complete installation. And the MongoDB files will be installed in my program files. If you're using Windows, then you can go ahead and check out that. So I'm going to show you that once the installation has been completed. Yeah, so click on finish. Your file will be installed by default in your program files. If you're using Windows, go to MongoDB server 3.4 bin. So this is where your all the files reside in your system. Now for running your MongoDB service, for example, whenever you are creating a main app, you need to run the MongoDB service so that you can make connection to it and perform data operations. So for that, what you can do is go to docs in mongodb.com, because you will get the whole procedure or step-by-step process to do that. Go to MongoDB server, installation, MongoDB Community Edition, Windows. We have already completed this very step, that is install MongoDB Community Edition. Now we need to run this MongoDB service. So for that, we need to create two directories called as data and one subdirectory as DB. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll open command prompt. Okay, let me delete the data file because I had MongoDB already installed in my system. So I'm going to delete it. So yeah, DB has been created. Now the next step is to tell MongoDB that this is the path where my database data or data for the database will be residing. I'm going to copy this command and I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to change my path, which is C and / data. That's it. So my connection has been started, my service has been started, and it's waiting for connections on port 27017, which is the default port for MongoDB to connect. If in case, like if you go ahead with this very step and it doesn't work out, then you have to execute the mongod.exe, which is the third step. You can do that as well. So we have MongoDB ready and Node.js ready. So now we need to create our project. So I'm going to go ahead and start building my application. For that, I'm going to go to my project directory, which is in D drive. Yeah. So I'm going to make a folder where I'll be putting all my source codes, server side as well as my client side. So let's name it as the name of our application, which is contact list. Now I'm going to use npm init command to build my project as well as create package.json file, which will contain all my dependencies and their version. So you go ahead with npm init. It will ask you your project name, version, description of the project that you're building. Simple main application. Entry point is the file from where your server-side execution will start. So let's name it as app.js. You can go ahead with index.js as well. I always use app.js, so it's up to you to name whatever you want to name that file. You can do that. You can put your name as author. I'm going to put mine right now. So let's open this folder or project. Okay, I have already opened in my VS Code. So I'm going to use VS Code as an editor. You can use any editor of your choice. So this is your package.json file, which contains all the information regarding projects. We haven't installed any dependencies yet. That's why you're not seeing any dependencies or anything like that. We're gonna go ahead and do that. So for that, I'm gonna use the command npm install. So for installing any dependency or module, you use npm install command followed by the name of that particular module, which is express. Then you can use -- save flag. In that way, whatever dependencies or modules you are installing, it will be written to your package.json file. So I have installed my Express, and you can see over here in the dependencies section, we have Express of version 4.15.2 and over. So this is how you do things. So now if you want to share your project with your friend or colleague, so you don't need to send the entire project along with the dependencies. So you just need to send them the source code and this package.json file so that they can download the dependencies or install the dependencies and start working with your project. You can also install multiple dependencies or modules, or at the same time, what I mean to say is using a single command. Install, go ahead with mongoose, and then we need cors, we need body parser. So mongoose is an object document mapper for using MongoDB, and body parser is used for parsing the incoming JSON data, and cors is for because we'll be having our server code running at port 3000, whereas our client-side code run on 4200, port 4200. So that's why we need to enable cors so that we don't get an error, which is not allowed by default. Now, as I told earlier, we have our entry point file called app.js from where our server-side execution will start. So we'll start server-side code by making that very file or creating that very file in the first place. So we'll go ahead and do that. App.js. Then what we'll do, we will import the modules or dependencies that we need to build our project or our server-side code. So importing modules. So first we need Express. We need Mongoose. We need body parser. We need cores. And we need path. We haven't installed path because it's one of the core module. So you don't need to install it separately. Now for making a Express application or using Express, we need to use Express method and assign it to some variable. So we'll assign it to app. Okay, now we need to define a port number. Now we need to bind our server with this port. So this is a callback. You can go ahead and I'm using arrow function. You can use function as well, the JavaScript function. After a successful connection, we want to say that server started at port, concatenate the port number. Now what we need to do is we need to add a route so that if we go to localhost 3000, then we need to specify our server what it needs to render for that home page route. We'll write testing server because we're gonna later on create all our routes in a separate file called route.js or something like that, so that all our routes are in particular file and it's not in our app.js file. For creating route, you need to use get method. For example, like this is how I'm defining a route, and the route is for my home page, that's why I'm using slash. And the next argument is request response res.send. Now let's go ahead and run our server. For that, you need to execute node space your entry point file name. So our server has been started. Let's go ahead and check that. So we have a foo bar. So everything is running fine now. So remember I told you that I want all my routes to be in a particular folder. So I'm going to create a folder called routes. Or we can simply put it in a file because it's a simple application. So we'll do that. Or we can create a folder as well. Route.jl. Now we want to use this very particular folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to define this particular file with a variable. So const, I'm going to use route where we need routes slash. Now we need to use it. So I want all my paths which is preceding with slash contact or slash API or slash ABCD to be forwarded to that very particular file. So for that, for example, I want it to be slash API. So all the routes with slash API slash ABC, let's say, will be directed to my route.js file and where I have defined what to do with that particular route call. For example, I'm having slash API slash add contact for adding the contact. So whenever a client needs to add contact, it will make a call to this very API slash add contact. And I would be defining my logic for adding contact to my database over there in my route.js file beside that very particular route, that is slash API slash add contact. So that's how things work, guys. So we need to define route so that we can make call to it and we can perform our data operation. So for now, this is the reason that we are making the routes. So it's done. Now we need to add our middleware so that we can parse our data and we can use cores. So let's go ahead and do that. Adding middleware. So we need cores. We need body parser as well. So we want to parse our JSON data. Let's add routes. And we need to do one more thing. We want all our static files to be in a particular folder. So for that, I'm going to create a folder called public. And inside that, I'm going to create my file index.html, which will be rendered by our front-end application. So static files. Path.join. Basically, I'm defining the path here. You can directly go and specify the path of this folder, public folder, or you can use __dir name, which will point to your current directory, and you want to join it with public. So guys, we are done here. Now let's create some route. So we need to bring express. You can use const or var, whatever you want, but in general, we use const because the value of express is not going to change. I mean, the value of variable express is not going to change in our code. Same with router, we're going to use express routers. Remember I told you that we'll be adding routes here. So whatever call I'm making to slash API, which is there, let me show you, slash API slash contacts, it will be directed to this very particular .get method. Request response and next. Now this is my slash contacts folder. So, and I'm going to use this very route for retrieving the contact list. Okay, so every time you make changes to your server-side code, you need to restart your server. Or what you can do, you can go ahead and install nodemon, which will continuously watch your source code files for any changes. So whenever there is a change, it will restart your server on its own. So we're going to do that. Now you go ahead with nodemon command to start your server. So we are getting an error. So whenever you are creating a route, you need to export your router as well. So basically what it does, it goes to your package.json file, and where it finds the node-mon that our main entry point file is app.js, and finally it starts the server using this very particular file. So if you see over here, the same command that we use to execute for starting our server, node app.js, has been used by node-mon. Now if I go ahead with /API/contacts, see, we can have the data. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna connect to our database, and then here we're gonna write our logic for retrieving data from our database, and that's how we will send data to our client-side application, which will make a call to this very particular API and retrieve the list of contact. We need few more methods. For example, it's for retrieving data. We need a method to add data, add contact. For that, we'll be using post method. Then we need a method for deleting contact. Pretty similar, the syntax or the signature of these methods. So how I'm gonna delete a particular contact is by referring to that very particular contact using its ID. So it's done. Now what we need to create schema for our contact that will be inserted into our database, and we need to make connection to our database. So we're gonna make a folder called models. Inside that we need a file contacts.js. So this very particular file will be having all our schema, our contact schema. So that is the reason I am making this file. So we need to bring in Mongoose for, since we are going to make schema for MongoDB. So we need to bring Mongoose, through which we'll be talking to MongoDB, or through that we'll be using our MongoDB database. Contact schema, Mongoose schema. So this is a function, and I'm going to pass the schema that I'm going to use for my contact. So I'm going to go ahead with first name and last name. Type string. Required true. Then we need last name. Let's make it required also. You can make it false as well, but since it's a demo, So I'm going to go ahead with true. Last field will be for contact number or phone number. So let's keep it string only. Now we need to export this very schema. So it's done. Now what we need is we need to create connection, or we need to connect to our MongoDB. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So we have mongoose already here. So now for connection, we'll be using mongoose.connect function. So let's go ahead and do that. Connect to MongoDB. Mongoose.connect. Then we need to pass the URL along with port number through which we're gonna connect to our MongoDB. So it is MongoDB localhost 27017. So we're gonna go ahead with our default port. Now on successful connection, we need to display a message that yeah, the connection has been established successfully. On connection, we need to say mongoose.connection.on connected. Then we want to say that connected to database MongoDB at, yeah, that's it. Now in case of error, suppose we have an error while doing the connection or while establishing the connection. If error, we need to know that what is the error that we are having. Print some message as well. Error database connection. Yeah, we don't need this. So it's done. I think now we can check out if we have made the successful connection or not. Yeah. So we have been connected to our database at port 27017. Now what we need to do is create APIs for retrieving contacts or adding contact to our database or deleting contact from our database. So you're going to do that. So first we need to bring the schema, the contact schema that we have created in our contacts.js file. Now for retrieving contact, we're going to use find method or function. Then we're going to pass a callback. So this is one other way to define a callback or function the JavaScript way. address.json contact. So after retrieving the contact, all the contact or the contact list will be saved in our contacts variable, which we are sending or responding back to our client in JSON format. Now we need our post. So first what we need to create a new contact which will be adding to our database. So I'm going to make an object new contact and it's equal to new contact. It will be of type contact. Name. I want my first name to be from my request body dot first name, then last name. So it will be last. Then we need phone number. That's it, guys. Now we want to insert this very new contact into our database. So for that, we're going to use a new contact dot save, and we need a callback. Let's go ahead with the arrow function. Error. If error, we need to send, or we want to send message fail to add contact. Else contact added successfully. That's it, guys. Now for delete, what I'm trying to show you is that if you're inserting any data into your database, what our MongoDB does, it creates an ID for each document or each contact. So using that very particular ID, we're gonna refer to that particular contact which we want to delete, and we'll perform our delete operation. So that's how we want to do things. So from client side, we'll be receiving that very particular request for deleting a particular contact. Then using that very ID, we're gonna issue our delete command. So contact dot remove. Now, as I said, we need to retrieve the ID. This ID and then a callback. If error, else, that's it, guys. So our delete method has been added to our route file successfully. So we have 3 methods now. Later on, we will also add our update method. So it's done. We have no error or no issues. Now for checking our APIs, we're gonna use Postman, which is a Chrome extension, which you can add to your web browser, Chrome browser, and go ahead and check your APIs. We're gonna go with Postman, Chrome. Here you will get an option for adding it to your browser or to your Chrome. Now, first of all, we need to insert some data so that we can fetch it. So, go ahead with our post method. Then we want our header as content type to be JSON. Then we need to send raw data. So, first name, Bruce. Last name, Wayne. Then phone number. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead with string, but yeah, let's add some random number here. Now you have to enter the URL or the URL of the API that we're gonna make the call to so that it can be directed to that particular post method. So we're gonna go ahead with localhost 3000 slash API slash contact. So contact added successfully. Let's add some more contact. Peter. Now let us retrieve the contacts that we have already added into our database. For that, we'll be using API slash contact. So we have these two contacts. So that's what I was talking about. You can see over here, we haven't added any ID field while inserting our contact. So this is automatically generated by MongoDB, and this is what we are referring to in our delete method. So what we're gonna do is copy this very particular ID. Now we're gonna issue a delete command. So now our method will fetch this very particular ID from our URL, and it will refer to that very particular document or that very particular contact and delete it. So the contact has been deleted. Now let's check that. We are having issues here. So we can see that our Peter Parker has been deleted. So this is how you can check your APIs. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make our client application, and where we will be making call to our APIs for performing various kind of data operations that we have defined in our server file or server-side code. So that's it, guys. Our server-side code is complete. Now we're gonna go ahead with our client-side application using Angular 2, and we'll be creating view templates and all to show our contact list. We'll add buttons for delete, for adding contact and all that. Let's go ahead and do that. So for that, I'll be using Angular CLI or command line interface that we'll be using to build our entire client-side project. So go ahead and open a new instance of node.js CMD, then go to the project directory. So now we need to install Angular CLI. For that, you'll be using again npm install @angular/CLI. So basically, Angular CLI will help you to provide all the boilerplates or all the files which is necessary to run your client-side Angular application. It will also provide you the core node modules or core modules which we are going to use in our Angular app. Yeah, so npm install has completed and our Angular CLI has been installed. Now we're gonna go ahead with creating a Angular project. So for that, you will use ng-new and the folder name where your Angular app will be residing. So ng-new client. I'm gonna name it as client because it's a client-side application. So as I said, it will provide you boilerplates or all the files. So these are the files that will be created using your ng-new command. So you will have a basic component called as app.component, and you will have a basic model app.module, where you will be specifying all the modules which you're going to use across the application, as well as your components and services. Then we'll have index.html, which is the file that will be rendered in the first place to your web browser, so which we have specified in our public folder. Then we have package.json. There are other files as well. If you see over here, we have protractor for testing, and for linting we have tslint.json, and all the configuration for our Angular CLI is in angular-cli.json. So a couple others are there, so which is not required for now, like don't need to know all of that. So our project has been created successfully. Now let's go inside that very particular folder. Now what we need to create components. Okay, let me just give you a quick walkthrough. So inside our client folder we have source, then app. This is our component, our basic component called as app.component. So if you look at index.html file, which I told you it's gonna render in the first place. So here in body we have app-root. So this is a selector or tag which will load our app.component over there. So basically we will have app.component or app component class to be rendered in the first place. So here you can see we have app-root as selector. So for building an Angular 2 application, we use TypeScript as language, which is based on object-oriented features. So here you can see that it's a TypeScript class called as app component. Now we have something called as decorator @component decorator, which tells Angular that this very class is a component, and we have template URL over here, which specify the template for our component, which is over here, and then we have CSS for styling. So let's run this very particular application. So npm start is the command, or you can go ahead with ngserve. Now if you go ahead and 4200, we are having that very particular thing as app-works. So basically first our index.html file is rendered, which is calling our app-root or app component. So if you check out the app.component template, so in this template we have what we call as interpolation or one-way data binding. So we are binding this value as app-works. So let's make it welcome to Edureka. It has been changed. So like for in case of server side application, while we were creating the Express app, we had to run server every time whenever there is a change, and for that we use node mod. Similarly, in our Angular side application, there's a difference is that we don't need to restart our application. It continuously watches for any changes that we make in our source code, and it re-renders or restart the whole application each time. So you can go ahead and check that. So if you see over here, then we had a change over here. So it recompiled it and start the whole application. All these TS files are converted to JavaScript files or transfiled to JavaScript file and then are rendered. Now we need a basic component called as contacts for listing our contact, as well as there will be a form over there which will have field for adding contact, then we will have button for deleting contact. So let's go ahead and do all of these. So first of all, we need to create a component. So I'm going to stop it for now. We'll be using ngg or nggenerate for generating component or services. Name of our component will be contacts. We need a service too. So basically, it's considered to be a good practice to separate your business logic or your data retrieving or data operation logic in a separate file, which we call as a service. Then what we do is we inject those services into our component or wherever it is necessary so as to use those services. Now, you can see a warning here that service is generated but not provided. So basically, whenever you have to use, or in whichever component you have to use the service, you have to provide it in your @component decorator. So there will be a field here called as providers, and we will add the service that we will be creating now. So we have contact.service.ts or contact service class, where we'll be writing our business logic or our data retrieving or data operation logic. Then we'll have a contacts component where we'll be creating our template and all the logic behind that. So we'll start with creating our service so that we can retrieve the data first. Then we'll start with creating this contacts.component. Now, one more thing we need is we need a schema for our contact. So let us go ahead and make a file called as contact.js or ts that will transpile into JS. So we'll do that. Contact.ts. Now we'll have a class called contact, which will have 4 fields. ID will be of type string. Then we need first name, string, last name, string, and phone. Optional field. Now we need to import our HTTP module for getting all HTTP methods for retrieving data or for sending data, or in other words, contacts. So import HTTP. We need headers as well from Angular HTTP. Then we need our contact class to be imported here so that we can use the schema. Import contact from then we need reactive JS operators. Basically, we'll be using map operator. So it's done. Now we need to use our HTTP module. So for that, it's done. Now let's create the methods for retrieving contacts. Then we will add contacts, then we will delete contacts. So we will have retrieving contacts. So which is get contacts. And I want to return all the contacts or the contact list, which I will be getting through while I'm calling to my API. Then the API URL, you can see over here, this is the signature or syntax of your get method, or signature you can call. Like we will have first argument as a URL string, so we'll have as http://localhost/3000 port number. Then we'll have API, then we have contacts. Then we want to map it to JSON format. So we have our get contact method ready over here. Now we need add contact method. We'll add contact, which will be taking new contact as an argument. So we're gonna append the content type in our header, which is so now I want to return the response. And I want to make a call to my add contact API, which is /API/contact. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this very same thing over here. And then I'm gonna pass the new contact, then the headers. We'll map it, the response as JSON. Now we need a delete method. Remember I told you that for deleting a contact we'll be using ID so as to refer that very particular contact in our database. So we need ID as our parameter. Then I'm going to append or concatenate the ID. So we have our service ready. Now we'll be using all of this method or injecting these services into our component, and then we're going to use all of this method to retrieve data and finally do something on it. For example, if you want to show the contact list, so we'll do that. Then for adding contact, we'll use this add contact method. So that's how we'll be doing things. So let's go ahead and create our component. So we'll go to our contacts.component.ts. Private contact service. Yeah, but we need to import it first. So we have contact service from /contact. Yeah. So now we need our contact class or schema. That's it. Now we're gonna initialize our contact service, or we want an instance of that very contact service class so that we can use the method that we have defined there. So for that, what we'll do, we'll pass the argument as private contact service of type contact service class. So this very process is called dependency injection, or that's how we inject our services into our component. And second thing is you need to provide your service so as to use it. Providers. Now let us go ahead and retrieve data. So we'll be putting our retrieving data logic inside ng on init method, which will be initiated once your component is being loaded into your browser. So every time you load your component, it will automatically call this very particular method to retrieve all the data. So we'll be having this dot contact service, and we're going to use get contact method. So you can see over here that we have three methods: add contact, delete contact, and get contacts. We're going to use get contacts, and since it will be returning an observable, we need to subscribe that. We want our contacts to be saved as this dot contacts. Now it's showing an error because I haven't made any variable for contacts, so let's go ahead and do that. So it will be contacts of type contact, and it will be an error. Yeah, so we have done that. Let's create some more variable that will be needing later on. We need one. Then we need first name, type string, then last name, then phone number. That's it, guys. Remember I told you that the bootstrap component is app.component. So we need to specify in our app.component that this particular component should be loaded. So we will go to template, and we're going to use app-contacts, because if you go ahead and look at the selector, it's app-contacts. So contacts works. So guys, we have retrieved the data here. Now let's create our template so that we can display this very particular data. So I'm going to go ahead with my contacts.component.html, and so before doing this, we need to refer to our Bootstrap style sheet so that we can incorporate it into our template. So we'll go ahead with boot swatch. Then these are the styles that's available which you can use. So I'll go ahead with something superhero. So you can go ahead and click the download and copy this very thing and put it into your HTML or index.html file. So we'll go there, we'll copy this very thing and we'll paste it here, and then we need to write style sheet, and we'll remove this very particular field and we'll copy it here in our href so that it can refer to it. So it's done. Now we can go to our component, and here what we want is we want to iterate over our list. So for that we will be using something called as ng4, which is a structural directive. So div asterisk ng4 let contact contacts. So we'll be iterating over contacts using contact variable. So each contact in our contacts array will be retrieved in this very particular variable, and that very variable we will be displaying as a list. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need our div class, md3, again a div, closing div tag. So now again we will be using that very interpolation or one-way data binding to display our contact dot first name. Then we need similar columns for our last name and phone number. So it's done. So let's check out our, so we can see over here that our list is being generated. We'll put some more styles so that it will look good in the end. So what we'll do right now is we'll add a delete button. Using that we can delete any contact. So we'll go ahead and do that. So for that I'll be copying this very thing again, and I need my put type to be a button. Event click, which will call a method called as delete contact, which we haven't created yet, but we'll do it soon. Now what we want is we'll be referring to that very particular contact using ID, as I told you earlier. So ID. So the value should be delete, and we'll be using a class called as button danger. So it's done. So we have this very particular thing over here. Now what we need is we'll add few breaks so that we are iterating over the list. So yeah, we'll do it later on, these stylings. So now we'll add our delete method over here, which we'll be using. And we also need something called as adding contacts, add method or add contact method. So let's go ahead with our delete first. So we need delete contact. Let's assign ID as any type or type any. Now, so basically we'll be calling our service again. So this dot, yes, contact service dot delete contact, and then we'll passing the ID. And since it returns an observable, we need to subscribe that very particular observable. So we'll go ahead and do that. Now what we need to do is, even if we have deleted the data or the contact from our backend side or from my database, I need to remove it from my contact array as well. This very particular contacts where all the contact has been saved. So we'll go ahead and do that. If the delete operation was successful, then you're gonna iterate over contacts dot length. Then okay, so I'm having an error because I haven't defined the variable contact. So contacts is equal to this dot contacts. So it's done. Now we need to increment our iterator. So if contacts I dot underscore ID is equal to the ID that has been provided to my method, then I want to remove it. Splice icon. So our delete contact is done. Now we need to add our new method for our adding contact. So our delete functionality is done. So let's add our add contact method so that we can add more contact and delete them and see if everything is working fine or not. So for that, I'll be using add contact and this. I'll be creating new contact. Here I need first name to be this dot first name. Then I need last name to be this dot last name, and I need phone to be this dot phone. Now I need to provide this particular contact that I have created to my service, or in other words, I need to call the method that is defined in our service. So for that, we'll be going ahead with contact service dot add contact, and we'll be passing this particular variable. We're gonna subscribe it. This dot contact dot push. So we are pushing the new contact into our array. We are having error here. Okay. So it's not able to find any, cannot find name delete contact, and I don't know why we are having this error. Okay, let's check it out. So yeah, so it's done. So this is our add contact method. Now we need to call it from our template. So we're going to modify our template so that we can add a form on top of our class, and which will have 3 fields, one for name, one for last name, and then one for phone, and then a submit button for adding the contact finally. So for form, we need to use form tag or submit event, and then we'll add contact. So this is the method that we're going to call once the form has been submitted. Close the tag, form tag. Now we need 3 field guys. So the first one will be of for first name. So let's go ahead and do that. So for that, we'll be using div class equal to form group. Now we need to close this particular tag, and I want my label as first name. Yeah. Now I need input type equal to text. Then we're gonna use something called as ng model for two-way data binding. So whatever changes that we're gonna make there should be reflected in our list as well, where we'll be showing the contact list. So we're gonna use that ng model equals to name equals to first name, class equal to form. So guys, it's done. We have our first field for the first name. Similarly, we need it for our last name and then for our phone number. So we'll edit it as last name, and then we need to write it as last name here. Finally, we need for phone number, so phone number. So you wanna put this value to our phone variable. Yeah, so everything is done here. Now we can add something called as required. So if you are not putting that very or filling that very field, then it will pop up a message, or there will be a message popped up stating that you need to fill that very particular form or particular field. So we can use this required here. Now we need one button also for our submit button for submitting our form. Now on top of that, we need to add some heading stating that this is the section for our add contact. So it's done. Now we have everything here. All we need is a horizontal line or a ruler. Yeah. So basically, these are add contact form using which we can add our contact, and this our delete button. Everything is there. Let's try my name. We are having it here, but yeah, it's there. And the second thing is that if you are seeing this, that every time we are adding a data, we need to reload it. This is happening because our this very method for retrieving the contacts. So basically, whenever you are retrieving the contact and displaying it, at that very particular time, like your browser never allows you to block your UI. So that is what is happening right now. So what we can do to fix it is we can copy this very particular thing over here, and we're gonna put it inside our add contact to be called just after we have pushed the contact. So now if we go ahead and do that, then yeah, you can see over. Okay, we should add some BR tag so that it looks good or presentable over here. So we're gonna do that. BR. So this is so far now. Let's check our delete button. It's working as well. So our whole application is working. Let me give you a quick walkthrough or a quick recap so that we can refresh all the things that we did for creating this very particular mean application. So what we did, we started with our server-side coding, where we had our app.js or entry point file, where we imported all the modules that we required for our application. Then we used middleware for applying cars and a body parser to parse the JSON data. And then we put all our routes in a separate file called as route.js, which is over here. Now, there we created routes for each CRUD operation, and then we created schema for a database for contact. Like for example, first name will be like this, last name will be this, and phone this. Now we have our client side or client folder, where we started with creating our component. So these are component. And then we had a service called as contact.service, where we have mentioned all the data operation logic, and we have injected this very service into the component that we need to use or we want to use. So that's it, guys. This was the whole Angular application and Express and MongoDB.
Welcome to Edureka webinar on Node.js interview questions, and I will walk you through all the questions which will help you to crack the interview related to Node.js. So let's get started. The very basic question, the question number 1, differentiate between JavaScript and Node.js. So we should understand what is the difference between JavaScript and Node.js. So these are the basic differences, that you can say JavaScript is a programming language, whereas Node.js, you can say that it's an interpreter and an environment for JavaScript. JavaScript is mainly used for any client-side activity for a web application, whereas Node.js is used for accessing or performing any non-blocking operations of any operating system. So basically, I can say that JavaScript is a programming language which runs in web browsers, whereas Node.js is an interpreter or running environment for JavaScript, which holds a lot of, you can say, other libraries and all. JavaScript is basically, you can say, one standard defining programming language. It can run on any browser with default browser running environment. It is a very strong language normally used for, you can say, a web application or any verification or for any specific business logic which we need to append in the screen without page refreshing. Node.js, if I talk about, Node.js holds a lot of other relative libraries which we normally use in JavaScript for general purpose programming language. It is a kind of environment, or I can say it is an interpreter for JavaScript which can represent JavaScript or run any JavaScript program. Node.js, basically it helps us for executing some non-blocking operations of any operating system, just like a special information like certificate details or hardware details. We may use Node.js on the same, which helps us to do it, and JavaScript normal programming will not helps us on the same. If I talk about the running engine, JavaScript uses a SpiderMonkey JavaScript code V8 engine, whereas Node.js uses V8 Google Chrome engine. So let's move to next question. Now the question arises, what is Node.js? So Node.js, we can say it's a powerful JavaScript framework. It's an open source server environment. It is developed on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. And just please remember, Node.js is absolutely free. It compiles JavaScript directly into the native machine code, and it is used for creating server-side web applications. At the same time, it is a right pick for the data-intensive real-time applications. So we can say that Node.js is an open source server environment which is free. It can run on various platforms, for example, Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac OS, etc. Node.js uses JavaScript on the server end, and it uses basically asynchronous programming. Now the question arises that what can Node.js do? So Node.js, basically it can generate dynamic page content. It can create, open, read, write, delete, and close the files on the server. Node.js can collect form data, and at the same time Node.js can add, delete, modify data in your database. So next question, what are the major benefits of using Node.js? What benefit you get out of Node.js? So first of all, as I said, that it's an open source server environment. It is very simple and fast. Basically, Node.js is used for asynchronous programming, or you can say asynchronous input output. It is highly scalable in nature. And again, the most important part of Node.js is that it is single threaded. It uses V8 engine. Now, what is V8 engine? That the engine which is used in Node.js implementation, it was originally developed for the Chrome browser, which is written in C++. So Chrome's V8 is used to compile function which is written in JavaScript into machine code, and it does the job at a very impressive speed. So there is no buffering, and as I mentioned that it's cross-platform, so it runs on various platforms, for example Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac OS, etc. Now again, what is the difference between Angular and Node.js? Again, a very important question in terms of Node.js interview. That what is the difference between Angular and Node.js? So Angular, we know that it's an open source web application development framework, whereas Node.js is a cross-platform runtime environment for applications. AngularJS is completely written in TypeScript, whereas Node.js is written in C, C++, and JavaScript languages. Angular is mainly used to build SPAs. Now what is SPAs? SPAs are single page client-side web application, whereas Node.js is used for building, you can say, server-side networking applications, where we have hardware interactions, software interactions, and input-output kind of functionalities. Angular itself is a framework. So you can say it's a web application framework. Whereas Node.js has many different frameworks in it. For example, express.js, partial.js, sales.js, and so on. Angular is ideal for creating highly active and you can say interactive web applications, which can very well interact with the users. Whereas Node.js is ideal for, you can say, developing small size projects. Angular is helpful in splitting an app into MVC components. So as we know that Angular is completely a web application framework which is based on MVC model. And what is this MVC? Is model view controller. Whereas Node.js, it is helpful in generating database queries basically. And the last but not the least, that Angular is suitable for developing, you can say, real-time applications because there is a very good interactivity between the system and the user, and it is helpful for creating highly active applications. Whereas if I talk about Node.js, Node.js is suitable in situations where something faster and more scalable is required. So these are just the basic differences you can say between Angular and Node.js. Now the question arises again in an interview that why Node.js is single threaded. You might have heard that Node.js is single threaded. Node.js uses a single threaded model because it supports asynchronous programming. It's absolutely true that all JavaScript executed by Node.js is run in a single thread. Node.js is a single threaded language which in background you can say uses multiple threads to execute the asynchronous code. So by asynchronous processing, an application can perform better and is more scalable under web loads. So Node.js basically is non-blocking, which means that all functions or you can say the callbacks are delegated to the event loop and they are executed by different threads. That is handled by Node.js at runtime. So it makes use of a single thread model approach rather than you can say multi-threaded implementation. Now the question arises that how do Node.js works? How does it work at the back end? So please remember first of all that Node.js is a virtual machine that uses JavaScript as its scripting language and it runs on V8 environment. That is Google Engine V8 environment. But please remember, Node is not a web server. It's not a web server. By itself, it does not do anything. It does not work like Apache server. There is no config file where you point it to your HTML files. But if you want it to be a HTTP server, you have to write an HTTP server by using its built-in libraries. So basically it works on a single thread mechanism, or you can say single threaded event loop and a non-blocking input output, which provides high rate as it can handle high number of concurrent requests at the same time. And by using HTTP module, Node.js can run on any standalone web server. So you can say that Node.js is a JavaScript runtime which is built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. So Node is a runtime or environment. Please remember, it's not a framework. Now the next question arises that where Node.js can be used. So it has many applications. Frankly speaking, Node.js can be used in real-time web applications. It can be used in network-related applications, in distributed systems, and obviously in general purpose applications. So there are multiple benefits of using Node.js. Now, how many types of API functions are there in Node.js? So basically there are two types of API functions in Node.js. One we say as asynchronous, which is non-blocking functions, and one is synchronous, which are called the blocking functions. So please remember, when it comes to Node.js, there are only two types of functions which you can create, whether they will be asynchronous or synchronous. Now the question arises that what is the difference between asynchronous and non-blocking? What is the difference between asynchronous and non-blocking? So by asynchronous functions, using these types of functions, we can make asynchronous, you can say HTTP requests that do not wait the server to respond. So basically asynchronous refer to something you can say which is done in parallel. Say you can say it another thread. So basically these functions continue to respond to the request for which it has already received the server response. Because they do not wait for the server to respond, they keep on responding basis the request which they get. Whereas the non-blocking, which are synchronous, they are used in regards with input-output operations. So you can say the non-blocking often refers to, you can say polling, that is checking whether given condition holds or not. Now, the next question is very, very important question when it comes to Node.js projects is what is package.json? So you can say package.json is the heart of an entire Node.js based project. You can say it is the introduction of any Node based project. So when I say introduction, so for my introduction, what is my name? My name is Vipul. What I do, what is my description, and so on. So similarly, for any Node.js based solution or application, the first introduction comes in the package.json. So you can say it is basically the manifest file which contains the metadata of the project where we define the properties of a package. So this is the structure you can see on the screen of a default or a general package.json, where it has metadata like who is the author, what is the name, description, what is the version we are talking about, are there any some scripts, because there are some default scripts, for example start, what dependencies you have in your solution, what will be the dev dependencies. So all this information is basically carried out by package.json in any Node.js based project. Now next question is that what we understand by event driven programming. So event driven programming is a, you can say, programming approach that heavily make use of events for triggering the functions. So Node.js also uses events heavily, and it is also one of the reasons that why Node.js is pretty fast as compared to other, you can say, similar technologies. And in event driven programming in Node.js, it mainly follows the publish and subscribe pattern. So generally what happens that as soon as the node starts its server, it simply initiates its variables, declares functions, and then simply wait for the event to occur. And basically, please remember that event driven programming make use of basically two concepts. So there will be an event handler, which is, you can say, a callback function that will be called when an event is triggered. And there will be a main loop which listens for event triggers and calls the associated event handler for that event. So we can say that publish subscribe pattern is used in software architecture to decouple the modules that would otherwise be dependent on each other by using a message queue paradigm. Now next question is that what is an event loop in Node.js and how does it work? So event loop is what allows Node.js to perform, you can say, non-blocking input-output operation. So basically event loop handles all the, you can say, asynchronous callbacks in an application. And it also follows the publish and subscribe pattern. So you can see over here that there are event emitters which are emitting the events, and there are some event handlers which are handling those events, and this goes into a loop which we say as event loop. So event loop is what allows Node.js to perform non-blocking input-output operation despite the fact that JavaScript is single-threaded. So you can say by offloading operations to the system kernel whenever possible. So basically when Node.js starts, it initializes the event loop. This event loop gets initialized. The processes the provided input script, which may, you can say, make some asynchronous API calls, schedule timers, or call some methods, and then it begins the processing of the event loop. Now next question is that what is REPL in the context of Node.js? What is REPL? So R stands for read, E stands for evaluate, or you can say P stands for print, and L stands for loop. So in Node.js, R is it reads the user input, parses it into JavaScript data structure, and then stores it in the memory. So Node.js comes with, you can say, a virtual environment which is called REPL. This is also known as, you can say, Node shell. Please remember, REPL also known as Node shell. So REPL basically stands for read, eval, print, loop. It is a quick and easy way to test, you can say, JavaScript or Node.js code. And to launch the REPL, which is the Node shell, you have to just open the command prompt in the Windows machine or terminal and then type node. So eval is it receives and evaluates the data structure, P it prints the final results, and L it loops the provided command until Ctrl+C is pressed twice. So this is REPL, which is also known as Node shell in Node.js. Now next question is that list down the task which should be done asynchronously using the event loop. What are the tasks which should be done using asynchronous method using the event loop in Node.js? So there could be some input output operations, There could be some heavy computations which you can do with asynchronous event loop, and at the same time you can do some blocking operations with Node.js. Next question is that list down the steps using which control flow controls the function calls in Node.js. Now what are the various steps that how the control flow basically controls the different function calls in Node.js? So first of all, the control flow, it controls the request of execution. So this will be the first step, that you have to control the order of execution. The second is that you have to gather the information, which we say collect data. So the first step was to control the request of execution, or you have to control the order of execution of the different functions, and then you have to collect the data or gather the information. The third step is to breaking point simultaneousness. So you have to limit some concurrency over there. And finally, you have to call the following stage in a program. So which means that you have to invoke the next function or next step in different function calls. Next question is that what do you understand by a test pyramid? So what is a test pyramid? You can see on the screen, these are the basic components of a test pyramid, which are unit test, integration test, and end-to-end, which we say E2E test. So what are unit test? Unit test, you can say they test individual units of code in isolation. So for example, you can say individual function, unit test. They are very fast and you usually have a lot of them. So basically you have multiple unit tests. When I say integration tests the integration between the different units. For example, the interaction between one module and its dependencies. So that we say as integration test. Last is E2E test. E2E means end-to-end test. We test the system as a whole, means complete system will be tested from the UI to the data store and probably back. What is the concept of an integration test is very flexible. Please remember, depending on your application and choice of testing paradigm. Let's move to the next question. The next question is that what is an error first callback in Node.js? Very, very important question. So please remember, there is really only two rules for defining an error first callback. The first rule, or you can say the first argument of the callback, is reserved for an error object. You can see here that function, it has two arguments. One is err, my instance. So error first callback means that the first argument of the callback, this is a callback function. The first argument of the callback is reserved for an error object. If an error occurred, it will be returned by the first err argument. Now the second argument of the callback function is reserved for any successful response data. If no error occurred, this err, which is the first argument, will be set to null, and any successful data will be returned in the second argument. So this is the concept of error first callback in Node.js. Now what is the purpose of module.exports in Node.js? So you can say a module in Node.js is used to encapsulate all the related codes into a single unit of code, which can be interpreted by shifting all related functions into a single file. So module.exports, we can say it as exports. So module.exports or exports, you can say it's a special object which is included in every JS file in the Node.js application by default. Module, when I say module, you can consider it as a variable that represents the current module, and exports is an object that will be exposed as a module. So whatever you assign to module.exports or exports will be exposed as a module. Next question is that what do you understand by reactor pattern in Node.js? Now what is reactor pattern? So basically reactor pattern in Node.js is a concept of non-blocking input-output operations. So you can say it's an idea of non-blocking input-output operations in Node.js. This pattern, which is the reactor pattern, provides a handler. In case of Node.js, we can call it as a callback function that is associated with each input-output operation. And as soon as the input-output request is generated, it is then submitted to a demultiplexer. Then this demultiplexer is a notification interface which is capable of handling concurrency in non-blocking input-output mode. Reactor pattern in Node.js also helps in collecting each and every request in the form of an event. So you can say thus resulting in the generation of an event queue. So reactor pattern helps in the generation of an event queue in Node.js. Now next question is, what is the difference between front-end and back-end development? So from a developer standpoint, everyone thinks about what is front-end, what is back-end. So front-end development means that uses markup and web languages. You are using some web language, browser language, which browser understand, for example, HTML, CSS or JavaScript. But when we compare it with back-end development, which means that you use programming and scripting languages like Python, Ruby, Perl, etc. Front-end development, it is completely based on aejugs calls, or you can say asynchronous programming or asynchronous request, whereas back-end development is completely based on server architecture. Front-end development provides you better accessibility in terms of interacting with the web application, and back-end development provides you enhanced security. Front-end development is mainly used for SEO, that is search engine optimization, and back-end development is used for backup purposes. Now, what is the LTS release of Node.js and what is LTS? LTS stands for long-term support. So this is just a, you can say, type of version of Node.js. This type of version of Node.js, it receives all the critical bug fixes along with security updates and performance improvements. It is supported for at least 18 months and then it mainly focuses on stability and security. So if you go to Node.js official website, that is nodejs.org, you will see on their home page, there are two versions which are listed. One is LTS version and one is the current version. So LTS stands for long-term support version. Next question is that list down the major security implementation within Node.js. How can you implement security within Node.js? So you can implement authentication and you can implement error handling within Node.js. Now next question arises when we talk about Node.js, that what is callback hell? What we understand by callback hell? So callback hell is also known as the pyramid of doom. It is a phenomenon. Callback hell is a pattern, or you can say it's a phenomenon that afflicts a JavaScript developer when he tries to execute multiple asynchronous operations one after the other. So you can say it is a pattern which is caused by intensively nested callbacks which are unreadable. It typically contains multiple nested functions or nested callback functions which in turn make the code very hard to read and debug. As I mentioned, that some people call it to be as a pyramid of doom also. Next question is that what is libuv? So libuv is a, you can say, multi-platform support library. It's a library for Node.js which is majorly used for asynchronous input-output operation. So libuv is a fantastic asynchronous input-output library. It has very, you can say, high efficient event loop. So you can say it has a full featured event loop backed with it. It also has separate solution for input-output, you can say, blocking operations, and it could has internal worker thread pool for IO blocking operation. So it has very good or great performance through combining both asynchronous event loop and thread pool for non-input output blocking and input output blocking operations. It has in it some file system events, asynchronous TCP and UDP sockets, and it has some child processes also. You can say that this type of library, it's a very good choice for high performance server. Now this is again a very interesting question, that what is the concept of middleware in Node.js? What is a middleware? So middleware is a function which receives the request and response objects. What are the commonly performed tasks of a middleware? So you can say middleware functions, these are the functions that have access to the request object, that have access to the response object as well, and they have also access to the next middleware function in the application request response cycle. So basically, what are the various commonly performed tasks of a middleware? That they execute any type of code, they can update or modify the request as well as the response object. Very important that they can access the request object as well, they can access the response object as well. And finally, they help in finishing the request response cycle. The next middleware function in any request response cycle, it is commonly denoted by a variable named next. So basically middleware functions can perform various tasks, like we talked about, they can execute any code, They can make changes to the request and response objects. They can end the request response cycle, and they can even call the next middleware in the stack or in the request response cycle. Now, the next question is that what is the concept of URL module? What is a URL module in Node.js? So URL module of Node.js provides various utilities for URL resolution and parsing. So you can say that URL module splits up a web address into readable parts. So it's a built-in module that helps in splitting up the web address into a readable format. To include the URL module in node-based projects, we use the require method. So you can see here where URL equal to require URL. So this is a built-in module, you can say, of Node.js. Now what we understand by ESLint. What is this ESLint? So you can say it's an open source project which is initially developed by Nicholas in 2013. It aims to provide a linting utility for JavaScript through a plug. And linters in Node.js, you can say, are good tools for searching certain classes, or you can say bug classes, especially which are related to the scope of a particular variable. Now again, there is a question that why Node.js uses Google V8 engine. So Google uses V8 as its Chrome runtime engine that converts JavaScript code into native machine code. It's very fast. It makes your application very fast, and it speeds up the application execution and response process, and it makes the application very fast running. That's why Google uses V8 engine. Now we will see the working of control flow function. So we talked about the control flow, that what does control flow do. So we talked about that control flow, it controls the request of execution, it gathers the information, it helps in breakpoint simultaneousness, and then it calls the following stage in a program. Control flow function is basically, you can say, the code that is executed between the various asynchronous function calls. So first of all, the order of execution must be controlled, the required data needs to be collected, and then the concurrency must be limited, and next step of the program must be invoked. So we talked about that how control flow helps in Node.js. So we list down the what are the various steps. It controls the request of execution. This is the main function of a control flow. In the second step, it gathers the information. So basically it gathers the required data, and in the third step, it maintains the concurrency, so which means breaking the point simultaneousness, and finally it calls the following stage or the next stage in a program, or you can say next step, which needs to be invoked in any Node.js application. Next question is that what are the two arguments that async.q takes as input? A very important question. So two arguments that async.q takes as input is the task function and the concurrency value. Now what is the difference between span and fork methods in Node.js? The span is used to launch a new process. If you want to launch a new process in Node.js, you will use a span method with the provided set of commands. Whereas fork, it's you can say a special type of span method that executes a new instance of the Google Chrome V8 engine. There is a very basic difference between the span and fork. You can say fork is a subset method or subset function of span method. Now what are the global objects in Node.js? So globals are the objects which are global in nature. They are not local to the scope. Their scope is not local, and they are available in all the modules of the application. So if you have multiple modules and you want those objects to be available in all the modules of your application, you have to declare those objects as global, and then you can use these objects in your application rather than having to include them explicitly. So if you want to include them explicitly, then you don't have to declare them as global. But the best way to declare any object and which you want to use it in all the modules of your application, it's better to declare them as global. So the global objects, they can be modules, they can be functions, they can be any strings or object. At the same time, some of these objects can be in the module scope instead of the global scope as well. Now what is the concept of stub in Node.js? Stubs are nothing but the functions. Stubs, you can say, are the small programs. They are basically the small programs or functions that are used for stimulating the module or component behavior. During any test cases, stubs provide the answers for the functions. So these are small programs which are used basically in testing. Now, how assert works in Node.js? Again, a very important question. How assert works in Node.js? So assert is mainly used to write test. It only provides feedback only when any of the running test cases fails. So whenever you do testing, where we talked about the pyramid of the testing, which includes the unit test, the integration test, and the end-to-end test. So assert is mainly used to write the test, and it provides the feedback whenever any test case fails. And this module gives you a set of assertion tests which are then used for testing invariant. So for example, if any of your test fails and then you want to test again, so this module will give you some assertions, some, you can say, in technical terms, you can say some test cases which are then used for the further testing. It is basically used internally by Node.js, but by using the require module, we can again use it in our code. By require assert, it can be used in another applications as well. Now we'll talk about the concept of test pyramid, and we will see the process to implement them in terms of HTTP APIs. So what is a test pyramid? Test pyramid is basically a concept that is developed by Micron. The concept says that you should have a higher number of low-level unit tests as compared to high-level end-to-end tests that running through a GUI, which means that whenever we are doing testing of any node project, you should have more number of unit tests, because unit tests will be specific to small modules. So high level testing, or you can say end-to-end testing test cases, could be a little bit small, but you should have a higher number of low level unit test cases. In terms of HTTP API, it can be defined as, test pyramid can be defined as a higher number of low level unit tests for each model, lesser integration test to test model interactions, and lesser acceptance test for testing the actual HTTP endpoint. So the core or heart of this test pyramid says that you should always have a higher number of low-level unit tests going at a very low level of the testing for each model. Now, what is the purpose of Express.js package? Express.js is a framework which is built on top of Node.js that facilitates, you can say, the management of the flow of data between server and routes in the server-side applications. It is a lightweight and a flexible framework that provides a wide range of features for web application. So just like we have sales.js, partial.js, we have another framework in Node.js which is called express.js, which helps in the data flow between the server and routes into the server-side application. You can say it is kind of a middleware, and it is developed on the middleware module of Node.js called Connect. If you are working with any of the Connect based middleware modules, then you can easily integrate it with express.js. Next question is that differentiate between process.nextTick and setImmediate methods. So just like in the previous days of JavaScript programming, we used to have a method for the timers, etc., called setTimeout. Just like that in Node.js, we have two methods called process.nextTick and setImmediate. The major difference between setImmediate and process.nextTick is that setImmediate, you can say, queues its callback on the event loop, while process.nextTick does not queues. So both are functions of the timers module, which helps in executing the code after a predefined period. But when it comes to the difference, the process.nextTick, as I said, that it does not wait for the execution of the action till, you can say, the next pass around in the event loop. Whereas the setImmediate, you can say that it waits for the execution of action till the next pass around in the event loop. So there is a very thin layer of difference between these two methods, but both are these functions are of the timer module of Node.js. Next question is that what is the use of a buffer class in Node.js? Buffer class, as the name suggests, that it is used for storing the raw data, just like we have array of integers, for example. It corresponds to a raw memory allocation that is located outside the V8 heap, because V8 engine is the main engine of Node.js. Buffer class, it's a global class that is easily accessible across all the modules in the application without importing it at each module level. It is used because pure JavaScript is not compatible with binary data. That's why buffer class is used in Node.js. Now the next very interesting question is that how does Node.js handle the child threads? Please remember, Node.js is a single threaded application. We have already talked about that Node.js is a single threaded process and does not expose the child threads or thread management methods. Then how does Node.js handle the child threads? This is a question. So you can still make use of the child threads using spawn method for some specific asynchronous input-output task. If you still want to use a threading concept in your application, you have to include a module called child process explicitly in your Node.js application. Now, what is streams in Node.js? Streams in Node.js, you can say, are the collection of data similar to arrays and string. Just like in JavaScript, arrays and string, streams are having the same concept. They are objects using which you can read the data from a source or write data to a destination in a continuous manner. So streams are especially useful for reading, or you can say writing operations, or you can say processing a large set of data. So there are basically 4 fundamental types of streams in Node.js. First is readable, writable, duplex, and transform. So basically streams in Node.js, they are the objects through which you can read the data from a source, or you can write the data to a destination in a continuous manner. And you can use these 4 types of streams which is visible on your screen: readable, writable, duplex, or transform. Again, very interesting question. What is the use of node_env? So there are some environment variables which are often used for distinguishing between environments, like for example production environment or development environment. So if the project is in the production stage, Node.js promotes the convention of making use of node_env variable to flag it. What is the use of it? This will help in taking better judgment during the development of the projects. So basically, depending on these kind of variables, an application may turn debugging on or off, connect to a specific database, or listen on a specific port. In Node.js, there is a convention to use a variable called node_env to set the current mode of the project, whether it is in production stage or it's in the development stage. Setting your node_env to production, it will make your application very, very fast. Now, what is the difference between read file and create read stream in Node.js? Read file is a fully buffered process, whereas create read stream is a partially buffered process. Read file, as the name suggests, it returns the response only when the complete file is pushed into the buffer and it is completely read in the buffer. Whereas the create read stream method, the entire file is split into chunks of data which are then processed, and then they are sent as a response one by one, because that is why it is called partially buffered process. Read file method, it's a memory intensive process, whereas create read stream is a memory effective process. Now, various timing features of Node.js: set timeout, clear timeout, which we also used in the JavaScript. This is again you can use in Node.js. Set interval, clear interval, again we used it in JavaScript. All these methods can be used in Node.js as well. Then we talked about process.nextTick and the setImmediate method. And we talked about that what is the major difference between process.nextTick and setImmediate, which is also clear immediate. Please remember, the major difference between setImmediate and process.nextTick method is that setImmediate, it queues its callback. It maintains its callback on the event loop, whereas process.nextTick, it does not maintain any queue for the callback functions. Now, what is the concept of punny code in Node.js? Punny code is an you can say encoding syntax that is used for converting UTF-8 string of character into basic ASCII string of character. It is very important as the hostname can only understand the ASCII characters. from Node.js version, which is 0.6.2, it was bundled up with the default Node package. So how we write it, that puni code equal to require puni code. What is the difference between Node.js and aejugs? So please remember, Node.js is a server-side technology, whereas aejugs is a client-side technology. Node.js is required to develop the server software that are typically executed by the server instead of the web browsers. So Node.js has nothing to do with the implementation on the web browser. It's a server-side technology, server-side framework, which always works at the backend, which are executed by the servers. Whereas aejugs is a client-side technology, and it is required for updating or modifying the web page contents without having to refresh it. So when I say web page contents, these are contents which is visible to the user, end user on the web browser, and we want to update or modify them without refreshing the complete web browser. That's why aejugs calls are used as compared to Node.js, which is a server-based technology. Now another very interesting question, does Node.js provide any debugger? The answer is yes. Node.js do provide a simple TCP based protocol and debugging client that comes built in with Node.js. Now what are exit codes of Node.js? Exit codes in Node.js are, you can say, specific set of specific codes which are used for finishing a specific process. Since Node.js is a single-threaded framework, so you have to finish the specific processes. So what are the exit codes? For example, unused, fatal error, uncaught fatal exceptions, internal JavaScript evaluation failure. All these codes are internal to Node.js. Now what is an event emitter in Node.js? Event emitter is a Node.js class that includes all the objects that are capable of emitting the events. Then how we write these events in Node.js programs? So we write const event emitter, just an object, is equal to require events. And then this class, my emitter, extends event emitter. So this is the parent class and this is a custom class. So basically in Node.js, event emitter includes all the objects that are capable of emitting events. So in this particular example, I am emitting an event, my emitter, which is the object dot on, and this is dot emit event. So these are some of the events because of which I am using here in this code, because I am using a class called event emitter. Again, a very interesting question, is cryptography supported in Node.js? Again, the answer is yes. Node.js support cryptography through a module called crypto. And this module provides various cryptographic functionalities like cipher, decipher, sign, and verify functions, etc. So cryptography, implementing cryptography application is also possible with Node.js. Now this is the last question for this webinar on Node.js interview question. Explain the reason why Express app and server must be kept separate. What is the reason? The reason is that faster testing execution. The testing would be fast if we will keep the app and server as separate entities. And then it allows testing the API in process without having to perform the network calls. And there is always a better separation of concerns, and the code will be very cleaner and it will be helpful to read and debug. And you can say getting wider coverage metrics of the code. So you can read the code and you can debug the code if you keep the Express app and server as separate entities. Last, what is the reason? That it allows deploying the same API under flexible and different network condition. That's it. Thank you very much.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!